Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1576, The Battle of Fame. In this first battle, the Yan family will lose. The onlookers' eyes were sharp and their minds were as clear as a mirror. Yan Zhuang and the Yan family's masters also saw that Emperor Yan's means of breaking the formation were powerful. He directly summoned the Sky Hammer to smash it down. This Sky Hammer seemed to be born from the casting of the Star Soul. It could directly imprint the divine pattern in the attack and directly use it to attack and break the formation. Moreover, because he was good at suppressing the sealing power, it was very suitable for breaking the formation. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the formation was sealed and no breath flowed out. The Yan family formation master lost the first battle. On the formation stage carved by Emperor Yan, the Yan family's master was not so relaxed. First, the Emperor's light was sealed, and then the endless sealing light continued to hit his body, constantly sealing the rule power, and even sealing the power flowing in his body, causing his entire combat power to be continuously weakened. People outside the formation would not understand if they didn't experience it personally. Master Emperor, the victory and defeat have been decided. That's enough, Yan Zhuang said, signaling Emperor Yan to let him go. He is trapped in the formation, it's too late. Jiutian said. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sealed sword bloomed crazily and directly penetrated the body of the Yan family's strong man. The mid-level immortal emperor was actually tied up and allowed the endless swords to kill and penetrate through him. Then he fell into the formation and died. At this moment, the space was silent. Everyone looked at Jiutian in a daze. He actually killed. This Master Jiutian actually killed a mid-level immortal emperor of the Yan family, and a formation master. Moreover, this was within the Yan family. This was simply audacious. How dare you? The strong men of the Yan family looked cold. Some people scolded and opened their mouths, and even several strong men stepped out. Jiutian swept his eyes around everyone and said indifferently, "Can't you afford to lose? Back off." Yan Zhuang scolded and stopped everyone. The faces of those Yan family strongmen were still ugly, staring at Jiutian. "Master D, if you want to challenge me, I invite you to come. However, by doing this, are you trying to make an enemy of my Yan family?" Yan Zhuang's voice was extremely cold. A mid-level immortal emperor formation master was also a great loss for his Yan family, and he was killed in public. You can imagine how he felt at this moment. If you are honest, don't beat around the bush. Why are you so hypocritical? When I was practicing at home, your Yan family came to provoke me directly. They were so arrogant and hurt my maid. I came here to seek justice. Before I entered the Yan family, there was a battle array waiting for me. Now you say it is a battle of sparring? But you set up a killing array. What's the meaning of this? Jiutian said bluntly, if it weren't for this, I, wouldn't have added a killing array to the array. If it was me who died before, I'm sure the Yan family wouldn't have any sympathy. They would only think that I was seeking death and overestimating my own abilities. Everyone was shocked when they heard Jiutian's words. His words were not wrong. The facts were indeed so. The Yan family set up a killing array, and its meaning was self-evident. It was a pity that the array was directly broken by Jiutian, and the Yan family's people died in the opponent's array. Although this is the truth, after all, this is the Yan family, and there is nothing wrong with the Yan family doing this. Jiutian responded directly and strongly, and it seemed a bit bold to say it so frankly. Moreover, did Emperor Yan come to Yan's family just to seek justice for his maid? Although she knew it was fake, Emperor Yan's maid was still somewhat moved, her heart warmed, and she stared at the proud back in a daze, with pride in her eyes. Emperor Tian tore his face directly, and Yan Zhuang's face completely sank, and a faint murderous intent emerged from his body. Since you say so, don't blame me for being ruthless in the Yan family. How do you plan to fight in the second battle? Yan Zhuang asked coldly. Martial formation. Emperor Yan spoke calmly, and Yan Zhuang shouted, Yan Mu, this battle, you come. Okay. A voice came from a distance, and then a figure stepped out from Yan's family. Master Yan Mu. Everyone's eyes flashed. This Yan Mu is very famous. He has a very high attainment in formation, has been famous for a long time, and is a very prestigious figure. He didn't come here before, and it seems that he didn't plan to fight, but he was forced to fight by Emperor Tian. Master Yan Mu's formation has long been very powerful. It can be formed in an instant. He will fight in the martial arts battle. Tian is in danger. This Yan family is still a bit of a bully. Everyone thought in their hearts, of course, they didn't dare to say anything. Since they had torn their faces, the Yan family would naturally not be polite to Tian. It was reasonable for a strong person to fight. Yan Mu was very old, with gray hair, but his cultivation was superb and his momentum was very strong. Standing in the void, his long robe moved without wind. His majestic eyes stared at Tian and said, "Young people, if you don't know how to be low-key, how can you succeed? My Yan family has stood for many years, how can you provoke it?" Tian's eyes outside the mask were still exceptionally cold. He stared at Yan Mu and said, "You are old." A few simple words, but they contained a strong contempt. Yan Mu's expression became even colder. The dazzling emperor's light shone down and fell on him. His body soared into the air and went high into the sky. Emperor Yan also stepped up, and the light of the stars fell on his body. The two strong men were all dazzling. Even in the extremely far-away places outside the Yan family, these two dazzling figures could be seen. Yan Mu was also good at the attributability of the sword. The sword was in charge of killing. The master of the formation was good at the sword formation, and he would not be inferior in attacking the formation, especially the powerful sword formation, which was extremely terrifying. Since it was a battle of formations, it was naturally not a simple magical attack. Every attack had to be a formation. Yan Mu pressed his palm towards the void, and in an instant, endless imperial light fell down, interweaving into dazzling divine pattern, turning into a sword shape. It seemed that there was an invisible sword character between heaven and earth, spanning between heaven and earth, hanging above the void, and the space seemed to be cut and chopped off by this sword formation. The power of this sword formation was about to descend on Emperor Yan's body. Around Emperor Yan, endless sword lights also fell down, constantly intersecting into runes, and unexpectedly turned from sharp swords into sealed doors, sealing the space where he was, and when the terrible power of the sword array cut and killed, the sealed door that lay there was still very solid. Yan Mu would naturally not miss the opportunity to attack. He stretched out his hand towards the void, and saw that in its space, endless rune lights intertwined into a terrible hole, as if endless swords were brewing from it, turning into a terrifying sword energy storm, rolling towards Emperor Yan, endlessly. Emperor Yan kept making seals with his hands, and there were faint signs of stars behind him. In an instant, the endless and vast void was floating with endless rules of light, falling like snowflakes, without any power, but it made Yan Mu feel that something was wrong. Seal. Emperor Yan uttered a voice, and those falling rules suddenly turned into runes, and a thought formed a formation. A terrible sealed prison appeared between heaven and earth, sealing this space battlefield inside. Yan Mu's eyes condensed, and he could not sense the light of the stars. The outside world was sealed, but Emperor Yan was not affected, because this was his seal. The starlight above the sky continued to fall on the sealed prison, reinforcing it. Cut. Yan Mu controlled the terrible sword formation to destroy everything and cut the prison, but saw Emperor Yan walk out of the sealed door that sealed himself. With his palm pointing forward, the formation began to shrink. The terrible sealed prison continued to shrink, but the power became more terrible in the concentration, and quickly enveloped Yan Mu's body. Yan Mu's sword formation could not cut the seal at all. With a loud shout, Yan Mu seemed to have forgotten the agreement to fight with the formation, and release other powers, but the seal formation had already descended directly in front of him, getting smaller and smaller, and directly enveloped him inside. Yan Mu. Yan Zhuang's expression changed slightly. In the distance, several more powerful auras spread out. Then the crowd saw that the prison turned into a light spot directly. With a loud bang, it exploded. Yan Mu's body also disappeared with the explosion of the sealed prison. He was killed on the spot by the sealed prison. A long-known formation master of the Yan family was killed on the spot by Tian. A series of powerful auras descended, and several top-level immortal emperors stepped in. Their momentum was extremely terrifying, and their murderous thoughts were overwhelming. They stared at Tian one by one, extremely indifferent. After all, Jiutian was only an initial-level immortal emperor. Although he had some fame, an elder came forward to deal with him. The Yan family thought they had taken him seriously enough. However, They did not expect that they could not deal with him and lost 2 masters in succession. Although the Yan family was a formation family, they could not withstand such losses, especially Yan Mu, who had an extraordinary status in the Yan family. He was defeated and died in the martial formation of the formation. Those who came to the Yan family to watch the battle were moved, and a thought came to their minds at the same time. Jiutian was going to become famous, and not just the little fame he had before, but at least a fame that would shake the central city of Lineage City. Such a master of formations was already worthy of many powerful forces to win him over. This master Jiutian was indeed powerful and very confident in himself, so did he choose the Yan family as the place where he would become famous? Of course, it is also possible that the visit of the Yan family's strongmen that day and a few disrespectful words became the fuse. In short, with the death of Yan Mu, the fame of Master Jiutian could no longer be stopped. Even if he lost the 3rd battle, he had already won 2 games, which was considered a direct challenge to defeat the Yan family. Moreover, he relied on his own strength to launch 3 challenges of breaking formations, martial arts formations, and fighting formations. It can be seen that his personal attainments in formations are above most of the older generation of the Yan family. It's ridiculous that the Yan family also called others to participate in a party organized by them, and only the best among them could become guest officials. It's too ironic, no wonder it angered Jiutian. Many Yan clan masters stepped out, intending to surround and kill Jiutian. However, Jiutian's eyes flashed, his dark eyes were still cold, his black hair was like ink, and the cold mask on his face made people feel the coldness on him. He really came here to become famous. Only when a master of formations becomes famous can he get more attention, get better treatment wherever he goes, and become a guest of honor of the top forces in Lineage City. Yan clan, this family of formations, just happened to be hit. Chapter 1577 Sealed Door. Master Jiutian was bound to become famous, but even if a dead person became famous, it would be meaningless. Although even if Jiutian lost the 3rd battle, it would not stop him from becoming famous in the central city. But what if he died? He killed 2 middle-level immortal emperor formation masters of the Yan family in succession, and the hatred was forged. The Yan family must kill him, so in this last battle, Jiutian was actually doomed to lose, because the Yan family would definitely send out a very powerful master to deal with him. Before Jiutian challenged the Yan family, no one expected such a situation to occur. The Yan family also did not expect it, otherwise they would not have responded in this way and let in all the spectators, so that after this battle, the Yan family would be ridiculed. Looking at the Yan family's strong men who were besieging and suppressing him, Jiutian looked at the other party with a cold expression. It was the same when he killed the first person before, and it was the same now, but this time, the other party's killing intention was stronger. The death of the 2 middle-level immortal emperor formation masters, including Yan Mu, was something that the Yan family could not tolerate. It's so lively here. What happened? I just happened to pass by and take a look. A hearty laugh was heard, and someone walked towards this side in the void. He spoke to break the silence in such an occasion. Obviously, his identity was not ordinary. Everyone looked at him. Many people recognized him and their eyes froze. He's from the Mo family. Everyone's eyes flashed. The Mo family, like the Yan family, is a family of formations. They are also located in the central city of Lineage City. They are very powerful and can compete with the Yan family. The person who came is an elder of the Mo family, and he is a very high-ranking elder, at the top level of the immortal emperor. Mo Fei. Yan Zhong frowned when he saw the other party appear. What are you doing here? Haha, I passed by the Yan family and heard that there was a lively event here, so I came in. No one from your Yan family stopped me. You are very hospitable. I didn't expect to see a very exciting battle before I arrived. Mo Fei said with a smile. He looked at Jiutian and arched his hands and said, I have heard that a mysterious master has appeared in this area. I have always wanted to meet him. I am Mo Fei from the Mo family. Master Jiutian's attainments in the art of formation are admirable. Everyone secretly despised him in their hearts. This was a polite remark. If Jiutian had not behaved like this, would Mo Fei want to see Jiutian with his identity? I am afraid that only Jiutian would go to pay a visit, but the reality is that if you want others to respect you, you have to come up with enough capital. Otherwise, why would others waste their time on you? People who practice cultivation are all very busy. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Jiutian nodded to Mo Fei. It's not a compliment at all. This formation is really superb. With the initial stage of the Immortal Emperor, he was able to defeat Master Yan Mu of the Yan family. If he goes further in the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find an opponent in the formation. Another voice came, and everyone saw a middle-aged man with several people walking onto a battle stage. Many people couldn't help but take a deep breath. Another family has arrived. Although it is not a formation family, the family behind this person is very powerful. Strong people came one after another and sat on the stands. The guards except the Yan family came to report. After all, they had received the order to let them go before, but it didn't take long. People kept entering the Yan family, and they had to come and report. Someone from the commander's mansion has also come. At this time, someone looked in a certain direction and saw several people with terrible auras sitting together. They were people from the commander's mansion. Among them, one was even a deputy commander, and he was very powerful. The commander's mansion in the central district of Lihoro City is not as lacking in majesty as the commander's mansion in the northern district. The central commander's mansion is in the hands of Zai Hao, and it is extremely majestic. No one dares to provoke it. Every time when collecting tribute, all major forces take the initiative to pay tribute, and no one dares to make trouble in front of the people in the commander's mansion. The people in the commander's mansion have arrived. Unless Jiutian is killed in the battle of the formation, he will not die. It is impossible for the Yan family to kill Jiutian in front of the commander's mansion for revenge. That is against the rules. But if there is death in the battle of the formation, it is an agreement between the two parties and tacitly agreed. Being killed can only be said to be incompetent. The people of the Yan family who surrounded Jiutian retreated silently. It is impossible to kill Jiutian directly. It can only rely on the last battle of the formation. Yan Zhong was silent at this time, and looked up at a figure in the void, as if that person was the person with the highest status in the Yan family here. Yan Feng, you go to the battle of the formation. The old man said indifferently, and then a middle-aged strong man from the Yan family walked out. However, his eyes were extremely bright and terrifying, and he was filled with a faint murderous intent. When he looked at Jiutian felt that his eyes were burned by flames. Master Yan Feng is going to fight. This Yan family is really shameless. Everyone was speechless when they saw Yan Feng stepping out. Yan Feng, the pillar of the Yan family, was a top-level immortal emperor. Even if he had the gap in strength with Jiutian, it was difficult to make up. With a difference of 2 realms, how could the formation be fair? Such a battle was simply bullying. Sure enough, the Yan family must kill Master Jiutian. Everyone's mind was as clear as a mirror. Master Yan Feng personally went to fight. It can be imagined how strong the Yan family's determination to kill Jiutian was. Many of the bigwigs who came also watched quietly, without intervening. After all, this was a battle between Yan and Jiutian. Since the two sides had already agreed, no one could stop it. Jiutian had to carry out this battle. As for after the battle, if Jiutian couldn't hold on, it would be no big deal even if he admitted defeat. Master Jiutian, Yan Feng is at the top level of the Immortal Emperor cultivation realm. It's normal to fight him even if you lose. If you can't hold on, just admit defeat. I believe that with Yan Feng's strength and status, he won't embarrass you. Mo Fei of the Mo family said with a smile, which made the people of the Yan family glance at him coldly, but Mo Fei seemed not to see it and still smiled. Thank you for your advice. If I can't win, I will admit defeat. Jiutian's voice was still calm. He had black hair and black robes, a silver-black mask, and a cold and sharp temperament, which carried his pride. Please. Although Yan Feng said the word please, his voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. He landed on a formation platform. Jiutian's figure flashed and floated on a formation platform opposite him. The battle array is different from the martial array. They first carve the divine pattern array, and then fight with the array to compare the strength of the array. The light of the stars fell from the sky and landed on Yan Feng and Jiutian. The brilliance on Yan Feng was extremely terrifying. The endless rules were like heavenly fire, covering the entire array platform. The endless runes shone randomly, and the divine patterns were intertwined. A strong aura permeated from it. As soon as the array was carved, the divine patterns permeated with amazing destructive power. Jiutian didn't seem to see it, and was completely immersed in his own array carving. He came here this time to become famous. As long as he defeated Yan, his name as a master of array would naturally spread throughout Lihoro City. But he didn't expect that in the first battle, Yan carved a killing array and had the intention to kill. Then, he followed the other party's wishes and directly hit the killing array in the array to kill the other party. Jiutian didn't mind making things bigger, and he didn't mind if the people who faced him later were stronger. The more this happened, the more famous he would be, and the more beneficial it would be for his future practice in Lihoro City. The space was extremely quiet, and everyone waited very patiently. Finally, a series of extremely terrifying runes flowed on the formation platform where Yanfeng was. He stood on it, staring at Jiutian. In his extremely bright eyes, there was already an urgent killing intent, as if he wanted to kill Jiutian immediately on the spot and didn't want to wait a moment. Not long after, Jiutian's formation was also carved, and endless sealing power flowed on the formation platform. There were rules constantly falling on the sky, flowing like water waves, shining brightly. "Can we fight now?" Yanfeng asked coldly. "Go ahead." Jiutian nodded, ready. As soon as he finished speaking, endless and terrible black flames emerged from the formation platform where Yanfeng was. Each flame contained a terrifying destructive power. In the flames, there was also thunder of destruction, and even the power of cold and darkness flowed. The cold and darkness and the flames actually appeared in the same formation, which was simply terrible. Yanfeng waved his palm, and in an instant, dragons and snakes danced. The monstrous destructive aura turned into a terrible storm, drowning the world, and directly escaped from the platform and ferociously pounced on the formation platform where Jiutian was. In just a moment, it directly wrapped and submerged it, covering it completely. Everyone's face trembled. This Master Yanfeng did not give Jiutian any chance at all, and was going to destroy and kill him directly. Many powerful people who came later also fixed their eyes there, secretly sighing that Yanfeng was worthy of being Yanfeng. Under his killing formation, even the top immortal emperors could hardly survive. This Jiutian was still too proud and looked down on Master Yanfeng. This time, I don't know if he can survive. They watched the killing power of the destruction formation on the formation platform where Yanfeng was madly irrigated to Jiutian, thinking that Jiutian would most likely fall. What a pity. When Jiutian saw the endless destructive power flooding in, his heart was quite shocked. Is this the ability of the top immortal emperor formation master? The thunder of destruction, the black flame, the cold power of extinction, transformed into dragons and snakes, and turned into white tigers, wanting to exterminate all existence and kill him. He took a step forward, and the power of the formation burst out. In an instant, the sealed doors shone wildly and appeared, heading towards the 8 directions. These terrible sealed doors seemed to have become a whole, flowing with perfect patterns. When the rules of destruction came, the power was instantly sealed to the weakest. But even so, more sealed doors were still being destroyed, unable to stop the ferocious endless killing array. Emperor Yan waved his hands, and endless sealed scrolls flew up from the array platform, drifting towards the void, as if there was no end. In the end, it turned into a door, an extremely huge door, which covered the entire array platform. Inside the door, there seemed to be another space, a sealed space. When the endless destructive force rushed into the door, it disappeared into thin air. The door was like a bottomless pit, able to absorb all destructive forces. Chapter 1578, Winning Over. What a powerful sealing technique. This sealing formation is simply perfect and has reached the pinnacle. Jiutian is only a beginner-level immortal emperor. If he is in this formation, he can compete with a top-level immortal emperor. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Yanfeng's destructive formation was very powerful, but Jiutian was able to block it. It is conceivable that the sealing formation he carved was powerful, but the formation was still secondary. What was more powerful was his terrible talent and potential. Now he, a beginner-level immortal emperor, could carve a formation to deal with the top-level immortal emperor. Then, in the future, what if Jiutian's strength goes further and he steps into the middle-level immortal emperor, or even the top-level immortal emperor? What will happen if his formation is a little more powerful? Wouldn't it be invincible in the emperor realm? In that case, his status in Lihoro City will instantly become transcendent. The Yan family's people looked very unhappy. They were a family of formations, so they naturally understood what Jiutian's formation attainments meant. The more so, the more they wanted to kill this boy. Therefore, Yanfeng's formation attack became more violent. Although the sealed door was like a bottomless pit, it did not mean that it was really endless. It must be supported by the formation. When the attack was strong enough, it could still be destroyed. The formation was very wonderful. You could not break it unless you reached the limit of the formation. You could even do it without any signs. The formation of destruction that overwhelmed everything attacked crazily. Yanfeng did not want to give Jiutian any chance at all. Jiutian just defended. He kept waving his hands, and endless sealed doors and sealed scrolls flew out crazily. Even on this formation platform, a pair of terrible eyes appeared. The sealed eyes were like a deep and boundless sealed abyss. The light emitted could directly seal the opponent's killing power. The scene between the two formation platforms was extremely spectacular, especially the formation platform where Emperor Qin was located. Attack and defense were intertwined, and various colors of light flowed and ran wild. The destructive force that permeated made people feel a chill. If the power of this formation overflowed, it could easily destroy the mid-level immortal emperor and threaten the top immortal emperor. I admit defeat in this battle of formations. Emperor Qin suddenly spoke, calmly, as if he didn't mind admitting defeat at all. Huh? Many people took a deep breath. Did he admit defeat? But they were not surprised. Emperor Qin was able to persist in the killing of Yanfeng, and even did not show any decadence in the face of confrontation. It was already very good. As for losing? Today, Emperor Qin challenged the Yan family, and the victory or defeat was obvious. The Yan family not only lost, but it can even be said that they lost miserably and were defeated. The battle is not over yet. What does it mean to admit defeat? Yanfeng spoke coldly, pointed his finger, and the formation was violent, and crazy killing came out. His body was suspended above the formation platform, and a monstrous destructive force surged from his body. Many people's eyes flashed. Mo Fei of the Mo family sneered, stood up, and said, "Since Jiutian has admitted defeat, the victory and defeat are over, but the Yan family, a family of formation, is still unwilling to give in. It is not graceful. What does my Yan family's affairs have to do with you?" An old man looked at Mo Fei. The Yan family and the Mo family are both families of formation, so naturally there is competition and fighting between them. Moreover, the Mo family is not like other major forces in Lihoro City, which need to rely on the Yan family. They are good at formations and will not ask the Yan family for help in the future. Therefore, they dare to speak up. Even if other forces feel that the Yan family cannot afford to lose, most of them dare not defend them. Otherwise, if they need to ask for help in the future, it will not be good. Master Yanfeng's attainments in formation are indeed extraordinary, but if you want to defeat Master Jiutian, it is probably not easy. Since it is impossible to determine the winner for a while, and Master Jiutian has also admitted defeat, then it is better to stop here. Another voice came, and the people of the Yan family looked over and saw that it was someone from the commander's mansion, the deputy general of Commander Zia Hao. The people in the commander's mansion spoke up, and the people of the Yan family felt depressed. It seemed that the commander's mansion wanted to win over this master of formations. Indeed, such an outstanding master of formations, who had not yet joined any forces, must be the object of competition among everyone. Yanfeng, it's done. The leader of the Yan family spoke up, and Yanfeng's expression condensed. The destructive power on his body gradually dissipated, and the formation on the formation stage calmed down. He still stared at Jiutian with cold eyes, and his killing intent was still strong. Jiutian didn't seem to care so much. He bowed to the Yan family's strong men and said, "I am sorry for coming to ask for advice today. The Yan family is worthy of being a family of formations. The attainments in formations are extraordinary. I admire them very much. If there are some unpleasant things that happen during the consultation, I hope that the Yan family will not be offended and let it go. I believe that as a family, the Yan family should have such courage." Everyone looked at Jiutian in surprise. This guy suddenly became polite? Before, Jiutian was very arrogant, and his words were full of pride and frivolity, which surprised even the people of Yan's family. But after thinking about it, they immediately understood. It seemed that they were right. Jiutian's goal had been achieved, so there was no need to continue to make enemies with Yan's family. Therefore, he tried to resolve the grudge as much as possible. This person's behavior was mysterious and unpredictable, just like others. HMPH. Yanfeng snorted coldly, a little unhappy. Want to resolve the grudge? Killed their two formation masters of Yan's family, stepped on their Yan's family to become famous, and wanted to get over it? This Jiutian thought too simply. The people of Yan's family stared at Jiutian coldly. Seeing this scene, Jiutian did not feel strange, but he did not care too much. Although he wanted to use Yan's family to become famous today, it was the people of Yan's family who were disrespectful first. You don't respect me, why should I respect you? If you want to carve a killing formation, then I will return it. Now it is the same. He is willing to let it go and the two sides will not interfere with each other. However, if the Yan family is unwilling to give up and still wants to kill him in the future, then he will definitely fight back. Goodbye. Jiutian bowed and smiled, then destroyed the formation he carved and turned to leave. Master Jiutian, Mo Fei, admire your attainments in the art of formation. The Mo family is also a family of formation. Master Jiutian, are you willing to go to my Mo family to exchange and learn from each other, and learn from each other's experience in the art of formation? Moreover, my Mo family has many ancient books on the art of formation. Mo Fei said with a smile, and the people of the Yan family looked even uglier. They haven't even left the house yet, and they are directly trying to win over the enemies of the Yan family? Of course, everyone can hear that Mo Fei's so-called exchange and learning is naturally different from Jiutian's visit to the Yan family. If Jiutian is willing to go, it will be a friendly exchange in order to win over Jiutian. Okay, if I have free time in the future, I will definitely go to visit the Mo family. At that time, I hope the Mo family will not stop me. Jiutian said with a smile. Brother Jiutian, I am from the Han family in Lihoro City. Brother Di, please come to our Han family when you are free. Another person from a powerful force spoke up to show his goodwill. Okay, I will. Jiutian still smiled and nodded. Many forces no longer cared about the Yan family and competed to win them over. Jiutian responded one by one, making everyone feel that Jiutian seemed not as cold as before, but quite friendly. After the group left, many strong men on the Yan family's battle arena had gloomy faces and looked at each other in silence. How should we deal with him in the future? Finally, someone asked. This time he borrowed my Yan family to become famous and attracted the attention of major forces. If we want to deal with him, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of the commander's mansion. Let's wait and see for now. The old man of the Yan family sighed. It was not so easy to kill a master of formations. Moreover, this master of formations was about to become famous. As everyone predicted, Jiutian became famous in one battle. He defeated 2 of the 3 battles of breaking array, martial array, and fighting array, and killed 2 Yan family formation masters at the level of mid-level immortal emperor. In the 3rd battle, Yan family dispatched the top immortal emperor master Yan Feng, but still failed to kill Jiutian. It was only when Jiutian voluntarily admitted defeat that the battle ended. A beginner immortal emperor, who could achieve such a level with the formation, can be imagined how terrible his talent and potential in the formation are. In an instant, the courtyard where Jiutian lived, Lihoro City's major forces rushed to greet and give gifts, inviting Master Jiutian to their forces. Of course, some people also invited Master Jiutian to become a guest official of their forces or families. Jiutian still rented the original villa. He was busy these days, and his maid was exhausted. At this moment, in the courtyard, the maid counted out many stored rings and handed them to Jiutian, saying, Sir, you really accept all the gifts you receive. Why not accept something that is delivered to your door? Jiutian looked up, and a faint smile flashed across his exposed eyes. The maid, who rarely saw Jiutian smile like this, blinked and stared at Jiutian in a daze. These people came to give gifts, just to show their feelings, not a big gift. If they think that this little thing can buy me, it would be an insult to their intelligence. It's just to establish a good relationship. If we accept it, both sides will have an acquaintance, and they will find me when they need it in the future, which is what I want. Jiutian explained. It seems that the young master has made up his mind and is ready to earn a huge amount of cultivation resources. The maid sat down opposite Jiutian, holding her chin with both hands, looking at Jiutian, and said weakly, Young master, can you take off the mask and let me see it? Jiutian glared at the little maid and said, It's too ugly, it will scare you. The maid shook her head, I don't believe it. The young master must be very young and handsome. He is afraid that his talent will scare others, so he wears a mask. You are good at talking. Jiutian smiled. Commander Xiahao of the commander's mansion pays a visit to Master Jiutian. At this time, a voice came from outside the courtyard. Jiutian's eyes flashed, looked outside, smiled and said, Welcome the guest. Commander Xiahao is here. The maid was startled and went out to greet the guest. Soon, Commander Xia Hao came here with a deputy commander who used to be in Yan's family. The commander-in-chief came in person, which is an honor to my humble home. Jiutian said with a bow. He had seen Xia Hao before and was even humiliated by him a few times. Naturally, he recognized Xia Hao. Commander Xia Hao was very proud in Lihoro Palace. Now, he was surprised that he came here in person. You're welcome. I have heard about Master Jiutian's deeds. He is very impressive. Xia Hao admires him. Commander Xia Hao smiled and said, I came to visit you today. I won't beat around the bush. The commander's mansion is in need of talents like you. Jiutian, if you are willing to join the commander's mansion, I will directly appoint you as the deputy commander. At that time, you will even have the opportunity to meet the palace master. In the future, one of the 5 commanders will definitely belong to you. P.S. I have added chapters for 3 consecutive days. Please vote for me. Chapter 1579 Emperor Yan's Ambition. Xia Hao's words were very straightforward, and what he said was not exaggerated. With the attainments of formations that Jiutian showed, if he entered the realm of the intermediate immortal emperor in the future, he would be qualified to become one of the 5 commanders of the Lihoro City district. Of course, the premise is that the palace master trusts him and has a position for him. But what good is this for Commander Xia Hao? Jiutian asked. I just need capable subordinates to assist me. After all, I can't stay in this position forever, so I naturally want to move up. Xia Hao said, speaking directly as always. I understand what Commander Xia Hao means, but Jiutian has always been used to being idle, unrestrained, and doesn't like to be disciplined. I can only thank Commander Xia Hao for his kindness. Since the other party was direct, Jiutian didn't want to beat around the bush and directly refused. Are you kidding? Let him be Xia Hao's subordinate? He is the commander of the North City District, and he is on the same level as Xia Hao. A mere deputy commander wants to send him away? Emperor Yan, although you have a strong attainment in formation, you must understand that this is Lihoro City, and Lihoro City also belongs to the Changsheng realm. The vast and endless area is under the jurisdiction of the Realm Master. Only when you enter here can you be considered to have real power and have the opportunity to rise to prominence. Commander Xia Hao advised. I have my own ideas. Emperor Tian's expression did not change at all, and he said very calmly. Everyone has his own ambitions. In this case, I will not persuade you anymore. Commander Xia Hao said, goodbye. After saying that, he turned around and left directly, not as polite as when he came. After all, his status was there. He came to invite Emperor Yan to join the commander's mansion in person, but was rejected. Naturally, he felt very embarrassed. Commander Xia Hao, take care. Emperor Tian said, watching Xia Hao leave, and sneered in his heart. Sure enough, people's personalities will not change easily. He felt the arrogance of Xia Hao in Lihoro Palace. The arrogance of being in a high position could not be hidden. Of course, he did not want to hide it. Sir, are you really just going to refuse? The maid blinked. Commander Xia Hao personally invited you to be the deputy commander. This was very tempting, but you refused without even considering it. Deputy commander. Jiutian smiled. Perhaps, if he offers me his position, I will consider it. The maid's eyes froze when she heard this, and then she heard Jiutian continue, Zhu, let's go out for a walk. Where to go? The maid asked. The Mo family has sent people to visit twice, so we should go and pay our respects. Jiutian smiled, and the maid nodded with a smile. Seeing Jiutian's current status, she was naturally happy. In Lihoro City, a beginner immortal emperor was not a big deal. They could be seen everywhere and had no status. However, the young master, who is an beginner immortal emperor, was already a big shot. All the major families personally sent people to pay their respects. I still remember the arrogant tone of the Yan family's people when they came last time. They asked the young master to attend a party, and only the best could become the Yan family's guest officials. It was so funny. But now, the young master went to visit others and went directly to the Mo family, which was comparable to the Yan family. The changes were really fast, but the young master was very indifferent. The Mo family was naturally very welcome to Jiutian's visit. The elder of the Mo family, Mo Fei, came out to greet him personally. When Jiutian stepped into the Mo family, he immediately ordered people to prepare a grand banquet. At the banquet, many big figures of the Mo family arrived. Sitting at the head was the current head of the Mo family, Mo Ting. Mo Ting looked less than 40 years old, energetic, with sharp edges and corners on his face, and extraordinary heroic. When he was young, he must have been a handsome man. Deep down, Mo Fei admires you very much. I also want to see what kind of person you are. With the realm of the initial stage of the immortal emperor, you killed the Yan family and made them lose face. Mo Ting said with a smile and raised his glass to Jiutian. Patriarch, you are too kind. I was just lucky. Yan Feng's attainments in formation are very impressive. Jiutian raised his glass and smiled. Yan Feng is very advanced. He is at the top level of immortal emperor and has been famous for many years. And you, although you are wearing a mask, I can see that you must be very young. In the future, let alone Yan Feng, no one in the entire Yan family will be able to be compared with you. Of course, the same goes for my Mo family. Mo Ting said with a smile. This was already a very high evaluation, which made many people in the Mo family look surprised. Master, please don't tease me. I still need to practice and improve myself. Jiutian still looked very calm, which made Mo Ting look at him with a smile. He said to a woman beside him, Junai, you have always been interested in the way of formations. You think we old men are not good enough. Now, Jiutian is as young as you. I think he must be less than 500 years old. Why don't you ask for his advice? Mo Junai, Mo Ting's daughter, was extremely talented and beautiful. She became an emperor after practicing for 500 years. This speed of practice was still very outstanding even in the ancient fairyland. She was gifted. In the ancient fairyland, because the practice resources are rich, the experience of the predecessors is more sufficient, and the skills and supernatural powers are more powerful. Therefore, those who were born well practice much faster than those in the Qin fairyland. But even so, becoming an emperor in 1,000 years can still be considered a genius. I toast to Master Jiutian. Mo Junai picked up the wine glass and walked to Di Xiansheng to sit down, and then toasted a glass. Miss, just call me by my name. Jiutian drank with the other party and said with a smile. Okay, then you can call me Junai. Mo Junai smiled and said, the way of formation is difficult to practice. I am quite interested in formation, but I am obsessed with martial arts, so I don't have much energy to focus on it. Jiutian, you can practice so well in both aspects, you are simply a monster. The great way is connected, the two have their own intersection, there is no contradiction. Jiutian smiled and replied. How to explain this? Mo Junai asked curiously. I practiced divine patterns in my youth. One of the patterns is the foundation of the great way of heaven and earth, the language of communication between heaven and earth. In my opinion, any magical power, magic, and array tricks can be derived from it. Jiutian said with a smile. The principles of cultivation in the world sound simple, but it is so difficult to truly comprehend them. You can connect the two, which is even more of a genius. I toast you another glass. Mo Junai raised the glass and smiled gently. Jiutian would naturally not refuse. The maid behind him curled her lips when she saw this scene. Alice, the young master is still too young. But it's no wonder. This Mo Junai is a famous beauty in the central city. She is the best choice in terms of appearance, temperament and cultivation. How can the young master not be fascinated by her when the head of the Mo family, Mo Ting, asked her to personally take action? Jiutian, now that you have become famous in Lihoro City, you must have received invitations from various forces. I wonder what your plans are in the future. Elder Mo Fei, who was sitting below Mo Ting, asked tentatively. Elder, do you want to hear the truth? Jiutian smiled. Of course. Mo Fei was stunned, then nodded. In fact, before joining the Yan family, I had already thought about becoming famous as soon as possible, but the Yan family happened to provoke me at this time, otherwise, I would not have come to challenge them. As for my purpose of becoming famous, it is very simple, cultivation resources. Everyone knows how difficult it is for casual cultivators to obtain cultivation resources, unless they are bandits. As a formation master, I want enough cultivation resources, so the best way is undoubtedly to become famous and become a famous formation master in Lihoro City. Jiutian spoke slowly. Mo Fei's eyes flashed, and he asked, however, with your ability, Jiutian, no matter which force you want to join in Lihoro City, I believe no one will refuse. Becoming a vassal of a large force, even a realm master force, can be compared with the resources possessed by a well-known formation master. Jiutian smiled. Besides, I have always been accustomed to being idle and don't want to be controlled by others. I still want to recruit you, but now it seems hopeless. Mo Fei smiled very frankly. Of course, he knew that Jiutian could see it, so there was no need to hide it. I appreciate the kindness of the elder. You just asked me about my future plans. I have also met many forces in recent days. I will definitely have a lot of things to do in the future. First, accumulate enough resources and slowly improve myself. After a long time, I will prepare to refine weapons. Jiutian said. Refine weapons. Many people's eyes flashed with sharpness, including Mo Ting, the head of the Mo family. He looked at Jiutian and said, "Are you also good at refining weapons?" All things are connected. A good master of refining weapons must first be a master of formations. I believe that everyone here understands this better than me. Jiutian smiled. Masters of refining weapons can convert their abilities into cultivation resources. The demand for magic weapons is endless, especially if you can refine powerful magic weapons. You don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Jiutian, if you need any help in the future, just come to my Mo family. Mo Ting, the head of the Mo family, said with a smile. A genius martial artist, a master of formations, and a master of refining weapons, even if he does not join their Mo family, is still worth making friends with. Although he may not be of much use to their Mo family now, it may not be certain in the future. Thank you, head of the family. Jiutian smiled and nodded. Jiutian, my Mo family still has a lot of good things. Why don't you rest here for a few days and take a look at my Mo family's formation files? Mo Ting said again. Although Jiutian came to the Mo family to build a good relationship, the Mo family's generous treatment made him hesitate. I just want to ask you for advice, why don't you stay? Mo Junai smiled gently. Jiutian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. The little maid behind him curled her lips again, showing a contemptuous look at Jiutian's back. Jiutian stayed at the Mo family for a few days. The Mo family treated him warmly and let him read some records of the Dao of Formation. Mo Junai also often accompanied him. This kind of treatment was the envy of others. After he left, in a courtyard of the Mo family. Father, a beginner immortal emperor, do you really want me to be like this? Mo Junai said to Mo Ting, with a bit of grievance on her dignified and beautiful face. After accompanying Jiutian for a few days, that guy didn't even take off his mask. I asked you to chat with him, not to seduce him. Why are you aggrieved? Mo Ting rolled his eyes at his daughter and said with a smile, it's just right, so that you can get in touch with the geniuses outside, so that you won't be arrogant. What's more, this boy is not simple. Even if he really refines weapons in the future, how can he shake the status of my Mo family? Mo Junai said. You don't understand. He became famous for his formation skills, and then he moved on to refining equipment, but he wasn't interested in that. Mo Ting shook his head. He looked at Mo Junai and said, Junai, remember, don't judge a person by appearances. He started with formation skills, and then refined equipment as a foundation. Ultimately, he wanted to create a force in Lihoro City. Within 100 years, there will be an extraordinary force in the central city of Lihoro City. Chapter 1580 Challenge and Auction. After a formation master becomes famous, it is really too easy to get cultivation resources, especially for a formation master as famous as Jiutian. In recent days, he has made friends with many forces. He is not as overbearing as he was when he went to Yan's family. Instead, he is humble and polite. Many forces invite him to carve formations. As long as the price is agreed, Jiutian will not refuse. At the same time, he has made many friends, such as the Mo family. Mo Junai sometimes comes to see him and invites him to visit the Mo family. He also often goes to the trading pavilion to trade some treasures. Unknowingly, Jiutian has more and more cultivation resources. He bought a large piece of land in the central urban area of Lihoro City. After some transformation, it became his new place to stay. However, Jiutian also encountered some troubles. For example, someone challenged him from a distance, and the challenger was quite famous. He was the first young prodigy of the martial arts family Liu family, Liu Fibei. Liu Fibei is extremely talented. He has only practiced for 1,000 years, but he has already reached the middle-level immortal emperor realm. He's extremely terrifying. Moreover, he has very strong fighting power. He was born in an aristocratic family and is very famous in Lihoro City. Although he is considered a young man within 1,000 years, in fact, many older people who have practiced for countless years are far from being his opponents. This Liu Fibei issued a letter of challenge to Jiutian and sent it to Di Pavilion, where Jiutian lived. Di Pavilion was the name given by Jiutian's maid. She thought it was very domineering. It happened to be Jiutian's surname, so Jiutian just used it. Many people speculated that Jiutian became famous for his formation, but his martial arts strength was not necessarily that strong. Even if he could fight with a formation and form a formation with one thought, his power must be limited. It must be impossible to deal with the genius Liu Fibei. Could it be that Yan asked Liu Fibei to take action and wanted to kill Jiutian by challenging him? Jiutian also suspected so, but after Mo Junai found him, he knew that Liu Fibei challenged him not because of Yan, but because of Mo Junai. The Liu family wanted to form an alliance with the Mo family. Liu Fibei and Mo Junai were undoubtedly very suitable in their eyes. Liu Fibei was also quite satisfied with Mo Junai, but Mo Junai was very close to Master Jiutian. After knowing the reason, Jiutian was speechless. He had seen a lot of such things along the way. He didn't want to care about the beauty who brought disaster. Mo Junai also felt helpless and apologetic. So, in the expectation of everyone, Master Jiutian actually admitted defeat directly. Many people who were waiting to watch the excitement were shocked and speechless. There were many voices scolding Jiutian for being incompetent and not daring to accept Liu Fibei's martial arts challenge. He was very cowardly. Sure enough, except for his extraordinary attainments in formation, his martial arts were mediocre. Of course, there were also people who supported Jiutian. After all, although Liu Fibei was famous, his fame was still not as good as Master Jiutian. Who said that Jiutian was cowardly? Have you forgotten that Jiutian dared to kill into the Yan family with a maid, and the battle made the Yan family lose face? Besides, Master Jiutian's formation was extraordinary. Would his martial arts combat power be weak? Don't forget that you can also fight with the power of the formation. In the battle of the martial arts formation, Master Jiutian killed Master Yan Mu. He admitted defeat only because he disdained to accept Liu Fibei's challenge. In short, there were all kinds of voices, but Jiutian completely ignored them and was still busy with his own affairs. Liu Fibei did not stop there. He actually issued another challenge. Jiutian refused again and directly admitted defeat. There was another uproar. More people insulted Jiutian, saying that he only knew the art of formation. Just when the outside world was talking about it, a piece of news suddenly came out from the Emperor Pavilion, shocking the central city of Lihoro City. Master Jiutian refined an emperor's weapon, which will be publicly auctioned in 3 days. If you want to participate, you can come directly to the Emperor Pavilion. For a time, the central city of Lihoro City was in an uproar. Not long ago, because of Liu Fibei's challenge, there were many voices scolding Jiutian for being cowardly and incompetent, only good at the art of formation, and weak in martial arts. Now, the Emperor Pavilion released the news that Master Jiutian had refined a magic weapon and would also be publicly auctioned. Master Jiutian can actually refine weapons. Not only is he extremely accomplished in engraving arrays, he can also refine magic weapons. For a time, Jiutian's reputation was even better than before, but now many people are still waiting to see what level of magic weapons Jiutian can refine. 3 days later, the Di Pavilion was extremely lively, and many powerful people came one after another, and even many aristocratic families came. Although the buildings in Lihoro City are very expensive, they are very large, especially those expensive buildings, such as this Di Pavilion, which Jiutian spent a lot of money to buy. Outside a hall of the Di Pavilion, there are stairs, and under the stairs, there is a vast land, and the crowd gathered here. There is no banquet, no reception, because in addition to Jiutian, the Di Pavilion only has one fairy king maid, and it is impossible to entertain everyone. This is understandable to the visitors. After all, their purpose is not to attend any banquet, but to see the magic weapons refined by Jiutian. Mo Fei, your Mo family has a good relationship with Master Jiutian. Don't you know any inside information? What kind of magic weapon did Master Jiutian refine? The people of the Mo family arrived in the crowd, and Mo Fei and Mo Junai were there. I really don't know. Jiutian is always mysterious. I just got the news 3 days ago, just like you. Mo Fei said with a smile. Although he knew that Jiutian could refine weapons at the banquet that year, he still wanted to see what kind of magic weapon Jiutian refined on this day. Master Jiutian's attainments in formation are extremely high. Now he is refining weapons and summoning all parties to come. It must be extraordinary. I am looking forward to it. Someone said with a smile. Well, I once asked Master Jiutian to carve a formation. The formation is indeed exquisite. A bunch of flatterers. A sarcastic voice came out, and everyone turned their eyes and looked at the crowd. Then they saw several figures together. They were actually people from the Yan family, and the person leading them was Yan Feng. I heard that your Mo family has let Mo Junai use the beauty trap, and you don't even know about this magic weapon, pretending to be mysterious, right? The leader Yan Feng said coldly. Mo Fei frowned and said, Yan Feng, don't say anything nonsense. Nonsense? Liu Fibei couldn't help but challenge Jiutian. Why, you Mo family dare to do it but dare not admit it. Yan Feng's aura was sharp, and there was a burning feeling coming out. It seems that you didn't feel ashamed when Jiutian challenged you to come to your door back then, but now you have the nerve to take the initiative to come to your door. It's really ridiculous. Mo Fei ridiculed the other party, and Mo Junai next to him also looked at Yan Feng coldly. This person spoke with thorns. If Jiutian had not avoided the battle back then, he would have been dead. What's so shameful about it? As for me coming here today, I just want to see how he makes a fool of himself and what kind of magic weapon he can refine, Yan Feng said coldly. Master Xuanming, what do you think, Master Xuanming? Everyone looked sharp when they heard this, and their eyes turned over here, looking at the mysterious figure next to Yan Feng, who was wearing a cloak and covering his face. Could this person be Master Xuanming, the weapon refining master who was famous in Lihoro City many years ago? Did Yan Clan invite him here to humiliate Jiutian? The mysterious figure lowered his head slightly, took off the hood of his cloak with both hands, and then raised his head, revealing a somewhat old face, but his eyes were extremely deep and full of spirit. Master Xuanming. Mo Fei's eyes flashed. Yan Clan really invited Master Xuanming here. It seems that the visitor has bad intentions. A young man, who refined a magic weapon, caused a sensation in the city. Is the weapon refining world in Lihoro City so unbearable now? Master Xuanming uttered a voice lightly. For a moment, all eyes looked at him, a little frightened. Master Xuanming has not appeared for a long time. Some people say that he was recruited by the Lord of Lihoro Palace to refine weapons for Lihoro Palace, and some people say that he concentrated on breaking through the realm. But back then, he was very famous in the weapon refining circle in this area. Every time he made a move, it was a top-grade imperial weapon. I don't know how many people asked him for help. He was much more popular than the master of formations. Divine weapons can be carried with you to increase combat power. Who doesn't want it? Master Xuanming doesn't know that this boy is very famous in Lihoro City, especially in the art of formation. A group of people came over, and one of them smiled casually. So what? Although the art of formation is the basis of refining weapons, who says that being good at the art of formation can refine high-grade divine weapons? It's really a show of grandstanding to openly auction and gather so many strong people to come. Master Xuanming said coldly and sarcastically, and many people were embarrassed for a while. They also noticed that the person who asked the question just now was actually from the Liu family. The young immortal Emperor Liu Fibei was next to the person who spoke, looking at Mo Junai and nodded slightly. Master Xuanming, you don't know that this person is not only grandstanding, but also cowardly and afraid of fighting. My Liu Fibei sent a letter of challenge to the Emperor's pavilion several times, but he avoided fighting and even took the initiative to admit defeat. How can he be proud of being a master? The elder of the Liu family shook his head and said, Mo Fei, you should tell Junai not to get too close to such people. They are too hypocritical and not pragmatic. I know what I am doing. Mo Fei responded lightly, a little depressed. It's okay for Yan's family to make trouble. Your Liu family has no grudges against Jiutian. They just want to form a marriage alliance. Why should you vent your anger on Jiutian? After all, although they are close to Jiutian, they don't really want Mo Junai to marry Jiutian. They just want to be on good terms with him. You people are so funny. My son wants to publicly auction the magic weapon, but he didn't invite anyone to come. You all came here to support my son. Since you are disdainful, don't come. Did anyone ask you to come here to humiliate him with words? It's ridiculous. The maid of Jiutian on the steps couldn't help but speak. Chapter 1581, Trouble and Divine Soldiers. How dare you? Yan Feng's eyes were extremely cold, and his pupils seemed to emit a terrible stream of fire, causing the maid to scream and close her eyes. Yanfeng, isn't it too rude to bully a maid? Mo Fei said coldly. Yanfeng snorted and said, didn't you hear how she spoke to the elders? Master Xuanming is also here. Who does this little girl think she is? She dares to talk too much? If it weren't for the city not allowing killing, she would be dead at this moment. If killing is allowed in the city, you will never leave this yard. A cold voice came. Yanfeng's eyes flashed, and then he saw a figure coming out of the ancient palace. Who else could it be except Jiutian? At this moment, Jiutian still wore a mask. His black hair was as black as ink, casually draped over his shoulders. His eyes were extremely cold, staring at Yanfeng. Where did this old dog come from? Did I invite you in? You are barking in my place. Boom. As soon as Jiutian finished speaking, Yanfeng released an extreme coldness, howling angrily, his robe fluttering, moving without wind. His eyes seemed to burn. The light of fire shone, as if it was about to shoot out of his eyes. Jiutian, insulting him as an old dog? Barking here? What did you say? Yanfeng stepped forward, and the ground shook. Are you deaf? Jiutian glanced at Yanfeng. His cold eyes did not show any respect. When he left Yan's that day, he had said that as long as Yan's was willing to stop, there would be no hatred between the two sides. However, Yan's did not intend to let him go. Now, coming to his deep pavilion, he actually humiliated him openly and threatened his maid. It was simply unreasonable. You come to my house and humiliate me. I invited you. Jiutian continued to speak. His eyes looked at Master Xuanming again, and said, I don't care who you are or where you are from, old man. If you come here sincerely, you are a guest. If you want to make trouble, get out immediately. How insolent. Master Xuanming's face changed, but before he could speak, the strong man from the Liu family next to him scolded Jiutian. Do you know who you are talking to? You too, if you don't want to come, get out. Jiutian said directly with a flick of his sleeves, extremely powerful. Everyone's eyes were stunned, staring at what was happening in front of them. This Master Jiutian has too much personality. No matter who you are, Master Xuanming or a strong man from the Liu family, since you are making trouble here, get out. But it is indeed the case. Although Master Xuanming is of noble status and the Liu family is also a noble family and both are powerful, this is Master Jiutian's home after all. You come to someone else's home and talk nonsense. Even a clay man can get angry, let alone Master Jiutian who dares to directly charge into the Yan family to challenge. He is an extremely proud person and will not tolerate others being so presumptuous in his home. You are such a disrespectful senior, a junior. I have never heard of it before. Today I have really broadened my horizons. Master Xuanming stared at Jiutian and said slowly, I have been in many aspects of the weapon refining world and have seen many arrogant people, but I have never seen a person like you. You just refined a magic weapon, but you are trying to attract attention and causing a lot of trouble in the city, and you even auctioned it openly. You think you can refine some treasures? You are simply a shame to the weapon refining world. You are taking advantage of your age. The maid next to Jiutian muttered, and Jiutian responded with a sneer, even if I have refined a piece of junk, I am willing to auction it. It is my own business. If my friends are willing to come, I should be honored. Did I force anyone to come? Did I invite you to come? As for the senior, you are just a little old, so you can be called a senior. Are you worthy? Moreover, you always talk about the weapon refining world. You represent the entire weapon refining world. Do you still want to keep this old face? Every word of Jiutian was sharp and piercing. People respected him, and he respected people. As for those who came to his house to make trouble, why should he give them any respect? Since you humiliated me, why should I be polite to you? Too presumptuous, too presumptuous. Master Xuanming was insulted by Jiutian, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Yanfeng next to him was the same. He was filled with a terrible aura. He said to Master Xuanming, Master, I invited you here today, and I was humiliated by the thief. It's my fault. Commander. At this time, Jiutian looked at the crowd. There were several figures there. One of them was the deputy commander of the commander's mansion. Jiutian had seen him. Yes. The deputy commander nodded. Someone invaded my mansion. Do I have the right to expel them? Jiutian asked. Of course. The deputy commander nodded. If they don't obey, or even resist, can I kill them? Jiutian said again. You invaded a private residence and dared to resist and not leave? The owner can decide according to the situation. The deputy commander nodded calmly. It was not because he was partial to Jiutian, but because the rules of the commander's mansion were like this. After all the buildings in Lihoro City were purchased by others with a lot of resources. Other people's homes are private places, so naturally, they are not allowed to break in. The commander's mansion needs to be protected. Everyone, D Pavilion does not welcome you. Please go. Jiutian glanced at Yanfeng, Master Xuanming and the people of the Liu family, and issued an order to expel them without hesitation. No matter who you are, as long as you come to make trouble, sorry, get out. This is unreasonable. Master Xuanming was furious. Wherever he went, people would show disrespect. Today, he was actually expelled in public. This was simply unreasonable. Master Xuanming is highly respected and has superb attainments in refining equipment. Master Dishan, can you be more humble? Someone reminded this. Dishan's eyes flashed and fell directly on that person. He sneered, since Master Xuanming is highly respected, you should accompany Master Xuanming out. I won't see you off. The man's face condensed, looking very unhappy, and said, Dishan, although you are a master of formations, and now you are messing around in refining equipment, you still shouldn't be too arrogant and domineering. Doing so will not do you any good. Have you forgotten the challenge a few days ago? I told you to get out. Dishan spit out a cold voice, and said coldly, everyone who came here today is a guest, but some people think highly of themselves. If anyone can't stand me, please leave together. I'm sure that the things I refine are not in your eyes. Please. Dishan. At this time, a calm voice was heard, without joy or anger. Dishan looked at the other party. It was Liu Fibei, the one who issued a declaration of war to him twice. I have challenged Jiutian twice, but you refused each time. Now, I challenge you for the third time in front of you. Will you accept? Liu Fibei challenged Jiutian again in a calm voice. Everyone's eyes were sharp, and they all fell on Jiutian. Jiutian responded directly, I don't have time. Rejected again, Jiutian, it seems that his martial arts skills are really not good enough. Everyone responded. Cowardly. The Liu family's strong man sneered, and then said, let's go. Since others don't welcome us, let's go out. I hope that one day, Master Jiutian can accept the challenge with dignity. Young master, I heard that Liu Fibei has the cultivation of a mid-level immortal emperor. How can he challenge you so confidently? You don't want to pay attention, and the people of the Liu family are still complacent, as if they are very proud. Why don't you challenge the immortal king of their Liu family and see if there is a top immortal king in the Liu family who will accept the challenge? The maid next to him said softly, causing the Liu family's strong man to pause and look back again. Just in time, he saw Jiutian sneer and laugh. Not everyone can be so shameless. The Liu family's face was extremely ugly when they heard this, and they snorted coldly and continued to walk out. Master Xuanming, let's go. Yanfeng also spoke coldly. Let's go outside and see what magic weapon he can come up with. It's embarrassing to be here. Master Xuanming said coldly. Since you want to see it so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Okay, you don't have to go away. I allow you to watch here. Jiutian suddenly changed his mind and said, causing the people of the Liu family to stop. Master Xuanming and the people of the Yan family who were about to leave were also stunned and looked at Jiutian. Huh? Everyone showed doubts, as if Jiutian was very confident in the magic weapon he had refined. I'll wait and see. Master Xuanming said coldly. Then you can see clearly what kind of waste I have refined. Jiutian looked at him, and then moved his fingers, and the light shone, and a sword appeared in his hand. This sword was actually black, and it was not sharp at all, as if it had not been sharpened, dull and without any strong or released. At a glance, it was completely a waste. Are you kidding me? Master Xuanming said coldly. Why do you say that? Jiutian sneered. Is this also a divine weapon? Of course. Jiutian affirmed. I have refined countless weapons, and I have seen countless divine weapons. Forgive my poor eyesight, I can only see that this is a piece of junk. The divine weapon you are auctioning is this junk. Master Xuanming pointed at Jiutian. Otherwise, how can you say that you are old? When you are old, you should stop embarrassing yourself in public, so as not to be laughed at by others. Jiutian stroked the sword with his palm, and the runes shone brightly, as if something was broken. A crisp sound of click was heard, and the sword was still the unsharpened sword, But above the sky, there was a dazzling and boundless starlight falling down and descending on this sword. Obviously, this is an imperial weapon. Seal, you sealed the power of the sword with the power of the seal, just to show off. Master Xuanming said coldly, without mentioning his previous inference. Jiutian glanced at him sarcastically. The runes on the sword kept flowing. The stars in the sky were shining brighter and brighter. A beam of light connected the sky and the sword, shining in all directions. The terrible aura emanating from the sword could be used to infer the grade of the sword. At this moment, the eyes of everyone who felt the might of the sword were all fixed there, including Master Xuanming, whose face was extremely ugly. P.S. 3 chapters have been updated for 4 consecutive days, and 11 chapters have been added this month. Brothers, please follow Wuhong's WeChat. Search for on WeChat public account to follow and learn about the beauties in the ancient gods. Chapter 1582 Losing Face. The imperial weapon is not only an imperial weapon, but also the power that emanates from it can tell the grade of the imperial weapon, a top-grade imperial weapon. Jiutian, a beginner immortal emperor, refined a top-grade imperial weapon. Refining a weapon is not as easy as carving a formation. The formation is the foundation for refining a magic weapon. To refine a magic weapon, the formation is needed to assist in casting a magic weapon. Therefore, generally speaking, refining a weapon is more complicated than carving a formation. A top-grade imperial weapon can increase the attack power of top immortal emperors. If you have an imperial weapon, the ability of a top immortal emperor can be greatly enhanced. You can imagine how precious it is. Although there are many immortal emperors in the vast Lihoro city, top immortal emperors are also upper-class figures in any force. You can imagine how noble the status of a craftsman who can refine a top-grade imperial weapon is. Why is Master Xuanming so highly respected? Even Yanfeng calls him master. In Jiutian's family, there are still people who speak for him. The reason is that Master Xuanming can refine top-grade imperial weapons. Even top-level immortal emperors need him. For the primary and mid-level immortal emperors, the magic weapons that Master Xuanming refines are enough for them to treasure. Who wouldn't flatter such a master and build a good relationship with him? But at this moment, Jiutian, he refined top-grade imperial weapons. For a moment, everyone quieted down, their hearts trembling constantly. They knew that from this moment on, the status of the formation Master Jiutian was different. Master Xuanming and Yanfeng's faces were as ugly as they could be, and the people of the Liu family also twitched. Only Mo Fei of the Mo family was trembling in his heart, and his face showed an extremely surprised look. Top-grade imperial weapons, it seems that it is right to maintain a good relationship with Jiutian. Mo Junai beside him showed a strange light in his beautiful eyes. How can this guy be so powerful? Master, is this a waste? Emperor Yan pointed the sword in his hand at Master Xuanming, and sneered. Xuanming's face turned ashen. Not long ago, he insulted Emperor Tian repeatedly, claiming that what he refined was waste. What could a beginner immortal emperor refine? He was just trying to attract attention. But in the blink of an eye, Emperor Tian took out a top-grade emperor weapon. What a slap in the face. Disrespectful to the senior. Emperor Tian had no intention of letting the other party go. Since he was sent to the door to slap his face, he would just step on Master Xuanming like the last time Yan Shi did to prove his ability in refining weapons. In this way, the reaction would naturally be stronger. You are full of insults, relying on your seniority, and being self-righteous. The word senior, may I ask, Master, do you think you are worthy of it? Emperor Yan said. Arrogant, even if you have refined this imperial weapon, it is only the simplest top-grade imperial weapon. Master Xuanming was able to refine top-grade imperial weapons many years ago. What qualifications do you have to show off in front of the master? You are ignorant. Yanfeng is already in a difficult situation. He knows that he will be embarrassed this time, but he still has to fight to the end. He cannot weaken his momentum and use Master Xuanming's reputation to suppress Jiutian. The simplest top-grade imperial weapon. Jiutian smiled sarcastically. I will use this imperial weapon to attack. With your top-level immortal emperor cultivation, do you dare to try its power? Why not? Yanfeng said coldly. At this time, how could he retreat? What's more, he has enough confidence in his own strength. With Jiutian's cultivation as an initial-level immortal emperor, can he still threaten him with the help of top-level imperial weapons? With a flash of his figure, Yanfeng went directly to the void. The dazzling starlight fell from the sky. Yanfeng, bathed in the starlight, was like a fire god. The whole person seemed to be burning, making people feel super powerful. Jiutian held the sword, and his figure flashed and went towards the void. Yanfeng stared at him, and his eyes with flame seemed to burn. There was a hint of murderous intent, and he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Jiutian to eliminate future troubles. After all, it was Jiutian who proposed to fight. If he killed him, he didn't know what the attitude of the commander's mansion would be. Kill. Jiutian didn't let Yanfeng think too much. He stabbed forward with the sword. In an instant, the dazzling emperor's light rushed out fiercely. In just a moment, the unsharpened black sword burst out with an extremely terrifying seal light. In just a moment, it turned into an endless seal light, entwining the world and covering Yanfeng. The starlight falling from the sky suddenly stopped, and Yanfeng was wrapped in the endless seal light. The starlight no longer fell, and the rule power around his body seemed to be isolated by the seal, and he couldn't control it freely. Yanfeng's face turned ugly. He punched out with a terrifying fist of fire, which blasted out a ray of destructive light, breaking through everything and tearing apart the sealed light crazily. Go! Jiutian's palm trembled, and the sharp sword broke through the air, directly colliding with a ray of destructive light. From the sword, a fierce and incomparable sealed light spewed out, causing the destructive attack to be directly sealed, and the power continued to weaken and then disappeared. However, the sealed sword continued to bloom the sealed light with the brilliance of the stars, and continued to surge towards Yanfeng, making Yanfeng feel restrained and trapped for a while. Everyone looked at the scene in the void with trembling hearts. The black sword rang, although it was not sharpened and looked like a useless sword, but at this moment they knew how terrible this sword was. Come back. Jiutian uttered a voice, and the sword flew back to his hand. Then he returned to the steps. The light of the seal in the sky dissipated, and Yanfeng stepped out. His face was as ugly as it could be. Yanfeng, a top-level immortal emperor, was trapped by a sword. Although it was only a short moment, he was still trapped, and the rules around him were sealed. Sir, this sword is really simple. It didn't kill him. The little maid muttered as if she was very depressed, but she almost made Yanfeng spit blood in anger. Is this sword simple? Yanfeng said it himself just now, but what about now? His old face was completely lost. A simple sword actually sealed him. Now, the maid even mocked him. Everyone looked at each other, shocked in their hearts. If they had this sword, as long as the person holding the sword was stronger, it would be enough to kill Yanfeng. This Jiutian was just like when he stepped into the Yan family with force. If he didn't make a sound, he would be amazing. Jiutian glanced at the girl next to him and laughed in his heart. He wanted to piss Yanfeng off to death. Master Jiutian has profound attainments in formations. I didn't expect that he is also so good at refining weapons. Compared with Master Jiutian, I am really ashamed. Someone sighed and said. Just by virtue of the birth of this sealed sword, Master Jiutian's reputation is enough to sweep Lihoro City. What's more amazing is that Master Jiutian is only at the initial stage of the Immortal Emperor's cultivation. If he becomes stronger in the future, his attainments in formations and refining weapons will surely be even more powerful. At that time, I can't even imagine it. Voices came out from the crowd one after another. They were all forces that maintained some friendly relations with Jiutian. Before, the Yan family brought Master Xuanming here, and the Liu family made things difficult. They didn't say much, but at this moment, the talent displayed by Jiutian was no longer something that the Yan family and Master Xuanming could suppress. It is no exaggeration to say that with only this imperial weapon, plus Jiutian's cultivation and attainments in formations, his status is already faintly higher than Master Xuanming. If they don't express their opinions now, when will they wait? Although Master Xuanming is highly respected, he rarely appears. On the other hand, Jiutian is here in person and maintains friendly relations with many forces. The Formation Master and the Weapon Refining Master, of course, prefer Jiutian at this time. Many people spoke up one after another, and Master Xuanming and others were completely ignored. The Liu family had the ugliest faces, especially the leader. He felt a little regretful. They had no grudges against Jiutian, but now, they had completely offended Jiutian. Such a strong weapon refining master might achieve higher achievements in the future. It would be impossible to ask him to refine the Emperor's weapons in the future. Let's go. Master Xuanming left with a wave of his sleeves. There was no need for Jiutian to drive him away. He didn't have the face to stay. He had some resentment towards the Yan family. If the Yan family hadn't found him and asked him to come and humiliate Jiutian, he wouldn't have lost face. Yanfeng and the others also left, with a stronger killing intent in their hearts. The people of the Liu family also quietly became powerful. Liu Fibei looked at Jiutian deeply, then at Mo Junai, and then left. Master of formations, master of refining weapons, even if the Mo family did not have such ideas before, but now, I am afraid they will. Jiutian, you are simply a miracle. Mo Fei stepped forward and said with a smile. Elder Mo Fei, thank you for your praise. I also want to thank you for coming to support us. Jiutian became humble again at this moment and said with a smile. No, how can I not come to the auction of such a powerful imperial weapon? If the people in Lihoro City knew that you could refine such an imperial weapon, I am afraid that this place today would not be able to accommodate so many people, haha. Mo Fei laughed heartily. Master Jiutian, isn't it going to be auctioned? We can't wait any longer. A powerful man from a major force said with a smile. Okay, in that case, let's auction this imperial weapon first. If you like it, you can make an offer. Jiutian said. I'll offer 1,000 top-grade imperial stones. Someone said. You want to exchange a treasure like this for 1,000 top-grade emperor stones? I'll give you 3,000 top-grade emperor stones. Someone laughed, and everyone took a breath, their hearts trembled. Even Emperor Yuan couldn't help but tremble. A good magic weapon is simply a treasure. A top-grade emperor weapon is a sky-high price. Ordinary top-level immortal emperors may not be able to afford it. My Mo family must get this emperor weapon. Don't fight with me. At this time, Mo Fei walked up the steps and said with a smile, Emperor Yuan, I just happen to have a treasure in my hand, plus 3,000 top-grade emperor stones to exchange with you. As he said, he took out a furnace tripod. Inside the furnace tripod, there was a terrible immortal fire, revealing a terrible flame power, as if it could melt everything. Emperor Yuan's eyes flashed, and he knew at a glance that this was a treasure, and it was a treasure for refining weapons. How about it? Is there anyone who can compete with me? Mo Fei smiled and said to everyone. Many people were secretly shocked. This furnace tripod itself is also a top-grade imperial weapon. Not only did he exchange it, but he also added 3,000 top-grade imperial stones. This price is really not affordable for others. No one competed. Jiutian smiled at Mo Fei. Did this guy come prepared? He even prepared such a treasure. If he refined a mid-grade imperial weapon, would Mo Fei take out this furnace tripod? Jiutian was a little curious. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1583, Imperial Pavilion Expansion. The sealed sword was successfully traded by Mo Fei, the elder of the Mo family. Naturally, everyone congratulated him. Jiutian looked at everyone and smiled. Inviting you all here today to auction this magic weapon is only one of the purposes. I have one more thing to announce. Oh. Everyone looked at Jiutian, a little curious. Could there be other surprises? As you can see, this pavilion is not small and can accommodate many people. Therefore, I decided to turn the pavilion into a place for treasure trading. If any friend is willing to come to the pavilion for trading, I will not charge any fees and provide the location of the pavilion for everyone to trade freely. In addition, the tribute from the commander's mansion will also be borne by me. Jiutian said with a smile. Mo Junai's eyes flashed. Is his father's words going to come true? Jiutian's ambition is indeed not to carve arrays and refine weapons. He doesn't want to be satisfied with this at all. Now, he actually wants to open a trading pavilion. It seems that he is ambitious. After what happened today, Jiutian's fame will surely spread throughout Lihoro City, and he will become a hot figure. How can a primary immortal emperor refining a top-grade imperial weapon not cause a sensation? The news of the trading pavilion spread, and the influence of this place spread instantly. Many people will come here to open transactions. In order to manage the trading pavilion, I still need to recruit some strong people to work for the pavilion. Although I dare not say that the treatment is much better, it is directly on par with the commander's mansion. As long as someone is willing to trust me, I will never treat them unfairly. As for the time limit, it is 10 years. The treatment will be renegotiated every 10 years. If you are not satisfied, you can leave. I will never interfere with your freedom. Jiutian continued, and the beautiful eyes of the maid next to him blinked. Is the young master finally going to expand outward? Finally, I will auction an imperial weapon on this day of every month, and a top-grade imperial weapon on this day of every year. Welcome everyone to come to the Imperial Pavilion often. Jiutian said with a smile, and everyone was shocked. Everyone had seen the magic weapon refined by Jiutian before. It contained the power of sealing and could seal the opponent's rules. It was very useful in battle. With Jiutian's reputation, his auction of imperial weapons in the future would definitely be full of guests. Okay, that's all. I hope everyone can help me spread the news. In addition, you are also welcome to visit my Emperor Pavilion. Jiutian bowed and smiled at everyone, very politely. Everyone began to say goodbye and leave. Some big forces stayed behind and chatted with Jiutian for a few words and then left. Mo Fei smiled at Jiutian and said, "Your move is ruthless enough. Tell me, is the trading pavilion just a transition? Do you plan to open an auction house in the future?" Elder Mo Fei has a keen eye, but the auction house and the trading pavilion are not in conflict, they are both used for trading. In the future, as long as it is a fine treasure, it will be auctioned. Jiutian said with a smile. The idea is good, but it takes time to settle. Even if you will be very rich soon, to maintain the operation of an auction house, you need a steady stream of treasures, you need others to trust you, and be willing to bring their treasures to you for auction. Then, you need enough people. Your place is a little small. Mo Fei said. So before opening the auction house, I only auctioned the Emperor's weapons, but provided a trading place for free. As long as the Emperor Pavilion becomes popular, the flow of people will naturally not be a problem. I believe that if it is well managed and accumulated over a long period of time, it will sooner or later become a prosperous trading place. As for the location, at most I will ask the commander's mansion to buy the surrounding land together. Jiutian smiled. It seems that you have already thought about it. Then, I will wait and see. Mo Fei looked at Jiutian and said. Mo Junai also had a gentle smile in her beautiful eyes, and said, "You are really a monster. I really want to see what kind of face is hidden under your mask. Since it is a monster, of course it is ugly." Jiutian smiled and replied. Mo Junai rolled her eyes at him. "I don't believe it." "Okay, I will go back and report to the head of the family first." Mo Fei said goodbye and then left. Young master. After everyone left, the maid looked at Jiutian, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. "What's wrong?" Jiutian asked. "Sir, when the Emperor Pavilion expands in the future, there will definitely be many people around you, Zion Ozhu." The maid said weakly. Jiutian smiled and glanced at her, saying, "Zion Ozhu, when the Emperor Pavilion expands in the future, you will still be the chief steward of the Emperor Pavilion." "Thank you, sir." The maid laughed happily. "I don't want a chief steward, as long as the women are under my care." Jiutian's face was dark, and he glanced at the little maid. What he said was very ambiguous. Zion, who seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing, her eyes dodged, and then she slipped away directly. What happened in the Emperor Pavilion quickly spread out and spread throughout Lihoro City with an astonishing momentum. A formation master is enough to become famous. A formation master who can refine top-grade imperial weapons, his fame is enough to break out of the central city and spread to the entire vast Lihoro City. After all, weapon refiners are people that everyone pays attention to. Especially this time, Jiutian's fame was still stepped on the shoulders of Master Xuanming. Master Xuanming is a well-known figure. However, this time he wanted to humiliate Jiutian, but was slapped in the face. In addition to the Yan family and the Liu family, it was enough to cause a big sensation. No wonder Master Jiutian did not accept Liu Fibei's challenge. Liu Fibei was not worthy of it. Although Liu Fibei was talented, Master Jiutian was a master of refining weapons who could refine top-grade imperial weapons. How could Liu Fibei be compared with him? As a result, the D Pavilion became extremely lively overnight. Many powerful people responded to the call. Many scattered immortal kings were willing to serve the D Pavilion. With Master Jiutian's ability, he would be able to earn a huge amount of cultivation resources in the future, and he should not treat them unfairly. Ziozu girl also accepted several female immortal kings to work for Jiutian with her. Those female immortal kings were from some small family forces in Lihoro City. Of course, their families were willing to serve Master Jiutian. What made Jiutian laugh was that Ziozu was very strange in choosing people. She wanted pretty beauties. After all, they were the ones who served the young master, But they couldn't be too pretty, at least they couldn't be better than her. But there were still very few people who came to the pavilion to trade. After all, there were many large trading places in Lihoro City, and many people's transactions were habitually completed there. Although Jiutian was very famous now, when doing transactions, everyone would first consider the place with the most people. If they came to the pavilion to trade, what would be the use if no one was interested? The pavilion, after all, had just started and was not mature yet. But soon a shocking news came out that the Mo family had joined forces with the pavilion. Mo Fei, the elder of the Mo family, served as the chief steward of the pavilion. Mo Junai, the daughter of Mo Ting, the head of the Mo family, also joined the pavilion and was responsible for hosting the auction of the magic weapons refined by Master Jiutian in the future. Moreover, they released the news that they would serve in the pavilion for 100 years, which meant that they would all be members of the pavilion for the next 100 years. Mo Fei is a distinguished elder of the Mo family, and Mo Junai is a princess of the Mo family, with great weight. The two also brought a lot of people from the Mo family to the Emperor's pavilion. For a time, the outside world was shaken again, and two immortal emperors also joined the Emperor's pavilion and signed a 10-year appointment contract with the Emperor's pavilion. During these 10 years, they need to serve the Emperor's pavilion, and Emperor Yan will give them corresponding rewards. In the backyard of the Emperor's pavilion, Emperor Yan, Mo Fei, and Mo Junai were all there. Emperor Tian took out a storage ring and handed it to Mo Junai, saying, "This is the magic weapon I have refined these days. It is enough for auctions in several years. Junai, you arrange the order of auctions, and I will leave it to you. You trust me so much?" Mo Junai smiled gently and blinked at Emperor Tian. "The future development of my Emperor's pavilion depends on you. How can I not trust you?" Emperor Tian said with a smile. "I don't have that much ability." Mo Junai curled her lips. "Who said I don't have it? Just by standing there with your beauty, you can double the price of my imperial weapons." Jiutian joked, Mo Fei and Xiaozu laughed, and Mo Junai glared at Jiutian. "Elder Mo Fei!" Jiutian shouted. "Pavilion Master, you should call me the chief steward now, at least for the next 100 years." Mo Fei smiled. "Okay, chief steward, the imperial pavilion will be handed over to you from now on. I plan to practice for a while, and you will be responsible for all the affairs of the imperial pavilion." Jiutian smiled. "Why? The imperial pavilion has just started, and you want to be a hands-off boss?" Mo Fei was stunned. "Who asked you to come to me on your own initiative? I'm not as good as you, the chief steward, at these things. Since you, Junai, and Xiaozu are here, there's nothing for me to do. Remember to help me collect some refining materials, and I'll be responsible for refining the magic weapon." Jiutian said with a smile. He had planned to wait until the Emperor Pavilion was on the right track before considering cultivation, but he didn't expect Mo Fei and Mo Junai to come and help on their own initiative. He understood what the Mo family meant, and he would know how to handle it. As long as the Mo family helped him develop the Emperor Pavilion, he would naturally not treat the Mo family unfairly in the future. "You're so cruel," Mo Fei said speechlessly. "Then the Emperor Pavilion will be handed over to you, the chief steward." Jiutian smiled, and turned around and left. Mo Fei and Mo Junai were completely speechless. 1 month after Jiutian's first auction of the Emperor's weapon, the Emperor Pavilion officially auctioned the second Emperor's weapon. The Emperor Pavilion was crowded with people. Countless strong men came here because of Master Jiutian's fame and because they wanted to see the magic weapons refined by Master Jiutian. Therefore, many people in the Emperor Pavilion set up trading locations on this day to trade here. The auction went smoothly. It was another magic weapon of the seal type. Although it was a mid-grade Emperor weapon, it still caused heated discussions. Many other transactions were also completed in the Emperor Pavilion, which made people almost think that the Emperor Pavilion was already a mature trading market. However, after the end of the day, many people withdrew directly without giving any face. Therefore, the chief steward Mo Fei had to set a rule that those who wanted to set up a trading point on the day of the Emperor Pavilion auction must sign a 1-year contract with the Emperor Pavilion. In this year, at least 100 days must be set up to trade in the Emperor Pavilion. Otherwise, don't think about taking advantage on the day of the auction. This bundling method is obviously very effective. Next, many people signed contracts with the Emperor Pavilion, so the Emperor Pavilion trading market gradually improved, and more people came. Chapter 1584 Xiahao makes things difficult. A new power, the Emperor Pavilion, appeared in the central urban area of Lihoro City, and gradually became popular. However, the owner of the Emperor Pavilion, Emperor Yan, gradually faded out of everyone's sight, unlike when he first appeared and caused a sensation. As time passed, the Emperor Pavilion became better and better. After an expansion and transformation, it began to take shape. Many people would think of the Emperor Pavilion when they wanted to trade treasures. Although Master Jiutian rarely appeared, and fewer people in Lihoro City mentioned him, it did not mean that his reputation was weaker. On the contrary, as time went by, Master Jiutian's reputation became more and more popular, and gradually became deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and was no longer an image that rose overnight. In particular, the magic weapons and magic treasures refined by Master Jiutian were auctioned in the Emperor Pavilion every month. Although the person disappeared, the things were there, so how could he not be famous? When he first became famous, many people could find Master Jiutian to cast the formation, but since Master Jiutian refined the top-grade Emperor weapon, it was difficult to see Master Jiutian. Even many major forces could not do it. After all, even the elders and the daughter of the head of the family, such as the Mo family, worked in the Emperor Pavilion in person. Master Jiutian is now famous, which is normal. It is impossible for him to be invited by anyone like before. Others can refine top-grade imperial weapons. Will they waste time setting up some small formations for you? This is obviously impossible. It is the day of paying tribute again. The D Pavilion, like many forces, needs to pay tribute. The amount of resources to pay tribute is determined by the commander's mansion, based on the size of the industry. Because it is the first time to pay tribute, the chief steward Mo Fei personally led people to go, but when he came back, Mo Fei seemed a little unhappy. Chief steward, what's wrong? The maid Xiaozu asked when she saw Mo Fei's dark face. Has the pavilion master offended the commander's mansion? Mo Fei asked. No, it's just that Commander Xiahao came in person to invite the pavilion director and deputy commander, and the pavilion master naturally refused. Xiaozu responded. Mo Fei's eyes flickered, and then he said coldly, this Xiahao is indeed extremely arrogant and overbearing. My D Pavilion's assets are not very large, but he actually defines it as a first-class force and collects so much tribute. This is too much? Is there no standard for how much tribute should be? Mo Junai asked. Miss, you have not participated in the affairs here, so you don't know. The standards for tribute are generally divided into 9 levels. The top forces are first-class forces and need to pay the highest amount of tribute. They are positioned as first-class tribute and pay the largest amount of tribute, which is also constant. The second is the second-class forces, and so on. The current scale of our Emperor Pavilion can barely be regarded as a third-class force. However, the commander's mansion said that the Emperor Pavilion has me, a top-level immortal emperor, and the pavilion master can refine top-grade imperial weapons. There are also many people trading here. It should be classified as a first-class force, equivalent to those super auction houses, and pay the highest amount of tribute. This is simply unreasonable. Mo Fei's voice was cold, and Mo Junai's face suddenly became ugly. He said coldly, is there no one who can solve this problem? In this central city, Commander Xiahao is the overlord and has great power. If he doesn't pay tribute, he can make the Emperor Pavilion unable to exist, unless the Emperor Pavilion moves to other areas. Mo Fei said, then I am afraid that I don't know how much the popularity that has been accumulated with great difficulty will be lost. Xiahao obviously saw this point. The popularity of the D Pavilion has accumulated little by little over time. Now the D Pavilion trading market is already quite prosperous. If it is relocated, the loss will be huge and it will have to start all over again. The leader of a party is really bold. A voice came, and I saw the figure of Jiutian coming towards this side, his eyes shining with coldness. You came out. Mo Fei smiled bitterly and said, there is no way. Commander Xiahao is strong, so we can only endure it. Generally speaking, the commander's mansion will not do things without principles. Obviously, he hates you for rejecting him. Moreover, he feels very unhappy about developing the Emperor Pavilion. More importantly, he is an official and does not need to rely on you. Even if he wants the Emperor's weapon, he can find other weapon refining masters, so he dares to do this. Yes. Jiutian nodded, with the cold light in his eyes, How much will we lose from the tribute paid by the first-class forces? The tribute paid by the first-class forces is 100 times that of the third-class forces. Almost half of the proceeds from our auction are enough to pay tribute to the commander's mansion. Mo Fei said. After all, although their Emperor Pavilion has a good development situation, its income still depends only on the auction of Emperor Yan's refining of the Emperor's weapon. The trading stalls of the Emperor Pavilion are all private, and there are no other channels to earn resources. 100 times, you can imagine how terrifying it is. This means that the Emperor Pavilion only needs to pay tribute of 1% or even less resources. This ratio is considered a normal tribute ratio, and both parties can be satisfied. Since Commander Xiahao is taking such good care of us, then we will develop the Emperor Pavilion into a truly first-class force. Jiutian said coldly, spread the news that I will appear at the next auction. It is a special magic weapon that I recently refined. It will be announced in my name. Are you ready to start the auction house? Murphy's eyes flashed with a sharpness. Well, let's take this opportunity to announce it. Moreover, if we start the auction house in the Emperor Pavilion, the profit will be half less than that of other auction houses. Only in this way can it be attractive enough to attract people to send treasures to us for auction. In addition, every month, my Emperor Weapon Auction Day will be defined as the auction day of the top magic weapon. Only the best treasures will be auctioned, so that people in Lihoro City will know that on this day of every month, our Emperor Pavilion has good treasures. Jiutian said. Good tricks. Murphy praised, and Mo Junai's beautiful eyes also flashed with a strange light. Looking at the masked Jiutian, what is this guy thinking? He is so good in this aspect. Emperor Pavilion, Master Jiutian will appear in person at the next auction, and the auction item is a special magic weapon he recently refined. All the major forces in Lihoro City immediately began to pay attention. When Master Jiutian first made a move, he took out a top-grade imperial weapon, which severely slapped Master Xuanming and the Yan family in the face. After that, Master Jiutian rarely appeared. Now, this time Master Jiutian is so high-profile. The imperial weapon he wants to auction must be an extraordinary magic weapon. How can everyone not be interested? The news spread rapidly and soon spread in Lihoro City. Not only the central city, but even the other 4 major cities in Lihoro City also had strong people rushing to the central city to participate in this auction and see what treasures the most famous weapon refiner in recent years will have this time. On this day, Emperor Pavilion, the newly built open-air auction house, was crowded with people and strong people. The stands were already full, and there were still countless figures behind them, floating in the air, looking forward to what treasures Master Jiutian could take out this time. The trading booths in the Emperor Pavilion were all packed. Because there were too many people, the supply and demand naturally increased. The people who traded in the Emperor Pavilion were all smiling and grateful to Master Jiutian. He developed the Emperor Pavilion so well and provided it to them without charging them any resources. The tribute was also borne by the Emperor Pavilion. When the auction was about to start, the traders rolled up their treasures and went to the auction site. Mo Fei, the general manager of the Emperor Pavilion, appeared. He looked at everyone and thanked them. Naturally, he welcomed everyone's support. Afterwards, Mo Junai and Jiutian came together, like a couple, which made Liu Fibei in the crowd look a little unnatural. The people of the Liu family came again this time. Not only the people of the Liu family, but also the Yan family and Master Xuanming were here again, but this time they were all very low-key, just blending in with the crowd. Master Xuanming even wrapped himself in a cloak. Master Jiutian. It's been many years since we last met. Master Jiutian is even more charming than before. Some of Jiutian's old acquaintances stood up to greet Jiutian. Jiutian nodded and walked onto the auction stage with Mo Junai. Jiutian looked around the crowd and naturally saw the people from the Yan family and the Liu family. He also saw the head of the Mo family, Mo Ting, who came here in person. In addition, there was one place that caught Jiutian's special attention. It was the people from the central city commander's mansion. Xiahao was sitting in the middle. In addition to him, Linba, Xiao Miran, and Yin Chu, the 3 major commanders, were all here. This meant that 4 of the 5 commanders in Lihoro City had come. It was obvious how famous he was now. The whole Lihoro City knew about it. Is he Master Jiutian? He has such a good temperament and must be very handsome. Xiao Miran's eyes were charming and charming. She was still wearing a very revealing sexy slit long skirt today. Her snow-white thighs were looming, causing many people to secretly peek at her. However, because she was sitting with Xiao Hao, some people speculated that she might be someone under Commander Xiao Hao, and no one dared to be presumptuous. You know he's wearing a mask, how can you not be a fangirl? Yin Chu rolled his eyes at her. My vision is naturally correct. This Jiutian must be young and handsome, with such a steady temperament. He has become famous at the beginning of the Immortal Emperor. If there's a chance, I must invite him to my commander's mansion to play. Lady Zio's smile is charming. Yin Chu said coldly, Lady Zio, you don't seem to have invited me. You. Lady Zio glanced at Yin Chu and said sarcastically, neither male nor female. Lady Zio, there's no need to be so disrespectful. Yin Chu said depressedly. Okay, the auction has begun. Let's see what good things he has refined. Xiao Hao said lightly, interrupting the two of them, and immediately they all looked at the auction table. Welcome everyone to the D Pavilion to participate in this auction. I know that everyone can't wait to see what magic weapon Master Jiutian has refined. I won't say any more nonsense. Master Jiutian, please take out the magic weapon for everyone to see. Mo Junai said with a smile. Xiao Miran looked at her seductively and said, although she is very beautiful, she is not suitable to host the auction. She lacks charm. It would be better if I went up. You? Believe it or not, the palace master has removed your position as the leader. Lin Ba smiled and said, what's more, as far as I know, this woman is the daughter of a noble family in the Xiao area. It is already very good to be able to do this. If it weren't for winning over this weapon refining master, this noble family would never do this. Chapter 1585 Palace Master Attention. Mo Junai is the daughter of the Mo family, the daughter of the patriarch. Just as Lin Ba said, if it weren't for the fact that Jiutian had refined a top-grade magic weapon, she would not have come to the pavilion to host the auction, and Mo Fei would not have come to the pavilion to be the chief steward. Mo Junai was somewhat reluctant before, but now, she has gradually adapted to it. Although it is a bit indecent to show up like this, every time she auctions the magic weapons refined by Jiutian, it always causes a sensation, and she still feels a bit proud. All the magic weapons auctioned by her are sold at sky-high prices. At this moment, her beautiful eyes looked at Jiutian beside her. Jiutian took a step forward and said with a smile, in order to test the power of this imperial weapon, we need a top immortal emperor to cooperate with us. I wonder if anyone is willing to give it a try. I'll do it. Before everyone could react, they saw a beautiful figure soaring into the air and floating out. Everyone looked up and their eyes were fixed instantly. They saw a pair of snow-white and slender legs looming, and the long skirt was split at the thigh. The hazy beauty was simply tempting. Just looking at the back, it made people's blood boil. It was an absolutely devilish figure. Master Jiutian, how about I cooperate with you? The figure that came out was Xiao Miran. Seeing her appear, Jiutian was stunned for a moment, and then nodded and said, okay. The crowd saw Xiao Miran's body going into the void, and that extremely charming face was reflected in front of everyone's eyes. That tempting place was extremely plump, and a touch of snow white could be seen faintly. It's Lady Zio, the leader of South City. Some people from powerful forces recognized Lady Zio, and their eyes flashed with a strange light. Lady Zio has always acted strangely and has a very strange personality. I didn't expect her to appear in such an occasion, and to test the Emperor's weapon for Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian's figure soared into the air, and Lady Zio was bathed in the Emperor's light. She was already extremely charming, and she added a bit of sacred luster, and even a strange charm. She smiled at Emperor Tian and said, Master Emperor Tian, where's the magic weapon? Emperor Tian waved his palm, and a black door appeared in an instant. It was a sealed door. On this door, there were endless divine patterns, which turned into extremely complex patterns. There was bright starlight from the sky falling on the sealed door. The sealed door spewed out terrible sealed light, and it kept trembling in the void. You have to be careful. Lady Zio smiled seductively, the imperial light shone, and a powerful rule field appeared. In an instant, the whole world was filled with the phantom of Lady Zio, which was endless and wrapped the vast void in it. Every figure showed an extremely charming posture, and every frown and smile was charming. The people below were stunned for a moment, and they felt that their consciousness was gradually blurred, and they were about to fall into it and couldn't extricate themselves. In their eyes, it seemed that only the unparalleled phantom was left. Emperor Tian waved his palm, and rays of light hit the sealed door. The sealed door was spinning wildly, and terrible seal lights were directly shut out. Under the shut gaze of the people, the phantoms of Lady Xiao were directly sealed in a seal pattern, frozen in the void, unable to move. When the seal door swept through the void, the endless phantoms were all sealed. Lady Xiao appeared. She stretched out her finger, and a dazzling glow bloomed. The world was filled with supreme brilliance, but it contained an astonishing destructive force. That finger transformed into thousands of forms, able to cut through the void and destroy everything. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful and seductive woman could launch such a terrible attack. Phantom killing finger, Lady Xiao is really willing to do it. Lin Ba's eyes flashed, looking at the finger light that was all over the sky, which could cut through the void. But at this time, the seal gate released endless seal light, and a series of seal forces bloomed from the seal gate, hitting the thousands of finger techniques, turning into terrible seal patterns. No matter how strong the attack was, it was directly intercepted and sealed. So domineering. Lady Xiao smiled lightly, her 10 fingers were like jade, and she kept hitting. The phantom killing finger was infinitely powerful, and the light directly cut off those seal patterns, and the finger light was all over the sky, killing everything, and hitting Emperor Yan, as if she wanted to see how strong this Emperor's soldier was. During the attack, Lady Xiao was always smiling, still charming. The sealed door was spinning wildly, and the light above the sky was dazzling and boundless, spewing out the imperial light. The whole void seemed to be sealed, and thousands of killing fingers froze the void. The sealed door released a dazzling sealing light towards Lady Xiao. Lady Xiao flashed and disappeared like a ghost. After a moment, she returned to the sky above her position below, her long skirt fluttering, and her phantom was unparalleled, extremely attractive. What a powerful imperial weapon! Lady Xiao's face was full of brilliance, and then she slowly sat down. Everyone present had sharp eyes. Of course, they could feel the horror of this sealed door, which could seal all attacks, seal the rule field, and seal the opponent. It was too strong. Does anyone else want to try it? Jiutian asked. No, Master Jiutian, what is the starting price for this imperial weapon? Someone asked. Haha, such a magic weapon is so rare. The master's refining ability is even better than before. Master Xuanming in the crowd had a gloomy face. He asked himself if he could refine the magic weapon that Jiutian had refined now. I'll leave the auction to Junai. Jiutian smiled, landed on the auction table, and placed the sealed door next to Mo Junai. Mo Junai rolled her eyes at him, then smiled and looked at everyone and said, I believe you can't wait. The starting price of this emperor weapon is 10,000 top-grade emperor stones. If you have other precious treasures, you can directly convert them into emperor stones. The terrifying price. Everyone was trembling, but it was also expected. Such a powerful emperor weapon can be used directly to resist the top immortal emperor. Xiao Miran's attack was so powerful, but it was blocked by this emperor weapon. If it was obtained by a top-level strong man, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. However, even among the top immortal emperors, there are not many people who can afford such a price. 20,000 top-grade emperor stones. Lady Xiao smiled and doubled the price. Many people sighed in their hearts. They could only watch. Emperor Yan was very calm. He watched the price continue to rise. In the end, this top-grade emperor weapon sealed door was sold for 53,000 top-grade emperor stones and was bought by Lady Xiao. Many people were amazed at her generosity, but those who knew her identity were not surprised. As the leader of South City, Lady Xiao was naturally extremely wealthy. Afterwards, Emperor Pavilion's chief steward Mo Fei walked onto the auction stage and officially announced that Emperor Pavilion would start the auction site and set this area as the auction site for Emperor Pavilion in the future. It instantly caused a shock. It turned out that this was the real purpose of Emperor Pavilion. The auction house plus the trading field, when prosperous enough, this Emperor Pavilion can become a new powerful force. However, many forces had already guessed it and were not too surprised. After everyone left, the news of what happened in the Emperor's Pavilion spread quickly. Emperor Yan and the magic weapon sealed door became the focus of attention again. For a time, the name of the weapon master Emperor Yan was at its peak. Who could refine such a terrible emperor weapon at the initial stage of the immortal emperor realm? Everyone knew that the future of Master Emperor Yan was simply unimaginable. Shortly after the auction of the Emperor's Pavilion ended, the 5 commanders of Lihoro City came to Lihoro Palace again after collecting tribute. According to the usual practice, The Lord of Lihoro Palace and the Grand Commanders Jiutian met the 5 people in person, and Qin Wentian naturally came as well. The 5 commanders handed over the tribute they collected, and the 2 maids of the palace master returned 10% to them after they came back. Then they secretly sent a message to the Lord of Lihoro Palace. The Lord of Lihoro Palace smiled at Qin Wentian and asked, "Qin Wentian, what are you busy with recently?" "I've been busy practicing recently." Qin Wentian responded. "Is the pressure in Bicheng district too great?" The Lord of Lihoro Palace seemed very concerned. Qin Wentian shook his head and said, "I am ashamed. I have been the commander for more than 20 years and have not made any achievements. Many people say that I dare not leave the commander's house. How can I say that I am under pressure? So you know." Xia House nodded coldly. "I heard that Bicheng district is still the same as usual. Many forces don't pay tribute at all. You just turn a blind eye. You are really good at being a commander." Xia Hao, the palace lord, promised Commander Qin to give him 100 years 20 years ago. It's only 20 years. I believe Commander Qin will understand what to do. Xiu Shuang smiled at Qin Wentian, but saw Qin Wentian bowed his head and said nothing. The commander of Bicheng district, who killed the 3 deputy commanders as soon as he took office, is now so low-key that it is outrageous. He has been practicing in seclusion and not asking about foreign affairs or paying tribute. He is like a puppet commander and is just messing around. The commander-in-chief is teaching me a lesson, but I just can't stand some people. Xia Hao glanced at Qin Wentian coldly. "Xia Hao, Wentian has only been the commander for 20 years, unlike you, who has long been ingrained. I heard that a master named Jiutian appeared in your place. He's extraordinary in both formation and refining. Even the beauty went to the auction in person to buy an imperial weapon. Is this true?" Lihoro Palace Master asked with a smile. Qin Wentian, who lowered his head, had a flash of light in his eyes, but then he stood there quietly as if nothing had happened. So soon, did it attract the attention of Lihoro Palace Master? "Palace Master, it is true, but it is inevitable that there will be some exaggeration." Xia Hao responded. "Really?" Lihoro Palace Master smiled and said, "Is there any way to recruit him for your own use?" "Palace Master, I promised him the position of deputy commander a long time ago, but he refused." Xia Hao said. "Xia Hao, you know, there are very few people who can refine weapons. Even my Lihoro Palace lacks them. If you try harder, you can hint at a position equivalent to the commander. If necessary, you can say that I have some interest in him." The Lihoro Palace Master said with a smile. Xia Hao nodded. "I understand. I will definitely try my best." "Okay." The Lihoro Palace Master waved his hand. "You go back first." "Yes, Palace Master." The 5 people bowed and retreated together, then turned and left. Chapter 1586 The Hand of Conspiracy. Xia Hao naturally had to do what the Lord of Lihoro Palace had personally ordered. Although Xia Hao was very upset that Jiutian had rejected him before, he didn't want to invite Jiutian again. Even if he was a master of weapon refining, it wouldn't affect his power. If it wasn't for the Lord of Lihoro Palace giving the order, he wouldn't have bothered with Jiutian at all. This time, Xia Hao didn't come in person, but ordered a deputy commander to come to the pavilion. When Mo Fei learned that Xia Hao had sent someone to come, he found Jiutian. Jiutian naturally understood what was going on and sneered in his heart. The Lord of Lihoro Palace asked Xia Hao to invite him, and then sent a deputy commander to let him go to the commander's mansion. Not long ago, he slaughtered him ruthlessly, and classified them as a third-class force as a first-class force to collect tribute, and he still wanted him to visit in person? "Tell him I'm busy," Jiutian said to Mo Fei, but Mo Fei frowned and said, "Jiutian, do you want to ease the relationship? After all, the central area of Lihoro City is Xia Hao's territory. No need, he wants to invite me to join the commander's mansion. I can't agree, since I have offended him before and will offend him again in the future, then there is no need to give him face." Jiutian responded. As long as they don't do anything that violates the rules and don't take the initiative to provoke the commander's mansion, even if Xia Hao is the commander, what can he do to them? Mo Fei pondered for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." As he said that, he went to report to the deputy commander. When the deputy commander left, his face was very ugly. This was the second time he was rejected. Last time, Commander Xia Hao went to Jiutian in person and was rejected. This time, he was asked to come, but even Jiutian couldn't see him. Sure enough, becoming a master of refining is different. He is so famous that he doesn't even give the commander face. He is so arrogant. After returning to the commander's mansion, Zhao Hao learned that he had not even seen Jiutian, let alone invited him to the commander's mansion. He immediately smashed the table next to him, stood up, and said, "I want to see how much face he has." After that, Zhao Hao personally walked out of the commander's mansion and came to the pavilion again. The Lord of Lihoro Palace had given him instructions, so he had to do it even if he didn't want to. Even if he didn't succeed in the end, at least he tried his best. Otherwise, it would not be good if the Lord of Lihoro Palace knew that he didn't take it to heart. Zhao Hao came in person, and Jiutian didn't want to really tear his face with Zhao Hao, so he invited him to sit in the mansion and said with a smile, "Commander Zhao Hao's visit to the pavilion is a great honor to my humble home. Master Jiutian is now famous in Lihoro City, but he is very busy. It's hard to see you." Zhao Hao meant something. "It's true that I'm very busy. My place is small and I'm just starting out. The Lord Commander thinks too highly of my D Pavilion and regards it as a first-class force. I have to work hard." Jiutian responded with a smile, and both of them had something to say. Jiutian sneered in his heart. "You came to invite me with such an arrogant expression. Do you really think that everyone has to give you face? You just stabbed me not long ago. Do you still want me to beg you in a humble manner?" Sure enough, Jiutian's words made Xiao Hao raise his eyebrows, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He said, "Who made Master Jiutian so famous? Everyone knows that I came here this time to tell you good news." "Oh." Jiutian smiled and asked knowingly, "Please teach me, Commander. This time when I went to Lihoro Palace to pay tribute, I recommended you to the Palace Master. After the Palace Master learned about your talents, he asked you to come to be my deputy. You joined my commander's mansion. In the future, I will train you as the future commander. Such an opportunity is rare." Xiao Hao looked at Jiutian and said, with an expression that "I want to give you alms." It seemed as if Jiutian wanted to kowtow to him 3 times and 9 times to thank him for his great kindness. Jiutian was stunned, looking at Xiao Hao in surprise. How could this proud commander be so shameless? Was he the one who recommended him to the Palace Master? To be his deputy? Deputy commander? None of these were correct. It was the Palace Master Lihoro who personally asked him about this. Moreover, it was agreed that he would be given a position equal to the commander. How come he became the deputy commander? What a sinister Xiao Hao! Jiutian thought to himself. Was this considered as an invitation from the Palace Master? If he didn't agree, when Xiao Hao reported back to the Palace Master Lihoro, he would definitely say that Xiao Hao personally visited and invited him, and that Jiutian was ungrateful and rejected the Palace Master's kindness. Emperor Jian could guess this with his eyes closed, but he remained expressionless and smiled. "I am grateful for the Palace Master's kindness, and I also thank Commander Zhao Hao for recommending me. However, I am used to being free, so I want to do something in the Emperor's Pavilion. I hope you will not be offended. Everyone has their own ambitions. This commander will not force you. I will report to the Palace Master truthfully." Zhao Hao nodded, and then said, "In this case, I will take my leave. Commander Zhao Hao, take care." Emperor Jian was too lazy to say polite words, and stood up to see him off. Zhao Hao smiled and walked out. After leaving the Emperor's pavilion, his face suddenly darkened, and there were flashes of cold light, which was very scary. Of course, he could feel how much Emperor Jian did not give him face. Outside the Emperor's pavilion, several passers-by noticed Zhao Hao's expression. The Emperor's pavilion has been very lively these days, with people coming and going. No one would care about passers-by, and Zhao Hao did not care either. After returning to the commander's mansion, Zhao Hao naturally ordered the deputy commander to report back to the Palace Master. Of course, he had modified the report. For example, he had clearly expressed the Palace Master's love and attention, but Jiutian was a little disdainful. A few days later, several people came to the commander's mansion to pay a visit to Commander Zhao Hao. Because the visitor was of extraordinary status, Commander Zhao Hao personally met him. In the hall, Commander Zhao Hao sat above the main seat, and below him was the deputy commander. As for the lower seat, there were several people, all of whom were very powerful, top-level immortal emperors. Obviously, the identity of the person who came here today was unusual. Yanfen was among them, and Yanfen was sitting below an old man, which meant that his status in the Yan family was not as good as that old man. It turned out that he was the head of the Yan family. The status of the people from the other two families seemed to be no worse than that of the head of the Yan family. They are the leaders of the two first-class forces from the central city of Lihoro City, and they all have the same forces behind them, the auction house, and the trading place. Now, the Emperor Pavilion has gradually threatened their status. The territory of the central city is fixed, and there will be almost no big changes no matter how many strong people there are. Once the Emperor Pavilion rises and becomes prosperous, there will be fewer people on their side, and they will be divided by the Emperor Pavilion. In the future, everyone will go to the Emperor Pavilion for auction, which will obviously cause a great impact on them. So, they came to the commander's mansion, and brought the Yan family with them. After all, everyone knows that the Yan family and the Emperor Pavilion Jiutian have a grudge. The two major families are the Han family and the Wei family. They are both very old and large families. They have developed in Lihoro City for many years. Otherwise, they would not be able to make the auction house big. They control very huge resources in their hands. In the ancient palace, the group of people had been chatting and had not yet entered the main topic until the heads of the Han and Wei families looked at the head of the Yan family, who then said, "Commander, what do you think of the Emperor Pavilion?" Xiahao smiled at the head of the Yan family and said, "What do you mean, Master Yan?" Master Jiutian is arrogant and domineering. Before he became famous, he joined our Yan family and killed two powerful men of our Yan family. He was so arrogant that he didn't even take the rules of the commander's mansion into consideration. Now, after becoming famous, he is even more arrogant and no one is taken seriously by him. The head of the Yan family said coldly, with righteous words, and he dragged the commander's mansion into it. At the beginning, Jiutian and the Yan family fought fairly, so what did the commander's mansion have to do with it? However, no one would expose him. Everyone sitting here was shrewd and calculating. That's right, Commander. The Pavilion opened a trading pavilion in this area, and then opened an auction house, without even saying hello, and didn't take us seniors seriously at all. Seniors, didn't you see how Jiutian insulted Master Zuoming? Now Master Zuoming has no face to show up. The group of people spoke one after another, all filled with righteous indignation, and finally got to the point. This Jiutian is quite resourceful. The development of power depends on the means. Come, drink. Commander Xiahao said with a smile. Several families secretly cursed this old fox. It was as good as saying nothing. They had found out clearly that Xiahao had personally gone to the pavilion, and his face was ashen when he came out. Now, they came to visit just to make Xiahao promise that if they wanted to deal with the pavilion, the commander's mansion would just turn a blind eye. Of course, they would not say such words directly, as long as everyone knew it in their hearts. With a hint, everyone would understand. However, Xiahao never mentioned it and did not express his opinion at all. No matter what they said, Xiahao pretended not to hear it and kept urging them to drink. Commander, I had a little gadget in my auction house a few days ago. It's not worth much, but it's quite interesting. Please accept it. The head of the Han family handed over a stored ring. Xiahao took it, and his immortal thoughts entered the stored ring and scanned it. He immediately understood everything and said with a smile, "It's indeed a very interesting little gadget." The deputy commander next to him cursed in his heart and continued to act. But of course they wouldn't say anything. This kind of thing is very common. The palace master would not say anything if he knew it. The other two families also presented gifts, and Commander Xiahao accepted them all with a smile. The banquet was very pleasant. It was finally time to leave. Xiahao ordered the deputy commander to personally see off several major families. Before leaving, the deputy commander smiled and said, "Have a good time, all the family heads." Several family heads nodded, but they were a little unhappy. They had visited and given gifts, but they didn't get any response. The family heads are a little unhappy. You don't know that Master Jiutian is very amazing. The last time the commander went to Lihoro Palace to pay tribute, the palace master personally instructed that he wanted to win over Master Jiutian, but Master Jiutian didn't think highly of him. It is said that the palace master was very unhappy. You say, Master Jiutian is such an amazing figure, how could he give face to the family heads? The deputy commander showed a meaningful smile. A sharp light flashed in the eyes of several family heads. Rejected the palace master? The palace master was very unhappy? So that's how it is. Master Jiutian is indeed amazing. The head of the Han family was full of smiles. Amazing, no wonder. The head of the Wei family also smiled. Several people smiled at each other, and then left with satisfaction, and got the answer they wanted. With this sentence, they understood. Chapter 1587 Cruel Means. The auction house of Dudge is gradually getting on the right track. Many powerful people come here to bid for the auction of their treasures. Although there are no good treasures because it has just started, it is still gradually accumulating popularity. Moreover, the trading market of Dudge can also attract traffic and bring popularity to the auction house. Moreover, every month, Master Jiutian will auction an imperial weapon made by himself. The crowd found that the treasures auctioned on this day are all fine products and extraordinary. After several months of this, everyone has summed up a rule. Every month, on the auction day of the imperial weapon made by Master Jiutian, there are precious treasures. Therefore, the Dudge will always be more lively on this day. Although there are not many people on weekdays, Mo Fei is not worried. As long as it goes on like this, I believe that the auction house of Dudge will get better and better. Moreover, now the trading market is gradually expanding, and more people are willing to come to Dudge to trade. Everything is going in a good direction. He and Mo Junai have been in Dudge for 100 years. I believe that within 100 years, Dudge will become a force that cannot be underestimated in Lihoro City. This day was the auction day for the imperial weapons refined by Jiutian. A medium-grade imperial weapon was a stone tablet. This stone tablet was made of a wonderful material and engraved with terrible runes. Once it was unleashed, it could directly seal and kill the enemy. It was extremely powerful. Now everyone in Lihoro City knew that Master Jiutian's ability to refine weapons was getting stronger and stronger. He refined a wide variety of divine weapons. He was an all-round craftsman and a genius. It was just unknown how many years Master Jiutian had practiced and what he looked like. Now, no one had really seen what Jiutian looked like. Even Mo Junai and his maid Xiaozu had never seen it, although they all wanted to see it. After the auction, everyone was still reluctant to leave. After the auction ended, Mo Fei and Mo Junai breathed a sigh of relief. Mo Fei smiled and said, "The Emperor Pavilion should continue to expand. Our limited manpower seems a bit stretched. With the current development momentum of our Emperor Pavilion, I believe more people will be willing to join." "Yes." Mo Junai nodded gently. "Miss, I'm sorry for putting you in trouble." Mo Fei looked at Mo Junai and said, "I'm fine." Mo Junai smiled indifferently. Mo Fei looked at her deeply and smiled. "It's a pity that Master Jiutian is really a piece of stone." General Manager. At this time, a figure hurried over. It was the immortal emperor recruited by the Emperor Pavilion. "What's the matter?" Mo Fei asked when he saw the other parties panic. Something happened. After the emperor's weapon refined by the pavilion master was auctioned off, it was intercepted on the way and the person was injured. Not only that, all the people who got the treasures in the auction today were robbed at the same time. The immortal emperor spoke, and Mo Fei sat up from his chair instantly. His heart was cold. As an elder of the Mo family, Mo Fei had the cultivation of a top immortal emperor and had experienced many things. He instantly felt that this matter was unusual. He saw a terrible cold light flashing in his eyes, and clenched his cold hands, saying, "Someone is targeting my Emperor Pavilion." General Manager, do you mean that this is not coming for the treasure, but for my Emperor Pavilion? The immortal emperor also had some doubts. To act so ruthlessly and catch them all in one fell swoop is definitely not something that ordinary forces can do. You have to know that the auction winners are all very powerful, especially the strong man who won the pavilion master's magic weapon. They were all immortal emperors. They were robbed and injured at the same time. It was obviously planned for a long time. Of course, they were targeting my Emperor Pavilion. Mo Fei's eyes were cold. After this news gets out, it will probably arouse suspicion among many people. All the treasures obtained from the auction of my Emperor Pavilion were robbed. Although no one is stupid enough to suspect that our Emperor Pavilion did it, others will still not dare to come to my Emperor Pavilion for auction easily in the future. Cut off the firewood from under the cauldron. The immortal emperor understood after hearing this, and was afraid that the general manager's guess was correct. I have long been wondering, how could those forces sit back and do nothing when the Emperor Pavilion is developing so well? Now they have finally come, and they are so ruthless as soon as they take action, trying to destroy the retreat of my Emperor Pavilion. Mo Fei's eyes flashed with coldness, and Mo Junai said, "Who do you suspect? Whose way did our Emperor Pavilion block?" "It must be one of them," Mo Fei said, "and only those forces can be so generous. You go to the commander's mansion immediately and report this matter." Let the commander's mansion investigate this matter. It must be thoroughly investigated. Mo Fei spoke to the immortal emperor in front of him. The man nodded, then turned and left, heading straight for the commander's mansion. After he left, Mo Fei's brows were still tightly furrowed. "Miss, I'm a little worried," Mo Fei murmured. Mo Junai looked at him and asked, "What are you worried about?" "I'm worried that the commander's mansion has acquiesced behind the scenes." Mo Fei looked at Mo Junai, causing her expression to change slightly. She said, "The commander's mansion is responsible for guarding one side, so it shouldn't be that serious, right? You don't know that Jiutian has offended Xiaohao. Although there is nothing he can do about it, Xiaohao is proud and overbearing, and he may be jealous. If those forces instigate again, it is very likely that Xiaohao will acquiesce to them to do something. In this way, the momentum that our pavilion has developed with great difficulty will be directly extinguished." It must be said that Mo Fei's guess was basically correct. "In this case, we can only wait and see for the time being," Mo Junai said. "Well, we can only wait and see the attitude of the commander's mansion first." Mo Fei nodded gently. Jiutian soon learned the news and was in a very bad mood. Just as Mo Fei guessed, the other party had gone through a careful plan and could not find too many clues. The commander's mansion sent a message that they were investigating the matter, but there was no result for the time being. In the Emperor Pavilion, inside the hall, Emperor Yuan was sitting there, while Mo Fei, Mo Junai and others were all there. "How are these Emperor Pavilion auctions?" Emperor Yuan asked. "The number of people has decreased a bit," Mo Fei said. "What about the commander's mansion? Have the people watching sent back any messages?" "Well, everything in the commander's mansion is normal, no different from usual days, no one is questioning anyone, and there are very few people investigating outside," Mo Fei responded, and Emperor Yuan was silent. His fingers tapped the armrest of the chair next to him, and he slowly closed his eyes. "What good plans do you have?" Emperor Yuan asked, but no one responded. After a long time, Mo Fei said, "If the city lord's mansion pretends to be deaf and dumb, not to mention that we can't find out anything, even if we find out, it's useless, because the other party is more powerful than us. Then let's do this for now." Emperor Yuan stood up and left the palace directly. Mo Fei sighed secretly in his heart. In the ancient fairyland, this kind of thing is very common. The other party doesn't even need to confront you head-on to make you die without a burial place, and your years of hard work will be wiped out in an instant. The Emperor's Pavilion was still operating as usual. After that, several things happened one after another. People who traded in the Emperor's Pavilion were plotted against. In fact, Murphy had sent people to keep an eye on them, but there were many people who came to the Emperor's Pavilion to trade. Could they all be protected all the time? This was obviously unrealistic. Gradually, some rumors that were unfavorable to the Emperor's Pavilion appeared in Lihoro City. The Emperor's Pavilion was in trouble. Whether it was going to the Emperor's Pavilion for trading or auctioning, it was better to be careful. This kind of news was devastating to the Emperor's Pavilion, causing fewer and fewer people to come to the Emperor's Pavilion. Once again, a magic weapon that Jiutian personally refined was robbed after the auction, and the Emperor's Pavilion was instantly caught in a vortex storm. If this goes on, even if they know that Master Jiutian's magic weapon is very powerful, no one dares to go to the auction. There are fewer and fewer people in the Emperor's Pavilion. If this continues, it will be devastating for the Emperor's Pavilion. On this day, Jiutian walked out of the Emperor's Pavilion, and even Xiaozu and Murphy didn't know where Jiutian went. Lihoro City, South City District, Commander's Mansion. Today a special guest came to visit. This person is very famous. Many people in Lihoro City have heard of his name. South City Commander even auctioned a magic weapon he refined. Therefore, Lady Zio naturally received the visitor in person. In the elegant and fragrant courtyard, the environment is pleasant, and Lady Zio is even more bold in her own dress, a suspender skirt, as thin as gauze. The devil figure is looming, and half of the snow-white skin is exposed to the air, which is simply enough to make people commit a crime. "Master Jiutian, how come you have time to come and see me?" Lady Zio smiled seductively, and the two sat on the ground by the lake, with fine wine and delicious food in the middle, and the maid was sent away by Lady Zio. The pavilions by the lake, the peach blossoms on the rockery, and the beauty sitting cross-legged, this scene is charming and alluring, especially when concubine Zio looks at him with her seductive eyes. Jiutian seems a little absent-minded, but he still controls himself well and says, I've encountered a troublesome thing recently, and I want to ask Commander Zio for advice. Oh. Concubine Zio smiled tenderly. Master Jiutian, just call me Beauty. I wonder what it is. Concubine Zio is indeed narcissistic enough to let people call her Beauty. A few days ago, Commander Zio came to my deep pavilion and told me a piece of news. He said that he had recommended me to the Palace Master, so the Palace Master asked a few questions and ordered me to be Commander Zio's subordinate. Go and appoint me immediately and close the deep pavilion. From now on, I can only refine weapons for the Commander's mansion, and I have to present them to the Liharo Palace. Jiutian said slowly, how can I agree to such conditions? I developed the deep pavilion myself, and I am used to freedom. So I risked offending the Palace Master and refused Commander Zio's request. Concubine Zio remained calm and looked at Jiutian with a smile, which made Jiutian secretly curse that Concubine Zio was not an ordinary person. She was very cunning, but there was no change on her face. Commander Zio immediately threw down some harsh words, telling me that if I disobeyed the orders of the Palace Master, the Emperor Pavilion would be closed. I was speechless, thinking that the Palace Master would not bother with a small figure like me. However, recently, my Emperor Pavilion suffered a devastating blow. People who went to the Emperor Pavilion to auction my magic weapons were robbed every time, several times in a row. People who traded with my Emperor Pavilion also encountered various troubles. The Commander's mansion completely ignored it. My Emperor Pavilion was listed as a first-class force and paid the most tribute, but it was treated like this. I feel chilled. I would like to ask the Beauty, is this Liharo city unable to accommodate me? Jiutian. Chapter 1588 Purple Moon Immortal Emperor. The news of the Emperor Pavilion was widely spread. Many people privately discussed that although the Commander's mansion was extremely powerful, he could not control everyone's mouths. Could it be that the Commander's mansion could not let everyone speak? But even so, the Commander's mansion still did nothing, doing its own thing, and did not seriously investigate the targeting of the Emperor Pavilion. Because this matter could not be investigated at all. Commander Zio already knew who did it, and the other party had received his hint. How could this be investigated? Could it be found out more about himself? Of course, Zio could also find a scapegoat, give an explanation to the Emperor Pavilion, quell the scandal, and let the Emperor Pavilion reopen. In this way, there would be less scolding, and those people would not be able to jump out to deal with the Emperor Pavilion in the future, otherwise Zio would lose all his face. But even so, Zio was unwilling. He was so proud that he must get rid of the Emperor Pavilion, and even wanted Jiutian's life. A beginner-level immortal emperor, even if the formation ability is strong and the refining ability is against the sky, but what about it? As long as he's not strong enough and leaves the Commander's mansion, there will be a way to kill him. At that time, the major forces will surely be able to use him, and they will naturally take action to clean up. As time passed, many people thought to themselves that the Emperor Pavilion was really finished this time. The Commander's mansion was determined to finish them off. It seemed that Master Jiutian had offended Commander Xiahao, otherwise such a thing would not have happened. 2 months later, on this day, although the Emperor Pavilion closed the trading market and the auction market, it would not really close. At this moment, a female fairy emperor came to the Emperor Pavilion to pay a visit. Mo Junai received her. The female fairy emperor had an extraordinary demeanor, her eyes were bright, and she inadvertently revealed a bit of the aura of a superior. She asked, is Master Jiutian not here? The pavilion master has been worried about the affairs of the Emperor Pavilion recently, and is now in seclusion thinking. Mo Junai responded with a smile. I would like to ask Master Jiutian to refine a magic weapon. It's easy to add. Can you introduce it to me? The female fairy emperor said to Mo Junai. This. Mo Junai hesitated for a moment, then said, I'll go and report to the pavilion master to see if he's busy. Okay. The female fairy emperor nodded, and then Mo Junai left. After Jiutian got the news, his immortal thoughts were all over the place. Then he saw the person coming, and his eyes flashed with a different light. Then he smiled at Mo Junai and said, please invite him to my place. Mo Junai thought Jiutian would refuse, and showed a puzzled look, but still nodded. After a while, she brought the female fairy emperor to the courtyard of Jiutian's residence. Master Jiutian. The female fairy emperor nodded slightly after seeing Jiutian, and she didn't mean to be very respectful, but just greeted him calmly. I heard that you want to refine a weapon. I wonder what grade of divine weapon you need to refine. Jiutian asked. Master Jiutian is good at sealing imperial weapons, so I will refine sealing ones. Medium-grade imperial weapons will be fine, and other ones are up to you. The female fairy emperor responded. I have several mid-grade imperial weapons here. You can pick one yourself. Emperor Jian waved his hand and took out some refined divine weapons. The female fairy emperor's eyes flashed. Looking at the row of imperial weapons, she secretly thought that the rumors were true. This Emperor Tian's weapon refining ability was beyond imagination. It seemed that he could refine weapons very easily. He could unearth divine weapons every month and high-grade imperial weapons every year. It seemed that as long as he wanted, he could easily refine many divine weapons. The female fairy emperor chose a sword-shaped divine weapon and asked, what is the price of this divine weapon? 500 high-grade imperial stones. Emperor Tian said. It is worthy of Master Jiutian's hand. Your mid-grade imperial weapons are all priced with high-grade imperial stones. It's amazing. The female fairy emperor smiled, then waved her hand to take out 500 high-grade imperial stones and handed them to Emperor Tian. Jiutian smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Emperor Pavilion will be closed. I will have to travel around in all directions in the future. I can only rely on the magic weapons I refine to exchange for some cultivation resources. Speaking of which, I am curious. Now that the news has spread all over Lihoro City, how did Master Jiutian offend Commander Zai Hao? Is there no chance of recovery? The female fairy emperor said with a smile. If there is a chance of recovery, I will not temporarily close the Emperor Pavilion. In fact, if it is closed this time, the Emperor Pavilion will really be finished. Jiutian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I didn't just offend Commander Zai Hao. What do you mean? Asked the female fairy emperor. Forget it, don't tell me, don't cause trouble. Jiutian waved his hand. Master Jiutian said that, I am very curious, and I hope you will tell me. I promise not to spread it. The female fairy emperor said. It's okay to tell you about the person who is about to leave. The person I offended is the palace master. How can there be any chance? Jiutian's eyes under the mask revealed loneliness. The Lord of Lihoro Palace has always lived in Lihoro Palace. Outsiders rarely have the opportunity to meet him. They don't even see him on weekdays. How could Master Jiutian offend the Lord of Lihoro Palace? The female fairy emperor seemed to be more curious and asked. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. The palace master thought that I was good at refining weapons, so I should be used by him. Therefore, he ordered Commander Zai Hao to come and threaten me, asking me to join the commander's mansion and become his weapon refiner. In the future, I will refine weapons for Commander Zai Hao and the palace master. If I don't obey, my pavilion will not be able to continue here. Although I am not talented, I am also a little arrogant. How could I be coerced by this? I refused Commander Zai Hao and offended the palace master. So you see the consequences. Jiutian sighed, looking even more lonely. What kind of person is the Lord of Lihoro Palace? Although you are a master of refining weapons, will he care about you? Maybe Master Jiutian misunderstood. The female fairy emperor raised her eyebrows, revealing a hint of arrogance between her eyebrows, adding a bit of temperament and beauty. Emperor Jian looked at her and thought to himself that she was indeed the palace master's personal assistant, with extraordinary bearing. Moreover, the palace master of Lihoro had good taste, training such a beautiful woman to sleep with the immortal emperor. It turned out that this woman was one of the two maids beside the palace master of Lihoro that day. Qin Wentian had seen her several times, so how could Emperor Jian not recognize her? Of course, he still pretended not to know and sighed. I had guessed so, thinking that the palace master was such a person that he would not bother with a small person like me, but you have seen the facts. If it were not for the palace master's instruction, how could Commander Zai Hao dare to be so bold, turning a blind eye to such a scandal and wanting to put me to death? Commander Zai Hao and I have no grudges or hatred. People's hearts are unpredictable. Emperor Jian still doesn't know what will happen next. It's better not to make random assumptions and slander the palace master. The female fairy emperor had a hint of arrogance. Emperor Jian's eyes flashed, staring at the female fairy emperor, and asked, "Who are you?" "Master Emperor Jian, take care of yourself. Goodbye." The female fairy emperor turned around and flew away directly. Mo Junai's beautiful eyes flashed, and she was somewhat displeased with the other party's attitude. During the period, she wanted to speak, but Emperor Jian stopped her with a voice transmission, which made her very puzzled. This female fairy emperor is so arrogant. Mo Junai said lightly. How can the palace master's woman not be arrogant? Emperor Tian smiled, and Mo Junai's beautiful eyes instantly froze there, looking at Emperor Tian in astonishment. It turned out that it was the woman of the palace master who came secretly to visit. The purchase of the magic weapon was just a casual act. As for Tian, he said those words to her on purpose. However, Mo Junai was even more curious. The other party was the woman of the palace master of Lihiro, but she came out to do business. Obviously, she would not be the legal wife. She should rarely leave the palace master's side. Not many people would know her, otherwise she would not have walked in so openly. Tian, how did he know him? Mo Junai was a little curious about Tian's true identity. After the maid of the Lihiro palace master left the emperor pavilion, she went straight to the commander's mansion. Commander Xiahao naturally greeted her in person. He asked with some doubts, how come Fairy Xiahao has time to come to the commander's mansion? Why, I can't come. Xiahao Fairy Emperor said to Xiahao with a bit of coldness between his eyebrows. That's not my intention, but Fairy Xiahao is always with the palace master, so I'm a little confused. Xiahao shook his head and said, please come in quickly. Although he, Xiahao, is a leader of a region, who is the Purple Moon Fairy Emperor? The woman of the Lihiro palace master, although Xiaohao's subordinate is very powerful, dare he disrespect the Purple Moon Fairy Emperor? Would that be a slap in the face of the palace master? No, I'll just ask a few questions and leave. The Purple Moon Fairy Emperor looked indifferent and said, did you intervene in the matter of the Emperor Pavilion? Xiaohao's eyes flashed, and he didn't understand what the Purple Moon Fairy Emperor meant. How could such a thing alarm the Lihiro Palace? Xiahao is terrified. Does the palace master have any instructions? Xiahao asked. Without the palace master's instructions, you falsely conveyed the palace master's instructions and used the palace master's name to do whatever you want outside. The Purple Moon Immortal Emperor snorted coldly. Xiahao hurriedly leaned forward and said, Xiahao wouldn't dare. You really wouldn't dare. The Purple Moon Immortal Emperor stared at Xiahao and asked coldly, I'm asking you questions now, you'd better answer truthfully, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. First, are you involved in the affairs of the Emperor Pavilion? Xiaohao's back was instantly covered with cold sweat. He didn't care so much about the Purple Moon Immortal Emperor, but she was probably asking on behalf of the Lihiro Palace Master, so he had to be extra cautious and couldn't help but say, I was ordered by the Palace Master to invite Tian. That guy relied on his status as a weapon refining master and didn't give the Palace Master face. He was so bold. I didn't interfere in this matter. I just turned a blind eye and wanted to teach Tian a lesson. Let me ask you one more question. When you recruited Tian, did you tell him according to the instructions of the Palace Master that if he agreed, the Palace Master would even be willing to give him a position equal to that of the commander? You'd better answer me truthfully. The Purple Moon Immortal Emperor spoke in a dignified voice. Although her cultivation was not as good as Xiaohao's, she had lived in the palace for a long time and was beside the Palace Master of Lihiro. Naturally, her temperament was extraordinary. She was not a fool. She would not believe everything just because of a few words from Tian. Therefore, she came to ask Xiaohao. No matter what Xiaohao and Tian said, as long as she figured out the key, it would be enough to judge the problem. Xiaohao's promise was the key. Or do you just want Tian to be your subordinate? Seeing that Xiaohao did not speak, the Purple Moon Immortal Emperor continued to force him to ask. Xiaohao's face changed. At this moment, the Purple Moon Immortal Emperor understood clearly in his heart and understood the facts. It seemed that Xiaohao was in power and was used to being high above. He really dared to obey in public but disobey in private. Please forgive me, Palace Master. Xiaohao is only doing things for the Palace Master. I want to recruit him to my team first, and then train him well so that he can devote himself to refining weapons for the Lihiro Palace. Xiaohao bent down and said, a little panicked. What a good commander, Xiaohao. Purple Moon Immortal Emperor said coldly, you should handle this matter yourself. The Palace Master does not want to hear those gossips. After that, Purple Moon Immortal Emperor directly left with a wave of his sleeves. Commander Xiaohao looked extremely ugly, and even had a lot of cold sweat on his back. Chapter 1589, Reversal of Situation. The matter of the Emperor Pavilion continued to ferment and spread. Seeing that the March deadline was approaching, the Emperor Pavilion was likely to move away from Lihoro City. More people were very unhappy. The strength of a city depended on whether it could continuously inject fresh blood. If everyone did the same as Commander Xia Hao, who would dare to open up forces in Lihoro City in the future? Moreover, everyone had seen the ability of Master Jiutian. Many people were still thinking about getting the Emperor's weapons made by Jiutian himself at the auction in the future. Now, Master Jiutian was forced to leave by Commander Xia Hao. Naturally, many people did not want to see this, so the rumor spread more fiercely. But everything seemed to be irreversible. 3 months were coming, and the Emperor Pavilion was afraid that it could not turn the tables. The commander's mansion was too powerful, and it could not be influenced by public opinion at all. The proud Commander Xia Hao did not care. In this world where martial arts were supreme, as long as you were strong enough and powerful enough, why did you care about the opinions of others and the abuse from the outside world? He, Xia Hao, was the king of this area. If Xia Hao wanted the Emperor Pavilion to disappear, the Emperor Pavilion would disappear. Many people who knew Jiutian even came to the Emperor Pavilion to comfort Jiutian. There were also major forces that invited Jiutian to be a guest official. Even if the Emperor Pavilion he founded could not survive, Jiutian, the master of refining, was still very popular. But at this time, the commander's mansion took action and arrested a group of people with iron-blooded means. Then he announced to the central city that all those who had destroyed and disrupted the Emperor Pavilion had been arrested and escorted to prison, so that the Emperor Pavilion could open with peace of mind and no longer worry about anyone making trouble. When the news from the commander's mansion was released, countless people in the central city were a little confused. This sudden reversal of the situation made them completely confused about what had happened. The commander's mansion compromised? Amidst many insults and public opinions, the commander's mansion actually captured the mastermind behind the scenes and allowed the Emperor Pavilion to open with peace of mind. What happened? Moreover, the commander's mansion did this in a rather mysterious way and did not tell who the mastermind was. This made those who were interested guess that it seemed that there was a lot of water behind this. But at least, this matter was temporarily resolved. The 3-month deadline arrived, and the Imperial Pavilion reconvened. Because of a scandal in the commander's mansion caused by a notice, it caused an uproar in Lihoro City. In addition, on the day when the Imperial Pavilion reconvened, Master Jiutian would auction 3 Imperial weapons. When that day came, the Imperial Pavilion was simply packed with people. I don't know how many people came, which was 10 times more than the peak period of the year. Those who reopened the trading in the Imperial Pavilion were simply overjoyed. The Imperial Pavilion's chief stewards Mo Fei and Mo Junai were too busy to handle it. The entire Imperial Pavilion was prosperous, which made many people laugh and say that it turned out that the commander's mansion was deliberately helping the Imperial Pavilion. If Commander Xia Hao heard this, I wonder if he would vomit blood. Xia Hao was indeed in a bad mood. In sharp contrast to the prosperity of the Imperial Pavilion, the main hall of the commander's mansion was particularly deserted. In addition to Commander Xia Hao, only the heads of the 3 major families of Yan, Han and Wei were here. Commander Xia Hao, didn't you say that Jiutian offended the palace master? Why did you take our people? The head of the Han family asked, his tone slightly unhappy. They had given gifts back then, and Xia Hao had acquiesced to this. Now, suddenly they took down several of their immortal emperors. What does this mean? That's right, Commander Xia Hao. Back then, the commander acquiesced. Doing this today is a bit too much. The people of the Wei family were also very unhappy. They came to ask for people, but Xia Hao was not prepared to hand them over. Naturally, their tone changed. Although Xia Hao was a leader with great power, they were also deeply rooted families. Xia Hao could not be bullied at will. You know, in the North City district, there is a Helen family that even the palace master of Lihoro could not do anything about, let alone a mere commander. Although they are far less powerful than the Helen family, they are at least a prosperous family. If they join forces, Commander Xia Hao will never feel good. When did this commander ever acquiesce to you? Xia Hao's face darkened. Being questioned like this, his eyes were extremely cold, sweeping over the 3 family heads. The 3 family heads seemed to feel the anger of Commander Xia Hao. Their eyes flashed, and when they heard this sentence again, they almost vomited blood in anger. They remembered that Xia Hao had been talking nonsense with them at the beginning, and he really didn't give them a clear answer. It was when they left that the deputy commander hinted, but this was not what Xia Hao said. And it was a hint. What could they say? The three family heads are very aggressive. If I don't release them today, are you going to attack me? Xiahou said with a gloomy face. Commander, you misunderstood, we are just in a hurry. After being stunned for a moment, the head of the Han family softened his tone. Commander Xiahou, the people you captured are all immortal emperors. Naturally, I hope they are safe and sound, but I have no intention of forcing them. The head of the Wei family said. HMPH. Xiahou snorted coldly and said, since you want the answer so much, I will tell you that this matter has caused a lot of trouble in the city, and the palace master is a little unhappy. He asked me to shut everyone up, so I had to do this. I will find a way to take your people, but if you force me, then maybe I will investigate it thoroughly. This. The head of the Yan family was stunned. This was obviously a threat to them. The three heads of the family were a little embarrassed, but they still gave in and said, don't worry, Lord Commander. We naturally know that Lord Commander will solve this matter. In this case, we will leave it all to Commander Xiahou to deal with. Xiahou didn't say anything, and then the three heads of the family said goodbye and left. After leaving the commander's mansion, their faces instantly became extremely gloomy. Similarly, Xiahou in the commander's mansion had cold eyes and was extremely unhappy. Jiutian, how did you turn the tables? Why did the Purple Moon Immortal Emperor come down to investigate this matter? Is it really just because of public opinion? Also, why did the Purple Moon Immortal Emperor ask directly to the core, asking him whether he promised Emperor on the position of the commander as the palace master meant? This matter would never happen for no reason. The Emperor Pavilion reopened, becoming more and more prosperous, more popular than before, as if it had experienced a rebirth. The three major families did not dare to act rashly. Now they are all in the cusp of the storm. The commander's mansion has been dragging its feet and not releasing the people. How dare they commit crimes again? Until many days later, Commander Xiahou went to the Lihou Palace and explored the way back. After knowing that the White Lord would not ask about this matter again, he secretly released the people. This matter did not attract anyone's attention, and the Emperor Pavilion did not make it public again, as if it had forgotten it. The Emperor Pavilion certainly understood that it was best to develop its power quietly at this time. Moreover, after this incident, the Emperor Pavilion expanded again, recruiting guest officials, even at a great cost. Jiutian and Mo Fei believed that as long as they continued to develop in this way, the people they raised would be rewarded. For Jiutian, even if he temporarily earned less, it didn't matter. What he pursued was not just short-term benefits. Therefore, Jiutian came to the South City Commander's mansion to visit Xiaomiran again. This time he came to thank her. He didn't think that the woman of the Lord of Lihou Palace would appear in his Emperor Pavilion because of the outside world's discussion. Behind this, Xiaomiran obviously helped. Jiutian was taken to an elegant room to wait. After a while, a beautiful figure came towards this side. It was Xiaomiran, the commander of South City. At this moment, she was only wrapped in a bathrobe, wrapped around her body, covering her infinitely imaginative body, just tied a knot. She was barefoot, and her beautiful legs were presented to Jiutian without reservation. Obviously, she had just come out of the bath. After taking a bath, Lady Xiao still had a faint fragrance on her body, and her wet long hair fell vertically, which was extremely tempting. Jiutian blushed and said, how about I step aside first? I've already seen it, why should I step aside? Lady Xiao looked at Jiutian with a smile in her beautiful eyes and said, why, has the matter of the pavilion been resolved? Yes, I came here specially to thank you this time. Jiutian nodded. Oh, how do you want to thank me? How about changing my clothes for me? Lady Xiao said with a sweet smile. Jiutian said, Lady Xiao, don't you know that you will make people make mistakes like this? Really? Then I want to see how you make a mistake. Lady Xiao smiled even more charmingly. As long as Lady Xiao doesn't mind, I will definitely make a profit. Jiutian slowly stepped forward, and Lady Xiao smiled lightly. Again, take off the mask first and let me see, otherwise, you will see me naked, but I don't even know what you look like, wouldn't that be too disadvantageous? Then forget it. Jiutian shook his head, beauty, thank you for helping the D Pavilion resolve the crisis this time. If you need me to do anything in the future, just send a message to me directly. Here is my communication crystal. Lady Xiao smiled, then injected a fairy thought into it, and took out her own communication crystal, leaving fairy thoughts with each other. I'll leave first. If I keep looking at you like this, I will make a mistake. Jiutian smiled, then turned around and left, holding the communication crystal in his hand. The smile on Lady Xiao's face became even more charming. I haven't seen such an interesting person yet. What does this guy look like? Qin Wentian from the North City and Jiutian from the Central District, both of them have the word Yuan in their names, which is quite interesting. I was quite interested in Qin Wentian before, but now he is so low-key that it makes people feel scared. On the contrary, it is really interesting that someone as interesting as Jiutian appeared on Xiao's side. It seems that Lihoro City is going to be lively. Lady Xiao muttered to herself, inadvertently comparing Qin Wentian and Jiutian. Jiutian is famous for his strong fighting power. He broke into the imperial palace of Emperor Helen and was able to fight against top immortal emperors. Jiutian, on the other hand, is famous for carving arrays and refining weapons, and is able to refine top-grade imperial weapons. Who of these two is more interesting? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1590 Eclipse Mine. After experiencing this catastrophe, the Emperor Pavilion was like a rebirth, and its popularity was growing. Due to the fame of Emperor Yan and the scandal of the Commander's Mansion, no one in Lihoro City didn't know about the Emperor Pavilion. With the accumulation of time and the precipitation of fame, the Emperor Pavilion became stronger and stronger. People in the central city expected that another super-emerging force would rise, and it would rise based on the trading venue. There was no family support behind it, only one person, Master Jiutian. As time passed, the Emperor Pavilion experienced several expansions. There were more and more strong people in the Emperor Pavilion, and the land area expanded more than 10 times. Now, looking down from the void, towering buildings stood there, and people were flowing in an endless stream. Many people were trading in the Emperor Pavilion, which was extremely lively. The most lively place was undoubtedly the auction house of the Emperor Pavilion. Every time an auction started, it would cause a sensation. Nowadays, countless people came to the Emperor Pavilion to hunt for treasures every day. On this day, Daij walked in the trading market inside Daij, looking at the crowded crowd, with a faint smile on his face under the mask. He did not expect that the development momentum would be so good. In just a few decades, Daij has grown to such a scale, and even can compete with other top auction houses in the North City area. Its popularity is no less than that of the auction houses controlled by the Han and Wei families. You and the chief steward have worked hard over the years. Jiutian said softly. He was accompanied by a beautiful fairy emperor, Mo Junai, the eldest daughter of the Mo family. Over the years, Mo Fei was mainly in charge of the Daij, and Mo Junai assisted him. As for him, the owner of the Daij, he spent most of his time on refining tools and practicing, and rarely managed the affairs of the Daij. Don't thank me. If it weren't for you supporting us from behind, the D Pavilion would never be what it is today. Mo Junai said sincerely. Her beautiful eyes looked at Jiutian with a touch of admiration. She really admired Jiutian. Now the magic weapons refined by Jiutian are not even limited to the magic weapons of the sealing type. Although the magic weapons of the sealing type are very strong and in great demand, the D Pavilion also needs the stimulation of other magic weapons. Jiutian can often refine some extraordinary magic weapons, which makes people always keep their expectations for the D Pavilion. The rules and boutique auction strategy set by Jiutian in the past also played an extraordinary role. Am I a hands-off shopkeeper? Jiutian laughed at himself. Don't forget, when our D Pavilion encountered a crisis, everyone thought that D Pavilion would fall and no one could save the situation. Although I don't know what you did at that time, you managed to turn the tide. I guess that the maid of the palace master came to our D Pavilion to make sarcastic remarks, which was also the result of your secret planning. Mo Junai smiled. After that crisis, she and Mo Fei guessed a lot, but they still couldn't figure out what Jiutian had done. Okay, don't flatter me anymore. I hope the pavilion will get better and better. Jiutian smiled. Lihoro Palace is one of the 9 palaces in the Changsheng realm. Lihoro Palace has 9 emperors distributed outside, who are in charge of all the mineral resources in the Lihoro Palace. However, Liheropolis itself also controls some mineral resources, and they are extremely important mineral resources, which are stronger than those controlled by the emperor. Otherwise, the Liheropolis master would not control them personally. The Eclipse Mine is one of the main mines managed by Liheropolis. The mining of the mine is supervised by the trusted people under the seat of the Liheropolis master. The Eclipse Mine is located in a mountain range 100,000 miles away from Lihero City. The mountains here are undulating and the terrain is complex. The entire mountain range is heavily guarded. There are even many powerful formations hidden inside. If you dare to break into it rashly, you will definitely die without a burial place. Just the formations in this mountain range can make it impossible for the immortal emperor to enter or leave. As for the robbers, even those super robbers dare not easily touch this Eclipse Mine. This mine not only has extremely strong defenses, but also has a two-way transmission formation directly leading to the Liheropolis. As long as something happens here, the Liheropolis master can come here in the shortest time. Daring to come here to steal the mine is purely a suicidal act. Even with such a tight defense, there are still many immortal emperors guarding the Eclipse Mine. The immortal emperor in the lead is the absolute confidant of the palace master. The younger brother of the palace master's wife is guarding this Eclipse Mine. In those mountains, there are many caves leading to the mountains. There are some hidden space gates inside that can lead directly to the mine. The real Eclipse Mine is vast and endless, like a star, with no boundaries. The vein is filled with terrible rule power. The entire vein is dark red and extremely hot. The temperature of this vein is very high and very dangerous. Therefore, the people in this vein are very powerful. Only the immortal king is qualified to mine in this vein. If you stand in the void and look down, you can see a huge dark red land with black flames spreading out. From it, there are dazzling rays of light rushing into the sky. These are all signs of the appearance of Emperor Light and Emperor Stone. On the Eclipse Mine, even Emperor Stone can be seen from time to time, which is not surprising at all. Qin Wentian is on this Eclipse Mine at this moment. The Eclipse Mine is not like the mine on the side of Helen Emperor, which is open once every 10 years and the excavated mineral deposits are handed over, but once a year, because the mineral deposits on this mine are too precious. Even if the mineral deposits unearthed in a year are of terrifying value, no mistakes are allowed. Therefore, Qin Wentian is not worried about missing the time to report to the Liheropolis once every 10 years. In fact, in the past few decades, except for the iron-blooded killing of 3 deputy commanders when he first took office, he has been as low-key as the outside world says. Some people say that he is like many commanders in the past, trying to be mediocre and not to cause trouble, so as not to provoke the Helen family and be assassinated, so he simply retreats to practice and does not leave the commander's mansion. He has spent all his energy on practice in these years, but it is by no means a pure retreat. He often walks outside to gain experience, and now he is even mining in the Eclipse Mine. Of course, he did not come in his original identity, but in a disguised identity. At this time, he was walking on the vein at an incredibly fast speed. Sometimes he would see the Emperor Light shining, and he would quickly go there to grab the Emperor Stone. His whole body was filled with a cold temperament. At this time, Qin Wentian seemed to have an illusion. He looked up into the distance and saw a bright and strong light blooming there. The light illuminated the world. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he walked directly across the void. It was incredibly fast. Soon, he came to the place where the light was blooming. The light was dark red, but it was terribly bright. The sky seemed to be dark red. The light was falling from the sky. There was a dark red stone in front, as if it was absorbing the essence of the world. The terrible red light that bloomed from it directly pierced through the world, like a torrent of hell of destruction, rushing straight into the sky. Many strong men came, but they were all far away. No one dared to approach. Those who approached before had been burnt to ashes. Ah! A scream was heard. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he saw a man approaching the destruction stone in front of him. As soon as he reached the border of the light, his whole body instantly caught fire, and he was burned from the ground up, leaving no trace. Boom! A very terrifying immortal emperor stepped forward and walked towards the destruction storm area centered on the boulder. He had an extremely terrifying power of the earth rules, which enveloped his body. The whole person was like an indestructible rock. The light of the sky kept falling on him. With strong faith, he stepped forward step by step. The light shone through, and a faint dark red light hit the indestructible body of rules, like a strange dark flower, instantly piercing his body of rules, and the strange black flame directly penetrated his body. The immortal emperor screamed and wanted to retreat, but there was no chance. The flame instantly wrapped him up. In just a moment, black gas floated in the void, and the body of the immortal emperor had completely disappeared. No one dared to approach. They all looked at the ore as if they were looking at a devil. Qin Wentian's face was also full of shock. This is the mineral vein of the ancient fairyland. Sometimes the wonderful things unearthed are so terrible that they make people despair. A strong man in the realm of the immortal emperor who has practiced for countless years is sometimes not as good as a stone and can destroy you directly. Super Emperor Stone. Someone next to him uttered a voice, and his heart was pounding. Qin Wentian's eyes were burning, and he must get it. However, such a terrible treasure, even if it is encountered by a storage ring, will be burned instantly. How to get it? Some strong men made a big palm print, trying to bury the terrifying ore with the power of rules and then put it away, but their palm prints of rules were also destroyed. Qin Wentian's mind moved slightly, and the power of space slowly spread out, blocking the red storm of destruction, trying to isolate it first, but when the rules of space came, it was also directly destroyed, and could not be blocked at all. Above the mine, strong men kept flashing. They were the guardians of the Eclipse Mine. They were wearing dark red armor, majestic, and there were immortal emperors with terrible light shining in their eyes. Do you want to notify the outside? Someone asked. Try it first. If it doesn't work, notify the palace master. The leader looked sharp, staring at the terrible dark red storm of destruction in front of him, like the end of the world. The dark red light continued to expand and erode everything. This kind of super emperor stone is really difficult to get. Only people at the level of palace masters are qualified to enjoy this kind of ore practice. They can't even see the specific grade. Chapter 1591 Big Movement in North City. Qin Wentian stared ahead. The mineral veins had turned into blood-red hell. Gradually, red liquid flowed. The mineral veins in the vast area were all destroyed. If you look down, there seems to be a sea of blood, a boiling sea of blood, emitting a terrifying breath of destruction. It seems that this place has been burned out a long time ago. Qin Wentian murmured. He asked, has this ore been discovered recently? What blocked the release of its power before? The formation of Super Emperor Stone requires special conditions. If it is compared to humans, it is like breaking through from the Emperor realm to another level, the Palace Master's level. It broke through, so it burst out with amazing destructive power. As for before, its power may not have taken shape. An immortal emperor next to him said, staring at the front. Many powerful figures in the ancient immortal domain do not mine all the mineral veins, but mine them slowly. This is probably the reason. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. The ore, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and the brilliance of the stars, can gradually transform. It is really wonderful. So, this ore is out of our reach? Qin Wentian asked in a low voice. No immortal emperor can take this kind of offensive Super Emperor Stone. The strong man next to him nodded. Qin Wentian didn't say much, but found a place to sit down, with his immortal thoughts spreading out, quietly feeling this power. He didn't try. Although he was extraordinary, Qin Wentian didn't think he could be stronger than all the immortal emperors. This destructive power was indeed beyond his reach. He quietly felt this wonderful power for a long time. Until the 1-year period arrived, the Lord of Lihoro Palace did not appear, allowing this ore to release its amazing power here. For the Lord of a palace, he was in charge of too many places. Even if this level of ore appeared, it was not enough for him to go there immediately. In that case, wouldn't he have no time to practice and could only be busy with these trivial matters? Although it is rare for Super Emperor Stone to be unearthed from the mine vein, it often happens. He just needs to know about it and order people to write it down, and wait until there is time to come and take it away at once. Qin Wentian stayed in the Eclipse Mine for several years to dig for the mines before leaving. Even if he only left 10% of the mines, he still gained a lot. Of course, it was not comparable to the income from Emperor Tian. Mining required digging one ore at a time, and there was always the danger of being robbed and killed. It was not as pleasant as the auction house opened by the master of refining. But for Qin Wentian, it was not mining, but experience and training that were more important. He returned to the commander's mansion in the North City district quietly. This commander's mansion, which had been silent for decades, was as quiet as before, as if it did not exist. It was even gradually ignored by many major forces in the North City district. The influence of the commander's mansion was too weak. It was so weak that even some small forces did not come to pay tribute. Even if they took the initiative to collect tribute, it was not easy. The rule of the commander's mansion in the North City District existed in name only. Now, the day of paying tribute once every 10 years has come again, but the commander's mansion in the North City District is deserted. No one takes the initiative to pay tribute. The silence makes people feel depressed, but the people in the commander's mansion seem to have gotten used to it. In the file room of the commander's mansion, Qin Wentian quietly flipped through the files, and the housekeeper, maid and the evil emperor were beside him. Have you sorted out all these things? There should be no mistakes, right? Qin Wentian asked as he flipped through the files. No, in recent years, according to the order of the adults, we secretly sent people to inquire, because the major forces have no vigilance against the commander's mansion, so they do some things very boldly, and it can even be said that there are many loopholes. As long as these people are there, some things that happened in the Gu auction house can be easily found out. The housekeeper responded. It's not that they are not vigilant, but it should be said that they don't care about the existence of the commander's mansion at all. Qin Wentian said with a smile, as if he was mocking himself, but the housekeeper couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he saw Zhang Junai's profile. The time he spent with Qin Wentian over the years was very short. This new leader rarely appeared in his field of vision, except for the killing of the 3 deputy leaders when he took office. But every time he appeared, he gave people a strong sense of oppression. He was very clear about the death of the 3 deputy leaders. Such a person had endured for decades, and at the same time secretly ordered people to collect some information about the forces outside and summarize their secret methods into files. What would happen if he took action? Every time the housekeeper thought of this, he would feel a chill. I am afraid that someone will be unlucky, and it will be a bloody misfortune. The Gu auction house has the most obvious loopholes. Evil Emperor, how about using them as a target? Qin Wentian whispered, as if he was talking about something insignificant. The housekeeper next to him trembled violently and whispered, Commander, the power behind the Gu auction house is terrifying, and there's the figure of the Helen family behind it. Did I ask you a question? Qin Wentian glanced at him, and the housekeeper felt a chill all over his body when he saw those eyes. He was as silent as a cicada and shut up directly. If we attack the Gu auction house, it will save a lot of trouble. Other forces will see it, so we won't need to do anything. The evil emperor nodded gently, agreeing with Qin Wentian's opinion. Let Suli gather people and prepare to go. Qin Wentian said calmly. The housekeeper beside him trembled violently again. Are we going to do it directly? Okay. The evil emperor didn't say much, just responded, and then walked out. Gu auction house is a very large auction house in Bichang district. This auction house has formed a very complete market. There are many trading lofts around it. Every day, a large number of strong people come here to trade. Look, the people from the commander's mansion are here. At this time, someone looked up and saw a group of strong people coming, wearing the clothes of the commander's mansion. I almost forgot that it's the day to collect tribute again. These people in the commander's mansion don't do serious work, but they are very active in collecting tribute. Someone laughed and praised. That's all they can do. Even the commander-in-chief has to keep his tail between his legs. What can the other people in the commander's mansion do? They were probably frightened by the soul-slaying formation in the battle that year. The crowd was whispering. While they were talking, Suli led his men straight here, his eyes emitting cold rays of light. A moment later, they came to a trading pavilion. The shopkeeper inside smiled and glanced at Suli, then looked away, completely ignoring Suli. Suli walked into the trading pavilion and said calmly, the commander's mansion is here to collect tribute. Deputy Commander Su, we are not ready yet. Can we wait a while and go to the Gu auction house to collect tribute first? The shopkeeper of the trading pavilion said with a smile. Many people around him also smiled, but they held back and did not speak. Gu auction house? When did the commander's mansion dare to collect tribute from Gu auction house? It has never been in all these years. This is the tribute standard. In the past, your trading pavilion was a fourth-class force. However, over the years, your trading pavilion has continued to grow. Now, it is defined as a third-class force. According to the new attack standard, pay it immediately. Suli waved a page of paper and dropped it in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's eyes froze there for a moment, and his smile instantly became a little stiff. He looked down at the tribute standard. Compared with the fourth-class forces, the number of resources to be tributed by the third-class forces will be 10 times. Commander Su, what does this mean? The shopkeeper's eyes turned cold and he was very unhappy. Pay immediately. Su Li was too lazy to talk nonsense and spoke directly. His tone was extremely cold. In the past 10 years, my trading pavilion has encountered a lot of troubles. I have never disturbed the commander's mansion. I have handled it on my own, and the scale of transactions has not changed. Commander Su suddenly defined my trading pavilion as a third-class force this time. It's a bit inappropriate. The shopkeeper said coldly. Su Li waved his hand, and in an instant, the people from the commander's mansion came forward and surrounded the trading pavilion. The shopkeeper's face instantly became extremely ugly. Su Li said coldly, I'll give you 1 stick of incense time. If you don't pay the tribute, then this trading pavilion will be closed immediately. You. The shopkeeper pointed at Su Li angrily, shaking with anger. It seemed that Su Li came prepared. Was he using them to establish his authority? He looked at the major forces around him. At this moment, many people felt something strange. In addition to Su Li, the other 2 deputy commanders also controlled the 2 trading pavilions, and they were on the verge of a fight. Many strong men flashed over and looked at the situation here. It seemed that something was not right. Gu Auction House was in the center of these trading pavilions. People came and went, and it was very lively. At this moment, many people in the auction house flocked here to watch the incident. What happened to the commander's mansion this time? It seemed that something was going to happen. I saw an immortal emperor coming out of the Gu Auction House with a lot of people. He glanced at the situation around him and asked, what happened? These people in the commander's mansion actually want to directly upgrade our trading pavilion and pay 10 times the tribute. A shopkeeper looked at the immortal emperor and said, Commander Su Li, these trading pavilions all rely on our Gu Auction House to exist. Your making a fuss will affect the business of my auction house. The old man, he said, seeming a little unhappy. Su Li glanced at the other party without saying anything. At this moment, a group of strong men came from outside. At the same time, a strong breath descended from the void. A group of mighty figures came here. The leader was the evil emperor. Seeing these strong men who kept pouring in from outside, all wearing the uniforms of the commander's mansion, at this moment, no matter who it was, they all understood that this matter was unusual. Commander's mansion, is it going to attack Gu Auction House? What exactly does the commander's mansion mean? The old man, his eyes turned completely cold, and he asked coldly, could it be that they really wanted to touch them? Chapter 1592 Blood splattered 3 feet. The evil emperor now transformed into human form. He stepped out and walked towards Zilao step by step, saying, now is the time to pay tribute. In a few months, Commander Qin will go to Lihao Palace to pay tribute. We are here to collect tribute. Collect tribute. Hilao sneered, looked at the evil emperor and said, how much has the commander's mansion done for Bicheng district over the years? Some people in my auction house have been robbed and killed, some have had their treasures taken away, and some have caused trouble. I have asked the commander's mansion for advice. Has the commander's mansion ever intervened? That's right. It would be fine if the commander's mansion didn't intervene, but it is so active in collecting tribute. What's more, my trading pavilion pays tribute on time every year. Now, the commander's mansion has listed my trading pavilion as a third-class force overnight and collected 10 times the tribute. What does this mean? Are they deliberately trying to stop me from running the business? The shopkeeper of the trading pavilion where Su Li was came out and said coldly. With the support of Gu Auction House, he seemed to have more confidence. That's right, I'm the same here. I want to know why the commander's mansion requires us to pay tribute 10 times. Even if the palace master is here, he will understand us. The shopkeeper of another trading pavilion said loudly. More and more strong people gathered here. It was originally a very popular trading place. Such a thing happened, which naturally caused a chain reaction. Strong people from all sides came to watch. Some people were just watching the fun, while others were mocking, standing on the side of Gu Auction House and joining forces to resist the pressure from the commander's mansion. Understand you? Su Li walked up, his eyes shining with cold light. Commander Qin is kind. In order to allow you to run your business with peace of mind, every time he collects tribute, he will not collect it if he can. He lets you go. Has Gu Auction House ever paid tribute once in decades? However, You know that every time Commander Qin is in Lihoro Palace, he needs to face the questions of the Palace Master and other commanders. The commander took it all on his own. Now you, a bunch of ungrateful wolves, are so good that you actually think it is natural and don't know what is good for you. Ha ha ha. Someone laughed when he heard Suli's words. Qin Wentian is merciful. A mad laugh was heard. As soon as he took office, he plotted to kill the 3 deputy commanders and planted his own people to consolidate his power. But he was too scared to come out because of the battle. Now he is said to be merciful. It's really funny. The evil emperor's eyes turned cold and swept through the crowd. He fell on the person who was speaking. It was a young immortal king from Jiutian house. He stood next to a powerful immortal emperor and laughed wantonly. Slandering the commander in public, what is the crime according to the law? The evil emperor asked in the void. Whiplash. Someone behind him responded, and the evil emperor waved his hand and said, "Catch him." Figures flashed out one after another. They were all people from the commander's mansion. They surrounded the front and prepared to catch people. How dare you? He Lao's eyes turned cold, and the power of the immortal emperor burst out. The emperor's light shone, and the thunderous roar made everyone's heart tremble violently. He stepped forward, like a man standing alone, and said coldly, "What does the commander's mansion think this is a place? It is the right thing for the commander's mansion to disrupt my auction business like this. You dare to stop the commander's mansion from enforcing the law." The evil emperor stared at him with his green and strange eyes, and said coldly, "What a good way to stop the commander's mansion from enforcing the law." I saw a series of figures flashing out, and several powerful people in the realm of immortal emperor flashed out from the Gu auction house. The lineup was simply terrible, and people secretly sighed that the Gu auction house was worthy of being a large auction house in the northern city. It was extremely wealthy and kept some powerful people in the realm of immortal emperor for worship. There were even as many immortal emperors as the commander's mansion. As soon as he came out, the violent power swept the world and confronted the commander's mansion fatally. I have never heard of this law in the commander's mansion. If you make a casual comment on the commander, you will be caned. Then, in the huge North City district, I don't know how many people will be caned. Don't you know how people outside evaluate Commander Qin? And what words of his are slanderous? An old man in the top immortal emperor realm spoke coldly. He was the head of the ancient river auction house. The commanders of each district can add some laws on their own to control the major areas. This is the law of my North City District Commander's Mansion. If you have any questions, you can go to the Lihoro Palace to ask the Palace Master. If anyone dares to stop the Commander's Mansion from enforcing the law, it will not be as simple as caning. Suli said gloomily. The ancient river auction house is indeed powerful enough. Many immortal emperors have come directly to openly oppose the Commander's Mansion. It seems that the Commander's Mansion has been weak for many years, and these people have completely ignored the Commander's Mansion. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, you dare not be so blatant and presumptuous. Don't forget that behind the Commander's Mansion is the Lihoro Palace, and the entire Lihoro city is governed by the Lihoro Palace. The entire void was suppressed and tense. Although there were countless people, it was extremely quiet at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the central area where the conflict broke out. The Commander's Mansion suddenly came this time, and the Commander's Mansion came together in a mighty manner. The comers were not kind. Gu Auction House was not willing to be outdone and directly challenged the Commander's Mansion. "Okay," the old man said in a stiff and cold voice, "even if this is the law set by the Commander's Mansion, then I ask again, which of his words is slandering the Commander? He killed the 3 deputy commanders as soon as he took office, and you were all former bandits. He placed you in there. Isn't it to place his own forces? Is this slander? Could it be that others can't even talk about what the commander did? That's right, this sentence can't be considered slander." The owner of the trading pavilion also felt confident at this moment, and sneered and said, "He wants to see how the Commander's Mansion can get off the stage today. These people really think they can command the North City District. After all, this area is still the territory of the Helen family. Only the Helen family can control everything, and the Gu Auction House has the figure of the Helen family behind it. The Commander's Mansion wants to challenge the Gu Auction House. Today, I will teach the Commander's Mansion how to behave." Suli's eyebrows flashed, his eyes were cold, but at this time, a cold voice came out, "Of course he slandered me." This voice came out suddenly, making everyone's eyes flash suddenly, and they all looked in a certain direction. They saw that in the lineup of the commander's mansion, the strong men scattered to both sides, and involuntarily made way for a road, which was very neat and uniform. From this, it can be seen how strict the rules of the commander's mansion are now, or how high the prestige of the person walking in the middle is. Although he has been despised by the outside world for many years, in the commander's mansion, since he killed the 3 deputy commanders in force, no one dared to disrespect him at all. The former new commander Qin Wentian, is he finally here? Many people looked at him. For the North City district, many people have never even seen what Qin Wentian looks like. Now, they see an extremely handsome figure, as if there is a wonderful glow on his body, which makes him feel a bit sacred. Whether it is men or women, they can't help but admire him. What a handsome man, his temperament is extremely outstanding. He walked out slowly and came to the front of the crowd. Even the 2 powerful men, Zidi and Suli, stepped aside and waited for him to come to the front. Greetings, Commander. Many powerful men in the commander's mansion bowed at the same time, their voices were uniform and extremely solemn. In just a moment, many people couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Is this Qin Wentian? Commander Qin. The old man from Gu Auction House was still standing in the void, with a hint of condescension. That's right. Qin Wentian responded. I would like to ask, how is his word slanderous? The old man's eyes were shining, staring at Qin Wentian. He said that I was scared out of my wits after the battle and dared not come out, but at this moment, I am standing here. Qin Wentian said slowly. He. The old man smiled and looked at Qin Wentian and said, this sentence is at most just a little disrespectful. To say it is slanderous is too serious. As a commander of a region, Your Excellency is defined as slander because of this sentence. Isn't it a joke? Since you said so, then I won't bother with him. Qin Wentian smiled, as if he didn't care, and continued, however, what does it mean that the Gu Auction House prevented my commander's mansion from collecting tribute? Besides, I also want to collect tribute from the Gu Auction House when I come here this time. It is natural for the commander's mansion to collect tribute, but these trading pavilions are all dependent on my Gu Auction House. Their business is not big. The commander's mansion directly increased the tribute tenfold, which is unbearable for them. As for my Gu Auction House, many things have happened over the years. My Lord Commander should not be unaware of it, right? The conversation between the 2 was very calm, as if they had no anger at all. Over the years, the commander's office has been inactive. I deeply apologize for this. Now I have come here in person. In addition to collecting tribute, another purpose is to investigate what has happened over the years. Next, I may have to conduct an investigation. I hope you can forgive me. Qin Wentian said calmly, pass on my order to immediately seal up the Gu Auction House and conduct a comprehensive investigation of what has happened over the years. Except for those who come to the auction, the internal staff of the Gu Auction House are not allowed to leave. They must cooperate with the commander's office to investigate the case. Those who violate the order will be executed immediately. This calm voice exploded like a thunderclap. Many people only felt a buzzing in their heads and their hearts trembled violently. Those who violate the order will be executed immediately. The voice remained, echoing in the air. The calm voice contained an unquestionable iron-blooded spirit, showing Qin Wentian's strength. The people in the commander's office only felt their blood boiling. At this moment, they couldn't help but think of the iron-blooded spirit when the commander killed the 3 deputy commanders. Whoever stood in his way would be killed. Qin Wentian. The old man shouted coldly. You are so presumptuous, who dares to attack me? Seeing the people from the commander's mansion rushing into the Gu Auction House one by one, the immortal Emperor He Lao below flashed his body and tried to stop the crowd. Qin Wentian, do you know what you are doing? He Lao glared at Qin Wentian, but he only saw a pair of cold eyes. The dazzling sword of light pierced through directly. He screamed, his eyes bled, and then a sword of light came across the void and chopped down directly. In just a moment, his head was separated and blood splattered 3 feet. Chapter 1593, Tensions. He Lao's body fell to the ground, his body separated. Countless eyes looked over there, their hearts beating wildly, and they looked at this sudden change in horror. Qin Wentian took action on the spot and killed an immortal emperor. Ziohe. The old man in the void trembled, watching the ground stained with blood. His eyes were filled with terrible murderous intent. Many people from Gu Auction House came forward and looked at He Lao's body, their bodies trembling with anger. Qin Wentian dared to kill him? How dare he kill? The onlookers were shocked, especially the heads of the major trading pavilions. At this moment, their heads seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and they became more sober in an instant. It seemed that they understood what level of dispute they were involved in, and whether they were qualified to participate in it. He Lao, the immortal emperor of Gu Auction House, was killed as Qin Wentian said, without saying a word. He Lao wanted to stop the people from the commander's mansion, but he looked at him and said, "Execute." Just like what he said just now, execute immediately. Although they are the heads of the trading pavilion, if Qin Wentian and He Lao dared to kill them, what are they? They just exist by relying on Gu Auction House. Now, how could they not understand that the commander's mansion is going to take action against Gu Auction House? Just when people in Bicheng district gradually forgot about this person and the commander's mansion, Qin Wentian appeared. Everyone regarded the commander's mansion in Bicheng district as a symbol of cowardice and incompetence. At this time, the commander's mansion descended from the sky and came to Gu Auction House. People in the commander's mansion listened to the order, executed immediately, and anyone who dares to obstruct the investigation will be executed immediately. Qin Wentian uttered a voice again. This time, it was heavier than before, and it also added a bit of iron-blooded spirit. "Yes, Commander." The strong men in the commander's mansion responded in unison. Although they were afraid of Commander Qin Wentian over the years, they knew that the commander's mansion was looked down upon and had a bad reputation. The commander's mansions and other areas were all very powerful, but they had no dignity in the North City district. Anyone dared to provoke them. Every year, they collected tributes as if they were begging for help, and were subjected to all kinds of difficulties. They had been holding back their breath for a long time. Now, after decades of patience, the commander finally took action. They all smelled a bloody intention and the breath of a beast. When Qin Wentian killed the 3 deputy commanders, they knew that this was a beast. Although it had been silent for many years, it finally showed its sharp fangs. The Gu Auction House looked at the old man, the leader of the Gu Auction House, but saw that he became particularly calm at this moment. He just looked at the corpse on the ground and said coldly, "Let them investigate." Obviously, he also understood that Qin Wentian was serious. If he forcibly stopped it, it would be a war. Moreover, the other party had a pretext for their actions, and they only attacked in the name of helping them investigate the case, and they attacked at lightning speed. Their allies had not yet arrived. If they started a war at this moment, even if they were not at a disadvantage as immortal emperors, they would definitely lose because the other party had Qin Wentian and the evil emperor. Qin Wentian would kill them immediately. At that time, they would not be able to survive, so where could they go to seek justice? The more times like this, the more they should be patient. Everyone flashed with anger, and clenched their fists quietly, wishing to kill them immediately, but they did not move and obeyed the old man's orders. The old man did not hide anything, and took out the communication crystal in front of Qin Wentian, and then a fairy thought was injected into it. Everyone naturally knew what he was doing, and Qin Wentian knew it too, but he just watched quietly. Today, no matter who came, it would be useless. The immortal emperors of the commander's mansion blocked all the directions of the Gu Auction House. The strong men of the commander's mansion entered and began to search. Qin Wentian and the evil emperor stood outside, just watching all this happen indifferently. "Commander Qin, our Gu Auction House has some status in the North City district. Have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this?" After the old man sent a message, he looked at Qin Wentian and said calmly, "Did its Gu Auction House ask me to investigate the things that happened in these years? Now that I have started to investigate, you are talking like this. What do you mean?" Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back and looked at him coldly. Commander Qin is really good at acting. Everyone in Lihoro City knows that Commander Qin was born a bandit, and they also know why Commander Qin became a commander. Therefore, I suggest that Commander Qin consider the consequences of whatever he does, so as not to make mistakes. The old man continued, his calm voice without anger revealed a threat. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with indifference. Threatening him? Very good. Soon, a person was escorted out. This was a top-level immortal king. He looked at Qin Wentian coldly and said, "What does Commander Qin mean by this?" Qin Wentian glanced at him, did not speak, and just waited quietly. People were escorted out one after another. Seeing this scene, the old man's face changed slightly, and there was a strange light in his eyes. It turned out that the commander's mansion had been planning this day for a long time. Today, they really came prepared. Strong men from all sides came here one after another in the distance. Gradually, The Gu auction house was surrounded by crowds from the sky to the ground. Although Gu auction house is a large auction house in the North City district, it has never seen such a grand occasion as today. The commander's mansion has been silent for many years. How can it not attract attention when it takes action to deal with Gu auction house? Moreover, this is also related to the interests of major forces. After all, in the past few decades, few people have paid tribute to the commander's mansion. Therefore, the confrontation between the commander's mansion and Gu auction house this time is representative. Many people want to see in which direction this incident will evolve. In the void, several very powerful forces descended, and the lineup was very strong. There were many strong men in the realm of Immortal Emperor, including even top-level Immortal Emperors. As soon as they arrived, they came directly to the side of Gu auction house, the closest place to the center of the storm, and stared at the crowd in the commander's mansion. Obviously, these people came with bad intentions. However, Qin Wentian did not even look up at them. He still stood there with his hands behind his back, quietly standing there, and even closed his eyes, resting his eyes. That handsome face was very charming. Many beautiful female practitioners looked at him with a bit of brilliance and appreciation. Young, handsome, powerful, and iron-blooded, there has not been such a striking commander in the North City for many years. Finally, many people were escorted to Qin Wentian's side, and the people in the commander's mansion returned to the team one after another. The old man in Gu auction house said coldly, "What exactly does the commander want to do?" "Evil Emperor, leave it to you," Qin Wentian said with his eyes closed. "Yes." The evil emperor nodded, his eyes glowed with a terrible and strange light, and he took a step forward. "Wait!" The old man shouted, "Commander Qin, what do you want the evil emperor to do?" "Of course, investigate the case." Qin Wentian responded. "Investigate the case? Why did you take people from Gu auction house?" The old man asked coldly. "Perhaps they have a problem, and Gu auction house didn't find it. Since my command office wants to thoroughly investigate some of the things that happened in Gu auction house in recent years, I will do my best." "Why, you want to stop me?" Qin Wentian opened his eyes, and a dazzling light burst out. This light was sharper than a sword and pierced directly into the other party's eyes. The old man trembled inwardly, and he said coldly, "Qin Wentian, don't go too far." "Evil Emperor." Qin Wentian ignored the other party and just spoke. The evil emperor's eyes became extremely strange, and the green light shone. Looking at the eyes of one of them, the man's eyes also glowed with a strange green light, and his expression seemed a little dull, as if he was not very sober. 20 years ago, there were several thefts in Gu auction house. "Do you know?" the evil emperor asked. "I know." The man nodded and replied. "What happened specifically?" the evil emperor asked again. "The time for the commander's mansion to collect tribute is approaching. In order to have a reason not to pay the tribute, my auction house staged a play." The man responded. "Shut up!" the old man shouted loudly, like a thunderous roar, shaking the man's soul. Then the green light in his eyes disappeared. Looking at the old man's cold eyes, his face turned pale in an instant. "Evil Emperor, continue," Qin Wentian said. "Well, Jiutian, 8 years ago, I heard you talk about something in the restaurant 10 years ago, about the assassination of a person in Gu auction house, which was done by your own people in Gu auction house. Is this true?" the evil emperor asked directly. "Yes, that person was originally wanted to get rid of. And it happened to be the day when the commander's mansion collected tribute. We could take this opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and kill him. Then we would notify the commander's mansion to investigate the matter thoroughly. Of course, the commander's mansion would not be able to find out. Not only this matter, but also before each tribute date, we would do something. Even if we didn't pay tribute, we would at least find an excuse. The commander's mansion is cowardly, so we can just do something casually. We don't even have to worry about them knowing. They are just a bunch of trash." Ziyan's mouth curled up with a sarcastic look and slowly told the truth. The space was silent, the old man's chest heaved, his body trembling with anger. He slowly turned his gaze and fell on the evil emperor, saying, "That's enough, evil emperor, everyone knows your ability, you can make them say whatever you want, you can always find a pretext to accuse someone, but you are too despicable to frame my Gu auction house in this way." "Despicable." The evil emperor looked at the old man. "Your Gu auction house has used all kinds of shameless means, and you have the nerve to say these words. Humph, there is no point in arguing with you about this." The old man looked at Qin Wentian and said, "I'll just ask Commander Qin what he wants to do. If you want to deal with my Gu auction house, just say it clearly. Why use this method to frame it? I heard that Commander Qin was despised by his colleagues every time he went to Lihoro Palace because he did not collect enough tribute in recent years. It must be difficult for him to explain to the palace master. So, he did such a thing." A voice was heard, and everyone looked into the void. The person who spoke was from another powerful force. There was a bit of sarcasm on his face. Obviously, he came to help Gu auction house. Chapter 1594 Strong Command. The man's tone was thorny, and he was obviously targeting Qin Wentian, implying that Qin Wentian could not collect enough tribute, and it would be difficult to explain to the palace master, so he used despicable means to deal with Gu auction house here. Although he did not say it explicitly, how could everyone not hear it? Qin Wentian looked up and looked at the man who was speaking, and a faint smile flashed across his handsome face. "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that the commander-in-chief used such means to deal with people like us who are doing business in Lihoro City. It's chilling. Although we are alone and powerless, we are not as strong as the commander's mansion, but we will never sit and wait for death." The man's tone was a bit tough, and he continued to speak. Alone and powerless. Qin Wentian glanced at the man. He was a top-level immortal emperor, and there were several strong men at the immortal emperor level around him. Such a force is called alone and powerless? If we simply talk about the powerful people in the realm of immortal emperor, his commander's mansion in the North City district may not be able to compare with the other party. To be honest, he failed as a commander and made the commander's mansion so shabby. Yes, we are running our own industry in Lihoro City. We have finally developed it. The commander's mansion cannot provide security, so we naturally don't need to pay tribute, but the commander's mansion uses this method, which is chilling. Another powerful person from a large force spoke up and stood with the Gu auction house. "Su Li, who are these two families? Have they ever paid tribute on time?" Qin Wentian looked at Su Li beside him and asked. "The Pavilion Master of the Red Moon Pavilion and the Pavilion Master of the Xiangxiang Tower are both first-class forces. They have a large force in my North City area, but since the day the commander took office, the Red Moon Pavilion and the Xiangxiang Tower have never paid any tribute." Su Li responded to Qin Wentian. "The commander's mansion is so inactive, and it still wants us to pay tribute? Is it a foolish dream?" The Pavilion Master of the Red Moon Pavilion continued. "You said that the commander's office did nothing and reported everything to my commander's office. My commander's office was not able to get to the bottom of things before. Therefore, you used this as an excuse to refuse to pay tribute. I admit this. It's my commander's office's inaction." Qin Wentian looked at everyone and slowly said, "But now, I have come here to take action in accordance with your will. Now that things have been clarified, you say that I slandered and deliberately framed you. In that case, no matter what my commander's office does, you are not going to pay tribute. Commander Qin is deliberately misinterpreting our meaning. If you really wanted to find out the truth, why would you order people to search my auction house and arrest my people? You know very well what Commander Qin's purpose is." The old man from Gu auction house said coldly. "The Lord of the Changsheng realm is in charge of the endless area of the Nine Realms Palace. The Palace Master of the Lihoro Palace is in charge of Lihoro City. The 5 commanders of this city have their own responsibilities. I, Qin Wentian, am the commander of the North City District and am in charge of all matters in the North City District. Since I have found out the truth, that is the truth. If anyone disagrees, you can go to the Lihoro Palace to report to the Palace Master." Qin Wentian's voice suddenly became serious and extremely indifferent. He said, "As for today, the facts are all there. You can argue, but anyone who blocks the commander's office from doing things will be killed without mercy." There seemed to be a sharp cold wind in the void, and everyone felt a little cold on their bodies. Qin Wentian had previously made a sentence of execution and then killed Mr. He of the Gu auction house. Now, he ordered that anyone who blocked the commander's office from doing things would be killed without mercy. The iron-blooded and indifferent voice revealed the belief that he must kill, as if today, no one could stop him from attacking the Gu auction house. The strong men from the Red Moon Pavilion came, several immortal emperors, and the Pavilion Master came in person. The strong men from the Xiangxiang Tower came, several immortal emperors, and the Pavilion Master also came in person. In addition to the Gu auction house, this is definitely a super strong force. If a war really breaks out, even the commander's mansion will not be a match, right? "Commander, think twice." Another strong man spoke up. He was the pavilion master of a relatively large trading pavilion on the Gu auction house side. He was a mid-level immortal emperor. At this time, many people couldn't help but stand in the same camp with the Gu auction house. It was not because they had an alliance with the Gu auction house, but because it was related to their interests. This battle was crucial. Once the commander's mansion took down the Gu auction house, it meant that the commander's mansion had reversed the entire situation. In the future, when the commander's mansion collected tribute, would they still not pay it? "Commander Qin, please act prudently," someone else reminded, but there was no kindness at all. The tone was cold and more like a threat. "If the commander really wants to do this, we can only join forces to resist. If the palace master sends someone to punish us, we will also argue with reason. It is the commander who does not allow us to live," the old man from Gu auction house said slowly, with terrible murderous intent in his eyes. Qin Wentian knew that the other party wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to believe that if he, Qin Wentian, really did not cause some damage to the Hulun family, but was easily killed, it meant that he had no use value to the Lihuro Palace Master. If he died, the Lihuro Palace Master would never say a word for him. That was his incompetence. The Lihuro Palace Master wanted a useful Qin Wentian. As for the Hulun family, there was no need to say more. He had been in office for 3 months. When he dealt with the 2 deputy commanders, he encountered such a terrible thing as the soul-slaying needle. As long as the other party caught the opportunity, he would definitely kill him without hesitation. Today, perhaps he gave the Hulun family an opportunity, which was the opportunity in front of him. Both the Lihuro Palace and the Hulun clan had their own agenda. Qin Wentian was caught in the middle, which was extremely miserable. However, he had no way out. 3,000 commanders, listen to my orders. Qin Wentian gave an order. Here. The terrible voice shook the world. The commander's mansion had summoned some more people after the turmoil that year. It happened that the 3,000 commanders were now all gathered at the Gu auction house. The Gu auction house evaded tribute, set up a conspiracy, and slandered the reputation of the commander's mansion. Since I took office, I have never paid tribute. From now on, the Gu auction house will be sealed and cleared immediately. All the people in the auction house will be cleared out. The Gu auction house will be reassigned to the commander's mansion to make up for the tribute that the Gu auction house has not paid in these years. Qin Wentian's voice was extremely cold. He directly ordered to search and confiscate the Gu auction house and directly confiscate the original Gu auction house as the property of the commander's mansion. "Qin Wentian, you dare!" the old man roared, and a terrifying storm swept over his body. The shocking power burst out, and a destructive light bloomed above the sky. "Anyone who blocks the work of the commander's office will be killed without mercy." Qin Wentian shouted again, and in an instant, the 3,000 commanders all released a terrible aura. For a moment, the vast and endless void began to run wild, and the violent airflow rolled up crazily, making a whistling sound. Compared with the strong men in the realm of Immortal Emperor and Immortal King, the huge Gu auction house still seemed too small. Many people retreated one after another, especially some onlookers, who flashed quickly towards the distance, worried that they would be affected by the outbreak of the battle. It seems that the commander is going to be arrogant to the end. The head of the Red Moon Pavilion spoke coldly, and the people he led released a strong aura, and the cold light of murderous intent in his eyes flashed away. The owner of the Xiangxiang Tower did the same, leading the strong men to step out, vaguely wanting to surround the commander's army below. "You all have to shoulder the responsibility for Gu auction house? Well, it depends on whether you can bear it." Qin Wentian's body slowly rose into the air, suspended in the void. The dazzling and boundless imperial light shone, and the light from the sky fell down. The strong light made many people close their eyes, and they were so painful that they couldn't open them. Mid-level Immortal Emperor. Many people trembled in their hearts. It has been rumored that Qin Wentian's cultivation is the initial level of Immortal Emperor. Now, he has broken through and entered the realm of mid-level Immortal Emperor. No wonder he attacked Gu auction house. It turned out that his strength is even stronger. I will say it one last time. Anyone who obstructs the work of the commander's office will be killed without mercy. Qin Wentian took a step forward. The evil emperor stood at the front of the commanding army and waved his hand, saying, "Go." Everyone walked forward to search the Gu auction house. Boom. The head of the Red Moon Pavilion stepped into the void, and an extremely violent and fiery aura burst out, heading towards the evil emperor. The strong men of the Red Moon Pavilion took action at the same time, and they descended in front of the commanding army one by one. Roar! The evil emperor roared, and an extremely violent and strange storm swept across the world. Countless figures here retreated frantically, and the dense crowd dispersed in an instant. The battle was destined to break out. Who dared to get close? Go back! The head of the Red Moon Pavilion sent out a blood-red terrifying handprint, covering the sky and the earth. Before the attack came, the extremely violent airflow shocked back many immortal kings in the commanding mansion, and then the big handprint and the attack of the evil emperor collided with each other and exploded wildly. Commander Qin, you forced me to do this. The old man from Jiutian house released his imperial power. The strong men around him stood in a row and burst out their might. At the same time, on the other side, there were strong men from Xiang Tower and people from several other forces. They all burst out their momentum and went to war with the commander's mansion. This time, it's going to be crazy. Many people were trembling. It had been many years since such a situation had happened. There was actually a war between the commander's mansion and the big forces. Bicheng district is the territory of the Helen family. Even the Lord of Lihoro Palace cannot reach in. Therefore, many forces here are influenced by the Helen family and are very strong against the commander's mansion. There have been strong commanders in the past, but they all died, and the Lord of Lihoro Palace was unable to avenge them. Now, there is another stronger commander, Qin Wentian, who was born as a bandit. Today, this strong commander Qin Wentian has been low-key and forbearing for so many years. Is he finally going to fall? The muddy water in the Bicheng district of Lihoro City is not so easy to stir. Chapter 1595 Under the Light. The space became empty in an instant, and those strong men retreated to a distance, freeing up the battlefield. The might of many immortal emperors and immortal kings overwhelmed the world. The army of the commander's mansion was blocked by various forces and hesitated to move forward. The evil emperor and Su Li shouted and attacked forward. Qin Wentian's body was suspended in the air, and the light on his body became brighter and brighter. Is he crazy? Since he took action today, he will not fail. In the 50 years since he took office, apart from killing the 3 deputy commanders, he has never taken action in Lihoro City. Instead, he has been practicing hard or practicing outside, and even went to many mineral veins to mine. Until today, his cultivation has entered the middle-level immortal emperor. The forces involved in the northern city of Lihoro City and the Helen family despise his existence. So, today, it is time to settle the accounts of 50 years. A dazzling light shone across the world, and many people couldn't even open their eyes. The strong men who participated in the battle, such as Jiutian House, Qiayu Pavilion, and Xiang Tower, only felt the strong light coming. They seemed to have become independent individuals, isolated in a unique field of light. A mid-level immortal emperor from Jiutian House released a terrible imperial light, and the power of rules danced violently, but he still couldn't help but raise his palm to cover his eyes. The strong light stabbed and pierced through the power of rules on his body, piercing his body. The light on his body became brighter and brighter, and then his body gradually turned into light, trying to merge with the light. No! He roared angrily, making a sad and angry sound. How could it be? How difficult it was for him to cultivate to the realm of a mid-level immortal emperor, and how much he had experienced to have his current status. At this moment, he was going to be killed by a light? He was unwilling. But the light penetrated through, and his body seemed to have become a part of the light, completely disappearing, like a point of light, without a trace. Not only him, but all the strong men in the middle and low-level immortal emperor realms, once hit by this light, no matter what kind of power they used to resist, it was useless. One by one, their bodies disappeared and merged into the light, becoming a part of it. As for the onlookers in the distance, they felt that their eyes could not see everything over there. The light was too bright, so bright that there was only a piece of light, and no one could be seen, but they heard voices coming from the light. Every voice, whether sad, angry, unwilling, or desperate, made their bodies tremble involuntarily. The strong light of this word finally dissipated. When the light ended, when everyone looked up at the void again, they felt their souls trembling, and their bodies were soaked with cold sweat in an instant. Looking at the handsome figure floating in the air, they all felt a sincere awe. A cowardly and incompetent commander who hid in the commander's mansion and dared not go out? A commander who did not dare to collect tribute for a fear of being assassinated? Just one ray of light was enough to overturn everything. The 3 major forces, Jiutian House, Crimson Moon Pavilion, and Xiang Tower, as well as several other forces, participated in this battle and blocked the front of the commanding army. There were many immortal emperors, more than 20 powerful immortal emperors. However, at this moment, there were only a few immortal emperors left in front of Qin Wentian, all of whom were powerful people in the top immortal emperor realm, and they retreated to far distance to open up the distance. The middle-level immortal emperors and the primary-level immortal emperors below the top immortal emperors disappeared. The screams in the light before still echoed in my ears. Obviously, they had all fallen in the light and were killed in groups. The top-level immortal emperors who were still alive were breathing rapidly, staring at Qin Wentian with horror in their eyes. How could this be possible? How could Qin Wentian be so powerful? Just a ray of light bloomed and killed a group of immortal emperors. There was no solution at all. This was too terrible. Doesn't it mean that in front of him, even if the immortal emperors attacked in groups, it would have no effect? As for the army of the commander's mansion below, they looked at Qin Wentian as if they were looking at a god. This was their current commander, a godlike existence. He had violently killed the 3 deputy commanders 3 months after taking office, and was not dead under the soul-killing formation. Now, a ray of light was released, and many immortal emperors were killed in a group. How majestic! Aren't these powerful people very arrogant? They looked down on their commander's mansion and dared to go to war with the commander's mansion. They used to make things difficult for them, but now they can finally be proud of themselves. In the distance, several shopkeepers of the trading pavilion who relied on the support of the ancient river auction house had already changed their faces drastically, sweat dripping from their foreheads, and they were in a panic. Before, they even ridiculed Qin Wentian. Thinking of this, they only felt bone-burning and heart-burning, and were extremely terrified. This time, something big is going to happen. With all the major forces joining forces, even the commander's mansion dared to start a war. It's not like they haven't done this before. All the previous commanders of North City District have never been able to truly rise in North City District. However, today, they seem to realize that things are different. In North City District, there is only one person whose cultivation is not high, but whose combat power is terrifyingly strong. When he led his men to deal with Gu Auction House today, he had thought of all the resistance, thought of other forces that might declare war on his commander's mansion together, and even thought that there might be someone behind these people who might take the opportunity to eliminate him as the commander. But what can he do? When he has absolute power, any conspiracy, any means, will bow down in front of absolute strength. Qin Wentian, who has entered the realm of the intermediate immortal emperor, undoubtedly has such absolute power. He ignores the conspiracy means of many forces and the encirclement and suppression of the immortal emperors. He kills those who stand in his way. Qin Wentian, as the commander of North City District, is this how you treat the forces in North City District? The voice of the old man from Gu Auction House was not as tough and confident as before, and there seemed to be a bit of tremor. Don't put the blame on me. Did you know that I am the commander of North City District? Over the years, who has respected me as the commander? How did you treat the people in the commander's mansion? You made things difficult for me when collecting tribute, and even conspired to create trouble. You used this as an excuse to refuse to pay tribute. You relied on your powerful strength to bully my commander's mansion. Just now, didn't you want to declare war on the commander's mansion and kill me? Now, why do you act as if you were bullied by me in an instant? Qin Wentian's voice was extremely strong, and his eyes swept through the void. I have already issued an order before. Anyone who dares to work for the commander's mansion will be killed without mercy. Now, Gu Auction House refuses to be punished. Crimson Moon Pavilion and Xiangxiang Tower have not paid tribute for decades. Now, they have joined forces with Gu Auction House to fight against the commander's mansion. Their crimes are unforgivable. From now on, all the properties of Crimson Moon Pavilion and Xiangxiang Tower in North City District will be confiscated, and all the proceeds will belong to the commander's mansion to serve as tribute over the years. As soon as these words came out, countless people's hearts trembled violently. It was too crazy. This time, not only Gu Auction House, but also Qiayu Pavilion and Xiangxiang Tower joined hands with Gu Auction House and were implicated. They would all be confiscated. This time, the commander's mansion wanted to use Gu Auction House to establish its prestige. These two major forces were involved and became the targets of the commander's mansion to establish its prestige. Yes, Commander. The people in the commander's mansion responded. Su Li. Qin Wentian shouted. Here. Su Li shouted. In addition to these three major forces, there were several immortal emperors involved before. Do you recognize them? Qin Wentian asked. I know them. Su Li nodded. Okay, stop the commander's mansion from doing things, and confiscate them. You take your people now. Anyone who dares to stop you will be killed without mercy. Qin Wentian ordered. Yes. Su Li nodded and said, follow me. The commander's mansion still has 3 deputy commanders, each in charge of 1,000 people. In an instant, Su Li's subordinates came out and left with him. Evil Emperor, Qin Wentian said again. Yes. The evil emperor replied. Take 1,000 men and go to search and confiscate the properties of the Red Moon Pavilion and the Xiangxiang Tower. If the other side has many strong men and dares to resist, hold them back temporarily and wait for me to go. Qin Wentian continued to give orders. Okay. The evil emperor nodded, then waved his hand, and another 1,000 men and horses came out and followed him to kill the properties of the Red Moon Pavilion and the Xiangxiang Tower. Qin Wentian, don't go too far. The head of the Red Moon Pavilion finally panicked. His Red Moon Pavilion was a first-class force with strong power. Once the evil emperor went to seal it, he would definitely resist. With Qin Wentian's iron-blooded attitude at the moment, as long as he resisted, it would be a crime of openly defying the commander's mansion and he would be killed without mercy. Too much? Qin Wentian sneered. Why did your killing intention towards me disappear before? Let's go. The head of the Red Moon Pavilion said, and the head of the Xiangxiang Tower nodded. They retreated and actually wanted to leave. Facing Qin Wentian, a mid-level immortal emperor, several top immortal emperors were here, but they didn't dare to fight. Qin Wentian's fighting power was too terrifying. Although he only attacked once before, and it was a group attack, it still left an indelible impression on them. That kind of strength made them, as top-level immortal emperors, dare not have the heart to fight against him, and they would never be able to defeat him. Since we have already started a war with the commander's mansion, can we still leave now? Qin Wentian sneered, and everyone's heart trembled. This is going to leave all the top immortal emperors behind. Several strong men stepped out and crossed the void, but Qin Wentian's eyes became extremely terrifying. There was a pair of strange eyes floating in the sky. Those eyes were huge and strange, looking down. With just one glance, the void seemed to change. The head of the Red Moon Pavilion and several other top immortal emperors directly entered the world of those pupils, the illusion space where Qin Wentian was. I said, since the war has begun, let's all stay. Qin Wentian's voice seemed to come from nothingness, and then it appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. He was wearing a white robe, standing with his hands behind his back, with peerless elegance. Although his realm was only that of a mid-level immortal emperor, he gave several top-level immortal emperors a feeling of invincibility. As soon as the voice fell, the power of great light shone on everything, stinging everyone's eyes. The endless light contained a terrible destructive power. Qin Wentian punched out, turning it into a fist of light, and directly hit the old man at the Xian auction house. The other party resisted frantically, but the fist of light penetrated everything, and no force could stop it. In an instant, a hole appeared in the old man's chest, penetrated by the power of light. The old man lowered his head, looking at the hole, with endless despair in his eyes. Chapter 1596, Changes in North City. Above the Gu auction house, when the strange eyes on the sky disappeared, the atmosphere between heaven and earth returned to calm. Everyone looked up and saw Qin Wentian standing quietly in the void. As for the top immortal emperors, they had disappeared. At this moment, many people's hearts trembled again, as if they were hit by something. Those disappeared strong men were all top immortal emperors. Even in the powerful Lihoro city, the top immortal emperors were definitely powerful and were the backbone of the major forces. However, just now, not long after, all the top immortal emperors were killed by Qin Wentian and turned into nothingness. Many people took a deep breath. They knew that the North District of Lihoro City was going to change. The commander's mansion, which had always been weak and incompetent, had been suppressed for thousands of years and months. Now, for the first time, it showed such a tough attitude. The leaders of the major forces were all killed. In the future, who would dare to be the first to stand out? The people in Gu auction house were trembling with fear, their bodies were shaking, and they hated the stormy waves in their hearts. They knew that Gu auction house was finished. Qin Wentian sealed it with the order of the commander's mansion. No one could say anything. Moreover, Those who knew some grievances between Lihuro Palace Master and Helen family understood that such a strong commander was exactly the person Lihuro Palace Master wanted to use. He would only praise Qin Wentian. After all, Qin Wentian's master was famous. What's more, the winner is the king. If Qin Wentian died, the situation would be completely different and go in a completely opposite direction. The people in the commander's mansion looked at the peerless figure in the void, and there was only endless admiration. Let's go and search the Gu auction house. A voice came out. It was the voice of a deputy commander. Everyone woke up and rushed into the Gu auction house to search. Everyone was expelled, the auction house was sealed, and the commander's mansion was guarding here. From today on, this Gu auction house belongs to the commander's mansion and can be sold again. Commander, these people from the trading pavilions have slandered our commander's mansion before, and they did not pay tribute according to the rules. How should we deal with them? At this time, a deputy commander spoke coldly, and the heads of the trading pavilions trembled suddenly, looking at Qin Wentian in the void with some fear. Those trading pavilions refused to pay tribute before, relying on the Gu auction house to fight against the commander's mansion. They should be closed down. However, I don't want to do too much and affect the normal business of everyone in the city. Therefore, in addition to the previous deputy commander's request to increase your power by 1 level, the tribute will be increased 5-fold. Do you have any objections? Qin Wentian said in a cold tone, sweeping everyone away. We accept the punishment. The heads of the trading pavilions nodded tremblingly and accepted the punishment. At this time, Qin Wentian was already polite not to deal with them, so how could they dare to disobey? If they really angered Qin Wentian, as long as the other party found an excuse at will, they could confiscate their trading pavilions. And everyone present here, many of you are running your own forces. As the commander of the North City District, I naturally hope that you will run your business smoothly. I have been in office for 50 years, and I have not done anything in the past. I would like to apologize to you all here, but that is all in the past. From today on, anyone who dares to cause trouble in the city district I have notified will be dealt with according to the laws of the commander's mansion, and there will be no leniency. Qin Wentian stood in the void and said, as for the past, all of them are written off. I thank the forces that have insisted on paying tribute over the years, and I hope that everyone can cooperate with the commander's mansion and pay tribute on time, and not play tricks like the Gu auction house. In addition, I will not pursue those who have not paid tribute in the past few decades. However, since I have decided to reorganize the North City District, I hope that you can consciously make up for the tribute owed to the commander's mansion over the years. Everyone immediately understood what Qin Wentian meant. Although I will not pursue your crimes, you still have to be more conscious and make up for the tributes that have not been paid in these years. Otherwise, no one knows what will happen in the future. This seemingly indifferent speech is enough to deter. The reason is that Qin Wentian sealed up the Gu auction house, the Red Moon Pavilion, and the Xiangxiang Tower, all the first-class forces, and at the same time, killed all the top immortal emperors. Who else dares to come out and provoke him? That's it. I'm leaving now. Qin Wentian said, leaving this place directly to the people of the commander's mansion to solve. He left and rushed to the headquarters of the Red Moon Pavilion and the Xiangxiang Tower. After all, these two forces are first-class forces with deep foundations. Even if the evil emperor goes there in person, he may not be able to handle it. He needs to go to hold the fort. There was an earthquake in the North City District. The earthquake spread throughout the North City District at the fastest speed, and even spread to Luo City. The Gu auction was too shocking, and it was a landmark event. It was easy to imagine what kind of storm it would cause. For a time, the whole city was in turmoil, and everyone was discussing this matter. Of course, there were many people paying attention to the Helen family. Although the Helen family and the leader Qin Wentian had never had a direct conflict, everyone understood that the reason why the leaders of the North City District in the past either ended up miserably or kept a low profile was because there was a super terrible opponent behind them. They were powerful enough to use invisible forces to influence the commander's mansion, and they didn't even need to take action themselves. Just like the battle when Qin Wentian took office, although no one could find out, where did the soul-slaying needle come from? If Qin Wentian was a little weaker, he would have died in the civil war that year, and there would be no today. Therefore, this landmark battle can be said to be Qin Wentian's declaration of war on the Helen family. With a brilliant victory, he slapped the Helen family hard. Next, how will the Helen family fight back against Qin Wentian? Gu auction house, Chiayu Pavilion and Xiangxiang Tower were confiscated overnight and removed from the North City District from then on, which was also shocking to many forces. The direct consequence of this incident was that after that day, the commander's mansion became extremely lively. People who operated forces in the North City District came to pay tribute on their own initiative, and no longer dared to wait for the commander's mansion to collect tribute. In addition, the forces that had not paid tribute in the past few decades all obediently made up for the tribute that was previously insufficient, and they were very conscious. In fact, some forces not only made up for the tribute, but also had a lot of extra resources. According to the rules of the commander's mansion, these extra resources were privately paid to the commander. Obviously, some forces were worried that Qin Wentian would settle accounts with them later, so they used some tricks. After Qin Wentian learned about it, he smiled and accepted it. Since others were willing to send it, he would of course give them face, so that others would feel at ease. Otherwise, if he sent it back, those people would be afraid. This also made Qin Wentian sigh that power is indeed a good thing, especially those powerful people, who can directly use power to plunder cultivation resources. Bibo Pavilion is a place where magic weapons are traded. Behind Bibo Pavilion is a powerful family. They belong to the weapon refining force, have many imperial weapons, and are very wealthy. Bibo Pavilion is the place where this family trades imperial weapons in exchange for imperial stones and various weapon refining and cultivation resources. At this time, an old man from Bibo Pavilion walked in. The steward inside immediately stepped forward and shouted respectfully, "Greetings to the head of the family. Where is the young master?" The old man asked coldly. "The young master?" The steward's eyes dodged, and he seemed to be hesitant. "Have you gone to the commander's mansion to pay tribute?" The old man continued to ask. "No," the young master said not to disturb him. The steward said tremblingly. "Do you know what happened in Gu auction house?" The old man asked again. "Yes." The steward nodded. "Unless they were those who were practicing in seclusion, who would not know about such a big thing? Then you didn't ask the young master to pay tribute?" The old man asked again, and the steward broke out in a cold sweat. Then, the old man walked past him and went to the backyard of the Bibo Pavilion. The magic weapon blocked the immortal thoughts here. He forced his way in and broke through the door. An angry curse came from inside. "Who is so presumptuous?" Bang! The door of the room collapsed directly, and several screams came from inside. The old man took a step and went directly into the room. Then he saw messy clothes scattered all over the floor. There were several young women wrapped in their bodies, looking at him in horror. Their skin was smooth and charming. Among those women was a young man, at the realm of Immortal King. At this moment, he was so scared that his face turned pale and shouted, "Dad, why are you here? The day of tribute has come. Why don't you go to the commander's mansion to pay tribute?" The old man asked calmly. "Dad, I thought something big had happened. Do we need to pay tribute to those useless people in the commander's mansion? Every time they came to collect tribute, I sent them away. This time, we will just drive them away." The young man breathed a sigh of relief and said. He thought he had done something wrong, but it turned out to be such a small matter. A violent breath burst out from the old man. He took a step forward, and a rumbling vibration sound came out. The big bed was directly shattered. All the women on it fell to the ground, screaming, and felt a terrible chill all over their bodies. "Get out!" the old man shouted angrily, and they just wrapped themselves in clothes and fled in a panic. All the way outside, it gave many people outside a feast for the eyes. Then, screams came from the backyard house, and the steward closed his eyes. The young master's talent for cultivation was rotten, and the master asked him to manage the Bibo Pavilion and indulged in sensual pleasures. He would never become a big shot. Not long after, Bibo Pavilion sent a team of people to set off, carrying the cultivation resources that had not been paid in the past decades, and headed towards the commander's mansion. This scene was not only happening in Bibo Pavilion, but also among the major forces ruled by the North City District. Just one battle completely changed the previous situation in the North City District. No one dared not to pay tribute to the commander's mansion. For a time, its initiative even exceeded that of other major areas in Lihoro City. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1597, Head-on Confrontation. In the following days, Qin Wentian stayed in the commander's mansion and did not go out. All the big and small forces in the North City District came to pay tribute on their own initiative. There was no need to go out to collect tribute in person. In fact, Qin Wentian gave an order not to collect tribute on his own initiative. This put pressure on the forces in the North City District, and no one dared not to come. In the mansion, Su Li came to report. He stood in front of Qin Wentian, looking at the handsome figure in front of him, with a lot of emotion in his heart. Thinking back to the past, he had listened to the advice of the barbarian emperor to kill Qin Wentian. After decades, Qin Wentian has become so powerful now. In the realm of the immortal emperor, he is like a god. Even the evil emperor admits that he is not Qin Wentian's opponent. He is far behind. If Qin Wentian had such fighting power back then, perhaps the palace master would not have been captured, and the Helen Emperor would probably be dead. I hope that one day Qin Wentian can continue to rise and become strong enough to defeat the palace master of Lihoro. Only in this way can there be a chance to rescue Yukianayu. How is it? Qin Wentian asked. All the major forces have completed the tribute, and almost all of them have made up for the tribute that they did not pay in the past 4 times. Su Li replied. The deterrent power of that battle was too strong. More than 20 immortal emperors fell, including several top immortal emperors, all of whom were killed. Who dares to be presumptuous? Oh. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he said, did they pay tribute over there? Yes, the forces of the Helen clan on the surface have also taken the initiative to pay tribute, making up for the past tribute, not less, and there is no trouble. Su Li nodded. Helen clan. Qin Wentian murmured in a low voice, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Such an enemy is terrible. On the surface, he will never do anything to you, and will not give you any excuse to deal with them, but in secret, he is full of murderous intent, and you can't even find their figure behind you. Be careful of the Helen clan in the future. Qin Wentian ordered. Yes. Su Li nodded. He naturally understood the danger of the Helen clan, like a poisonous snake. As for these tributes, they are nothing to the Helen clan. We still have too few people in the commander's mansion. Should we expand? Su Li asked. Although the commander's mansion is now very prestigious, how could Su Li not understand that this prestige is actually brought by Qin Wentian alone? Without his strength, how could the commander's mansion be so prosperous now? In the battle at Gu Auction House, Su Li saw the number of strong men from various forces and felt that the commander's mansion was too weak. Any first-class force could compete with the commander's mansion. There were more immortal emperors than the commander's mansion. Once Qin Wentian was gone, there would be no deterrent power. Taking this opportunity, it was just right to develop and expand the commander's mansion. Indeed. Qin Wentian nodded, but then frowned again and said, but don't worry, wait until I come back from Lihoro Palace, distribute the rewards to everyone, and then release the news to recruit people. Those people with high cultivation are not fools. They certainly understand that entering the commander's mansion is not as safe as they imagined, and the only thing that can attract them is the cultivation resources. Another point, the deputy commanders and deacons recruited need to be checked by the evil emperor himself. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Wentian said. Su Li's eyes flashed, and then nodded and said, I understand that the opportunity of the commander's mansion to recruit people is indeed easy for people to infiltrate, but I am afraid that many people will not be happy to let them be controlled by the evil emperor willingly. Just ask one question, never explore their secrets. If you disagree, it's better not to. Qin Wentian said. Su Li nodded, and then retreated and left. After Su Li left, Qin Wentian's brows showed deep thoughts. He not only had to guard against the Helen family, but also against the Lihoro Palace. If the commander's mansion became stronger, what if one day the Lihoro Palace Lord wanted to attack him? What if the people in the commander's mansion turned their spearheads against him and his people with a single order? These things need to be thought of in advance. Lihoro Palace, the tribute date is coming, and the commanders of the 5 major districts once again gathered in the garden of the Lihoro City Palace Lord's mansion, with maids serving them. However, the difference is that the atmosphere this time is a little subtle. In the past few decades, Qin Wentian, the commander of the North City District, has been terribly low-key and rarely shows up. Every time he comes here, he can't help but hear a few sarcastic words, especially Zai Hao, the commander of the Central City District, who satirizes Qin Wentian without any mercy. However, this time, They had certainly heard about what happened in the North City district. Qin Wentian fought a strong battle, swept through all the emperors, and killed several top-level immortal emperors. Although they did not see it with their own eyes, they could still imagine how strong and domineering Qin Wentian was in that battle. In the past, Commander Xia Hao had insulted Qin Wentian many times. When this happened, it was like a slap in his face. Even though Qin Wentian did not say anything, the atmosphere was still a little abnormal. The 5 commanders sat in their own places. Qin Wentian was wearing white clothes and sipping tea quietly. Commander Xia Hao was drinking, saying nothing, with a tense face, as if he was very unhappy. Xia Hao certainly had reasons to be unhappy. Decades ago, in the central city where he was, the Emperor Pavilion's incident caused his commander's mansion to be embroiled in a scandal. The palace master's personal maid, the Purple Moon Fairy Emperor, personally went to pass on the message. After that, the commander's mansion gave in and lifted the ban on the Emperor Pavilion. Since then, the development of the Emperor Pavilion has been unstoppable. Now it has become one of the largest trading markets in the central city, and it is prosperous. Every time he heard someone talking about Master Jiutian refining a magical weapon, he was extremely unhappy. Now, Qin Wentian, who had always been ridiculed by him, has risen strongly again. It is rumored that the commander's mansion in the North City district has collected the tribute that has not been collected in the past decades. No force dared not to pay tribute. It only took 50 years for Qin Wentian to step into the realm of the intermediate fairy emperor and cause such a big storm in the North City district. In the past, Qin Wentian was too lazy to respond even if he heard his humiliation. Lady Xiao held her chin with both hands, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Wentian, and said with a smile, "You are getting more and more handsome." In the past, when she praised Qin Wentian, Yinchu would always make some sarcastic remarks to Qin Wentian, but this time, Yinchu rarely said anything, just glanced at Qin Wentian who was quietly sipping tea. "Commander Qin." Lady Xiao called out. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at Lady Xiao, smiling. "Commander Xiao, what do you have to say? I have invited Commander Qin for decades, why haven't you come to visit my commander's mansion in Nancheng?" Lady Xiao's beautiful eyes revealed a charming smile, tender and charming. "I have been busy practicing these years, please don't be surprised, Commander Xiao." Qin Wentian responded with a smile. "Now I have reached the intermediate level of Immortal Emperor, I should be done with my work. When are you free to come?" Lady Xiao seemed to be not knowing the meaning at all, and still smiled. "If there's a chance, I will definitely go," Qin Wentian said with a smile. "If you want to come, you can treat my commander's mansion as your own home." Lady Xiao giggled, and there seemed to be some kind of hint in her voice. Yin Chu's face turned pale, and he glanced at Qin Wentian, very unhappy. This bitch seduced Qin Wentian every time. He coveted her for a long time, but Lady Xiao never paid attention. "If Commander Qin is free, he can also come to my city lord's mansion," Lin Ba also said with a smile. "He just did what he should do, and it took him 50 years to do it. Do you think it's necessary?" Xia Hao said in a deep voice, with a somewhat unhappy tone. Lin Ba was stunned, looked at Qin Wentian and smiled without saying anything. Lady Xiao and Yin Chu also smiled at Qin Wentian, only to see Qin Wentian sipping tea, slowly put down the teacup, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Whether it was him or his incarnation Emperor Yan, Xia Hao didn't give him any face. In the past, he kept a low profile and didn't want to cause trouble, but this Xia Hao is as proud as ever. "To be honest, I am of a low level of cultivation. It took me 50 years to be able to help the palace master. With Commander Xia Hao's authority, I believe that when he reaches the mid-level Immortal Emperor realm, he will be able to sweep across the region and pacify everything. The chaos in the North City district can be easily dealt with. It's just that the palace master is unwilling to let Commander Xia Hao go. It's a waste of his talent," Qin Wentian said calmly. Who could fail to hear the sarcasm in his tone? Xia Hao turned his head and glanced at Qin Wentian, and said, "Don't speak in a sarcastic tone. It's just the beginning. You're so complacent, how can you accomplish anything? I'm not as majestic as Commander Xia Hao. I sit in the central city area and rule an area. There's nothing I can't accomplish. Think about the matter of the Deep Pavilion back then, even though it was a city-wide uproar, Commander Xia Hao never cared about it." With a click, the wine glass in Xia Hao's hand shattered and was crushed into powder by him. His eyes instantly became extremely cold. He slapped his palm on the table and said coldly, Are you looking for trouble? Bang! Qin Wentian also slapped his palm on the table. A coldness released from his body, and he said indifferently, Commander Xiahao has ridiculed me for many years, and I never paid attention. Now I have replied to Commander Xiahao, and it seems that I'm the one who is looking for trouble. Commander Xiahao is really so majestic. What do you want? There was a cold light in Xiahao's eyes. Qin Wentian narrowed his eyes, flashing a wicked smile, and said, Commander Xiahao is so disgusted with Qin, let's have a decisive battle. Whoever loses will give up the position of commander and get out of Lihoro City. How about that? Everyone present was shocked, and the brilliance in Xiao Miran's beautiful eyes became brighter and more handsome. Lin Ba and Yin Qiu also stared at Qin Wentian. This guy actually challenged Xiahao. Xiahao's face was extremely gloomy. A mid-level immortal emperor challenged him like this. This was a very embarrassing thing in itself, and it was simply a contempt for him. Glad to accompany you. Xiahao said coldly. Have you had enough trouble? A scolding voice came, and then everyone saw his huge shrong coming towards this side and landing. Great commander. Everyone stood up and bowed to his huge shrong. You two are very brave to make such a fuss here in front of the palace master. Zhuge Shrong snorted coldly. It's a good thing to be a little angry. Besides, Qin Wentian has made great contributions this time. If he didn't have anger, how could he settle the matter in North City in one fell swoop? The voice of the Lord of Lihoro Palace came, and then accompanied by two personal maids, the Lord of Lihoro Palace came here. Chapter 1598 Prison Visit. When Qin Wentian and the other 5 commanders saw the Lord of Lihoro Palace coming, they immediately bowed and said, Your subordinates are here to see the palace master. The palace master of Lihoro Palace waved his hand, looked at Qin Wentian with a smile and said, Qin Wentian, you handle the affairs of North City District well. We have gained a lot this time, right? Palace master, all the major forces in North City District have taken the initiative to pay tribute. The tribute that has not been collected in the past few decades has also been collected this time. In addition, many forces have privately given me some cultivation resources. Qin Wentian reported truthfully, even saying his own share without hesitation. You don't need to report what they gave you, as long as there is no problem with the tribute. I didn't expect that you would enter the intermediate immortal emperor realm so quickly. Even I am surprised by your speed of cultivation. You will definitely have a bright future. The Lord of Lihoro Palace praised Qin Wentian without hesitation and said, Do you have any requirements? Let me see if I can satisfy you. This is my job. How dare I ask the palace master for anything? Qin Wentian said politely, It's just that I haven't seen Yu for many years. I hope the palace master will let me go and visit him. After so many years, you still remember the old friendship. It's commendable. I naturally won't stop you. I'll let Protector Chen take you there later. The Lord of Lihoro Palace nodded with a smile, as if he didn't care at all. No one knew what the Lord of Lihoro Palace was thinking. Sit down, and give the tribute to Xiao and the others to count. The Lord of Lihoro Palace said with a smile. The 5 commanders handed the tribute they collected to the 2 maids of the Lord of Lihoro Palace. The Lord of Lihoro Palace rarely chatted with him here. The Lord of Lihoro Palace also said to Qin Wentian, Wentian, you have extraordinary talent and will achieve great things in the future. Now, continue to train in the position of commander for a period of time. If you want the position of the 9 emperors in the future, I can also make room for you. The 9 emperors under the seat of Lihoro Palace are all local lords, ruling vast areas and controlling many mineral veins. Their power is obviously greater than that of the commander of a district in Lihoro City. Moreover, the cultivation resources they can obtain are not comparable to those of the commanders. That is a real lucrative job. Qin Wentian didn't know whether the Lord of Lihoro Palace really wanted to win him over or just wanted to use him, but no matter what his real thoughts were, at least on the surface, the Lord of Lihoro Palace was very kind to him. I dare not have too many extravagant hopes, but I will leave it to the arrangement of the palace master. Qin Wentian still said very politely, as low-key and restrained as always. The palace master of Lihoro smiled, with a hint of deep meaning in her eyes. When the 2 maids came back after counting, they handed over 10% of the cultivation resources to the 5 commanders, and they said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Commander Xiahao did not forget to glance at Qin Wentian coldly, his eyes like a knife. Qin Wentian did not leave, but followed the guardian Chen who brought him to the Lihoro Palace that year to the Lihoro prison again. After they all left, The palace master of Lihuo sat on a chair in the garden, and the maid Ziyu lay softly on his legs, saying, "Palace master, Qin Wentian was still at the top level of Immortal King back then. He entered the Immortal Emperor after Emperor Helen took action against Jiutian. Now, only more than 50 years have passed, and he has entered the realm of mid-level Immortal Emperor cultivation. This person must be guarded against." "Oh? Do you think you will harm this palace?" The palace master of Lihuo smiled. 50 years later, he still asked to see Jiutian without hesitation. Obviously, he has never forgotten it in his heart. Jiutian is the enemy of the palace master. Qin Wentian's heart has never really surrendered. If he becomes stronger, he will definitely rebel. Ziyu said softly. "Haha, do you think Helen is so easy to deal with? I hope he can survive until the day he becomes stronger. In this way, as long as Jiutian is in my hands, he will continue to fight with Helen. If he really can't control him, it won't be too late to attack him. Not to mention the middle-level Immortal Emperor, as long as he is in the Immortal Emperor realm, I can easily crush him to death." The palace master of Lihuo said with a smile. Ziyu didn't say much. The palace master must have seen it more thoroughly than her. In the dark and gloomy prison, in the cage where Jiutian was imprisoned, she was combing her long hair in front of an ancient mirror. Even though this Lihuo prison was extremely gloomy, she still took care of herself very beautifully, and her cage was also very clean. 50 years, are you tired? In the prison cell opposite, a figure with loose hair made a low and hoarse voice. Jiutian was too lazy to pay attention to him and did not respond. "But it's good, it allows me to feast my eyes. A woman as beautiful and sexy as you, the Lord of Lihuo Palace is really willing to keep you locked up here. It's a pity that there are no jailers here, otherwise, with your face, I'm afraid you will be humiliated and tortured. Can you shut your stinky mouth?" Jiutian said lightly, with the cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Ho ha, it was too boring in here before, but now it's not easy to have a beauty to tease, so naturally I talk more. You dress yourself up all day long, are you still fantasizing about that ant breaking the rules? The man sneered. "I advise you not to dream, since the Lord of Lihuo Palace has locked you up here, how can he let you fly to the sky?" "Lord of Lihuo Palace." Jiutian sneered, he is too confident. As the Lord of Lihuo Palace, he is naturally high and mighty. Maybe he thinks he can control everything. When one day he finds out that he is wrong, he may regret using me to control him. Really? If there's anything wrong with the Lord of Lihuo Palace, it must be that he did not lock you and me in a cage. In that case, we would not be so lonely, ha ha ha. The man laughed crazily, and a murderous intent flashed in Jiutian's beautiful eyes. Da. A crisp sound came out, and the crazy smile stopped. He looked into the distance. In the darkness, it seemed that a figure in white was slowly approaching. Gradually, a handsome face appeared in the field of vision. Seeing this face, Jiutian's eyes, which were originally cold, melted instantly. Her beautiful eyes were smiling, gentle as water. She quietly watched the handsome figure approaching, while the figure in the opposite cell had his pupils slightly contracted. The figure in white approached step by step. His eyes looked at the person who was disrespectful to Jiutian. His eyes shot out a dazzling light, which pierced directly into the other person's eyes. The man screamed and covered his eyes. His eyes flowed with red liquid. Qin Wentian did not look at him again, but walked step by step to the outside of Jiutian's cell. Jiutian was looking at him with a faint smile and whispered, "You are here." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded, trying to keep smiling. "Palace Master, you are still so beautiful. Now you know I am beautiful." Jiutian looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. Qin Wentian smiled awkwardly. This woman really had no awareness of being in prison. Perhaps, she was doing this on purpose in front of him. "You just came here in 50 years. Have you made contributions to the Lihuo Palace?" Jiutian asked. "I am now the leader of the North City District. Helen's family, the Helen clan, is there. Not long ago, I reorganized the North City District." Qin Wentian said calmly. A few words seemed to summarize the events of the past few years. Jiutian nodded gently and said, "You have to be careful." She knew that both the Lihuo Palace and the Helen clan were not so easy to deal with, and Qin Wentian was right in the middle. The pressure he was under now could be imagined. "I will." Qin Wentian nodded seriously. He said, "Palace Master, can you come over?" "Why, do you want to take advantage?" Yikai smiled charmingly and chuckled, "No way." Qin Wentian's face was dark, and he sat down on the wet ground. He took out a huge emperor stone, and then a small star sword appeared in his palm, and he began to carve on the emperor stone. Yikai watched Qin Wentian's actions, and heard Qin Wentian say, "After you helped me escape from the predicament, I lost contact with you, and then I went to the lake in Helen Imperial City and carved there. It was that time that I broke through the realm of the Immortal Emperor. Now, I have stepped into the middle-level Immortal Emperor. I will carve another statue for you." "Okay." Yikai agreed happily. Her body was lying on the ground, her legs bent and stacked on each other, her posture was extremely charming. She pulled her long hair with her hands, letting her black hair fall, her stunning face showed an extremely charming posture, and she said softly, "Just carve it like this now." Qin Wentian was stunned for a while, looking at the enchanting and unparalleled body of the beauty, and nodded. The starlight flew, and the Emperor Stone gradually changed into a beautiful statue, with a beautiful woman lying on the ground, enchanting and unparalleled, extremely tempting. "Okay." Qin Wentian finished carving and showed it to Yikai. Yikai nodded and said, "Okay, you can go back. If you miss me in the future, take it out and have a look. You don't want to see me so much?" Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. "Did you hide from me back then? I was afraid you would bother me." Yikai showed her witch-like smile. Qin Wentian felt a little guilty and said, "Okay, wait for me." "Yet." Yikai nodded gently, "Remember, you must keep a low profile. Even if one day you have enough strength, you must keep a low profile, unless you are sure that you can kill with one blow." "I understand." Qin Wentian nodded seriously. He knew who Yikai was referring to. Qin Wentian looked at Yikai again, then turned around and walked away. He didn't say a word to the man whose eyes were stabbed. The blind man also endured the pain and dared not speak. Sometimes, life is more important than dignity. Even if it is worse than death here, he still fears death. Yikai glanced at the blind man opposite her, and a very charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, but unfortunately the blind man couldn't see it. Perhaps this was the reason why Qin Wentian made him blind. Chapter 1599, Emperor Pavilion enters North City. In the North District of Lihoro City, Qin Wentian issued rewards after returning from Lihoro Palace. Each of the 3,000 commanders had gained a lot, which made them sigh. Although they had suffered a lot of humiliation outside in the past few years, it was worth it. The commander was really generous. Who would dare to say that the people in the commander's mansion in the North District were the poorest in the future? Because of the previous storm, this insignificant little thing had spread, making many people sigh. It seems that Qin Wentian had gained a lot this time, otherwise how could he be so generous? But this seemed to be expected. The tributes of the past 50 years were collected at one time, plus some forces paid extra tribute to Qin Wentian. How terrible would his gains be? Afterwards, the commander's mansion began to officially recruit people, including the positions of deputy commanders and deacons. The commander's mansion will carry out a large-scale expansion. With the previous preparations, for a while, I don't know how many strong people poured into the commander's mansion. The current North District commander's mansion is different from before. Before, it was purely bullied, but after that battle, no force in the North District dared to disrespect the commander's mansion. Of course, many people still have concerns. The Helen family is still there. As long as the Helen family is there, the commander's mansion will not have an easy time. There is no telling when a conflict will break out. Moreover, after arriving at the commander's mansion, some immortal emperor-level figures heard that to become deputy commanders and deacons, they actually need to go through the test of the evil emperor. The test is to be controlled by the evil emperor and then questioned. Although it is under everyone's witness and only one question is asked, there are still many proud people who refuse and leave the commander's mansion. After a period of expansion, the commander's mansion has expanded its scale to 5,000 people, 5 deputy commanders, and 50 deacons. The deputy commanders are all at the middle-level Immortal Emperor cultivation realm, and the deacons are all at the primary level of Immortal Emperor. This lineup is catching up with the commander's mansions in other districts. The commander's mansion in the North City District has more than 10 Immortal Emperors. In this way, it will not appear inferior when facing those first-class forces. A few days later, a shocking news came out in Bichang District. The Pavilion Master of the Central City Emperor Pavilion, Master Jiutian, came to visit the North City Commander's mansion. When this news came out, Many people paid great attention to this visit. Later, there were rumors that before this, Master Jiutian also visited East City Commander Linba, South City Commander Xiaomiran, and West City Commander Yinqiu. The commander's mansion in the North City District was the last one Master Jiutian visited. Among the 5 major commanders, only the central commander's mansion where the Emperor Pavilion was located was not visited by Master Jiutian. Many people couldn't help but talk about the scandal of the commander's mansion in the Central City District decades ago. Maybe Master Jiutian had a disagreement with Commander Xiaohao at that time. Since Master Jiutian had visited the major commanders' mansions one after another, this visit was probably nothing. However, just when everyone was not paying attention, a shocking news suddenly came from the commander's mansion. Commander Qin Wentian has handed the Gu auction house to Master Destined. In a few days, Master Destined will bring people from the D Pavilion in the central city to reopen the Gu auction house and hold a grand opening ceremony. Moreover, on the opening day, Master Destined will auction the D weapons he personally refined. Of course, in exchange, Master Destined also gave enough D stones and presented several top-level D weapons to Commander Qin Wentian. When this news came out, there was an uproar in the North City District, and countless people were shocked. Although the Gu auction house was sealed, the trading pavilion outside was still there. Although it lost some popularity these days, because of the big incident, the popularity of the Gu auction house is even higher than before. If it is really sealed all the time, the popularity of the auction house will naturally fade and gradually be forgotten. However, someone is coming to take over, and it is the D Pavilion, which is very famous in the central city, and even has some famous D pavilions in Lihoro City. It is almost foreseeable that when Master Jiutian brings people to reopen the Gu auction house, the popularity of the Gu auction house will not only not decrease, but will become more prosperous. At the same time, the commander's mansion once again reported that Commander Qin Wentian needed 2 guardians to assist him in his work. As long as they signed a contract for 100 years, in addition to the remuneration from the Lihoro Palace, Commander Qin Wentian would also give them a top-level imperial weapon given by Master Jiutian. This news immediately attracted the attention of many top-level immortal emperors. Qin Wentian was so powerful that he killed more than 10 immortal emperors in one battle, including several top-level immortal emperors, and was assisted by the top-level demon emperor and evil emperor. He wanted to recruit guardians instead of deputy commanders, and also gave them top-level imperial weapons. There was no need to say more. Everyone understood that Qin Wentian wanted a top-level immortal emperor. Otherwise, why would he recruit these guardians? If he was a mid-level immortal emperor, he would have 5 deputy commanders under him. The day when Gu auction house reopened, of course, it can no longer be called Gu auction house. Since Master Jiutian has taken over, it is naturally renamed D Pavilion. Now, the plaques of Gu auction house have been replaced and renamed D Pavilion. On this day, D Pavilion held a grand ceremony. Master Jiutian, the owner of D Pavilion, Mo Fei, the general manager, and Mo Junai, the daughter of the Mo family, came to preside over the opening ceremony in person. Of course, many guests also came, including the formation family Mo family. The head of the Mo family came here in person. As D Pavilion continues to grow, the head of the Mo family believes that his decision in the past was right, and Master Jiutian's future achievements will be extremely high. For example, his ability in refining equipment has made many top refining masters in the Emperor realm feel inferior. Everything in the auction house is ready-made. The old Gu auction house was left behind, and the Daiji can use it directly. There is an extremely huge indoor auction house, tens of thousands of superstands, and a 3-story VIP room. The auction table located in the middle of the circular auction house can be raised from below and send people directly to the auction table. The production is extremely ingenious, which is not even comparable to the Daiji in the central city. Today, the people who came are naturally full. Even the corridors are crowded with people, and there are also crowds of people outside. Even if they can't come in, they have to join in the fun outside to see what treasures the Daiji can take out this time. This has also directly driven the trading market outside the auction house. It is prosperous and much more lively than the Gu auction house. This can't help but make people sigh. Gu auction house is just making wedding clothes for others. Of course, this is also due to the reputation of the Daiji. If other forces take over, it may not be able to have such a grand occasion. Master Jiutian did not disappoint. The magic weapon he personally refined was still the top-level imperial weapon, And as always, it was the best of the best. Many people competed, and it was very lively. In the end, all of them were sold at sky-high prices. In addition, the other auction items were also rare treasures, which was very exciting. During the entire auction, all the visitors were very excited and secretly sighed that the reputation of the Emperor Pavilion was well deserved. After this auction, the reputation of the Emperor Pavilion instantly expanded in the North City District. The Emperor Pavilion from the Central City District and Master Jiutian were indeed powerful. Those who were fortunate enough to participate in and witness this auction were particularly excited and praised the Emperor Pavilion. And this time, in the backyard of the former Gu auction house, there were still many people here, all of whom were visitors. Except for a few forces such as the Mo family, the rest of the strong men were forces from the Central City District. The banquet was ready, and Jiutian sat at the head of the table. Even with a mask on, he still gave people a sense of mystery. He raised his wine glass and smiled at everyone. "Thank you all for coming to support us. I thank you all for your kindness. I will open the D Pavilion in Bichang District in the future. I hope you can take care of us." Of course, everyone here is a first-class force in Bichang District. We are all operating in Bichang District, so we should take care of each other and even form an alliance to avoid being bullied. A strong man said with a smile, which made Jiutian's eyes show a strange color. "Being bullied is too much? As you are the first-class forces in Bichang District, who can bully you?" Haha, Master Jiutian couldn't guess this. The man smiled and showed a meaningful smile to Jiutian. This Gu auction house was once a first-class force. Jiutian's eyes suddenly condensed, and a sharp edge flashed. Gu auction house? This spearhead is directly pointing at the commander's mansion in Qin Wentian. Thinking of this, Jiutian couldn't help but feel a little funny. I'm afraid that the person who said it would never dream that the person he was pointing at was sitting in front of him. I heard that Gu auction house did not pay tribute and openly opposed the commander's mansion. The commander's mansion therefore sealed up Gu auction house. Is there something I don't know? Jiutian pretended not to know and asked in confusion. Haha, Master Jiutian, to be honest, my North City District is quite complicated. If the commander's mansion is able to protect us, paying tribute is a matter of course. However, in the past few decades, the commander's mansion has hardly asked about external affairs. It just took action once and directly killed several major forces, including the first-class forces there, and then collected tribute from the entire city. This is not really doing things for the North City District, it is clearly coercion by force. The man shook his head and sighed. Hey, the commander's mansion is just a little stronger, so it is so tough and overbearing. We are very uneasy. Someone else said. Jiutian looked at the people present and immediately understood. It turned out that the drunkard's intention was not to drink. These people did not come to visit and congratulate. The last time I went to the commander's mansion, I asked Commander Qin to hand over the Gu auction house to me. Commander Qin did not make things difficult. Jiutian pretended to be surprised and said, waiting for these people to show their cards and what they wanted to do. The commander's office has just been reorganized, so naturally they won't rush to take action. Now they are developing their own power. The commander's office has been expanding these days, and I don't know what will happen in the future. The man continued, Master Jiutian, although we don't know what the future will be like for the time being, we must be prepared for danger in times of peace. Chapter 1600 Helen's Invitation. Jiutian looked at the man with sharp eyes and said with a smile, Preparation? What does that mean? Master Jiutian has been in Lihoro City for many years. I believe he knows something about the situation in the northern part of Lihoro City. The man asked. Well, I heard that the Helen family has a great influence in this area. The palace master arranged Qin Wentian to come here for this purpose. Commander Qin, he once had a deep conflict with Emperor Helen. Jiutian nodded and said frankly, without pretending to be stupid. Yes, the Helen family has a very high prestige in the North City District. It can be said that it is the backbone of the major forces in the North City District and can completely replace the role of the commander's mansion. Commander Qin, this incident has made us feel a little flustered. We don't know what will happen in the future, so we must be prepared. If Commander Qin treats us well, we will be safe. If Commander Qin can't tolerate us, we must not sit and wait for death. Jiutian was a little frightened. There were many major forces present, and even several major forces in the Central City District. However, the other party spoke without hesitation. It can be imagined how terrible the influence of the Helen family in the North City District is. It is beyond his original imagination. Then the people who came to the North City District today must support the Helen family. Of course, although this person said it very bluntly, he didn't say anything excessive. He just said that they should prevent Qin Wentian from dealing with them. Even if it was spread out, Qin Wentian couldn't really do anything to them. He had no reason to do so. It can only be said that these people are not afraid of Qin Wentian knowing their position at all, or in other words, their position is very clear, and they clearly support the Helen family. This matter involves too much. I came here from the central city. You all must know that it is for the management of the Emperor Pavilion, and I don't want to be involved in this storm. After all, I also know that this is not only about the commander's mansion, but also about the upper level. If Commander Qin collects tribute, I will pay the tribute in full. I believe the commander's mansion will not do anything to me. Jiutian responded calmly. Everyone smiled, but they were not angry because of Jiutian's words. This is a normal reaction. Who dares to stand on the side easily when it involves the palace master and the Helen family? After all, Jiutian came from the central city. His base camp is not here. He is not constrained by this area. Naturally, he hopes to live in peace. Not getting involved is the best choice. We also understand what Master Jiutian means. This is a little gift from me. I hope Master Jiutian will accept it. A figure stood up, took out a storage ring and handed it forward. Xiaozu beside Jiutian stepped forward to take it and handed it to Jiutian. Who are you? Jiutian asked. Helen Chen. The man smiled and nodded. Immediately, Jiutian's mind was as clear as a mirror. He took the storage ring, and his immortal thoughts penetrated into it to take a look. Then he said, "This gift is too valuable. I dare not accept it. I hope Brother Helen will not blame me." He said that he returned the storage ring to Xiaozu. Xiaozu held it in front of Helen Chen. Helen Chen smiled indifferently, put it away, and said, "In this case, I will not disturb Master Jiutian. We are all leaving." Everyone stood up and said goodbye. Soon, the lively banquet was left with only the people who came from the central city. The people from the northern city left without a trace. Seeing the empty wine table in front of him, Jiutian's eyes were extremely sharp. This influence was really terrifying. "Jiutian, you may have offended someone." Mo Ting, the head of the Mo family, said. Jiutian nodded and said, "Is the influence of the Helen family in the North City really so terrifying? It's deeply rooted. For so many years, the Helen family has already taken root here and involved too many forces." Mo Ting nodded. "This Qin Wentian is also very bold. He actually took such a domineering and thundering approach. I think the Helen family will definitely fight back against him. As for you, although you rejected the Helen family, you don't have much hatred. The Helen family may deal with you, but they won't do it too much. You should be careful." "I understand." Qin Wentian nodded. In the next few days, the Emperor Pavilion here was still bustling, but Mo Fei discovered a problem. Many of the trading houses around the Emperor Pavilion were closed one after another, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. As time went by, more and more trading pavilions were closed. You know, the prosperity of a trading place requires supporting facilities. Now that all the major trading pavilions have been closed, only the Emperor Pavilion is left to support it. It suddenly seems very monotonous and strange, and the popularity is gradually decreasing. However, what shocked Murphy even more was that gradually, the number of people willing to send treasures to the D Pavilion for auction continued to decrease, and it was no longer possible to support the normal operation of the auction house. If this continued, unless Jiutian took out treasures for auction every day, the auction house would go bankrupt. Jiutian stood in the void outside the D Pavilion, looking at the increasingly deserted trading market. Many trading pavilions closed directly. Even though they knew that this might cause terrible losses to them, it was still as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding, which made Jiutian feel a little cold all over. Fewer and fewer people came here, and the popularity dropped sharply. Some people saw Jiutian in the void, and their eyes showed some sympathy. With the help of the incident of the commander's mansion confiscating the Gu auction house, the D Pavilion was very popular on the day it opened, but in just 1 month, the popularity dropped to freezing point. Of course, they knew the reason, and everyone in the North City District knew it. The opponent of the commander's mansion took action. The commander's mansion handed the Gu auction house to Jiutian to manage. Well, They would let this trading area die completely. What should we do? Mo Junai appeared beside Jiutian at some point and asked. The deep pavilion in the central city was already very stable and prosperous. They came to the northern city to develop and stayed here. They thought it would develop quickly, but they didn't expect that the Helen family would give them a wake-up call. Wait, someone will come to find us. Jiutian said calmly. The beautiful Mo Junai flashed a strange color and asked, how do you know? It's natural that the Helen family can be so powerful. They are here to teach us a lesson, not to offend us completely. What's more, such a large trading market has a huge number of transactions every day. These losses must be the responsibility of the Helen family. Otherwise, why would those people sacrifice their own interests to cooperate with the Helen family? If this area is really destroyed, the Helen family will bleed heavily. Jiutian analyzed, and a strange light flashed in Mo Junai's beautiful eyes, and then nodded seriously. As expected by Jiutian, a few days later, someone came to visit and presented a gift that Jiutian had not accepted in the past. This time, Jiutian accepted it. Both parties tacitly did not mention what had happened here in the past few days. They just exchanged a few words casually, and then the other party said goodbye and left. The next day, the major trading pavilions in this area were reopened, and people once again sent treasures to auction. After the people in the North City District learned about it, they seemed to understand something and would often come here to visit, and the popularity gradually recovered. For a period of time, it was very peaceful. No one came to see Jiutian again, and the pavilion did not encounter any trouble. Everything was slowly on the right track. Until one day, an invitation was sent to the pavilion, inviting him to attend the birthday party of a daughter of the Helen family. The Helen family, located in the central area of the North City District, is even better than the commander's mansion. The area is more than 10 times that of the commander's mansion, like a magnificent city within a city. Looking from the outside to the inside, you can see pavilions and towering ancient palaces. From the outside to the inside, the terrain continues to rise, extremely magnificent and majestic. Even the gate of the Helen family is like a majestic pass. In the vast Lihoro city, there is only one place that can be compared with the Helen family, and that is the Lihoro Palace. From this point, you can imagine how powerful the Helen family is. Today, outside the Helen family, there are constantly carriages coming, or powerful servants pulling the carriages, or terrible demon kings pulling the carriages, descending outside the Helen family. Whether they are mid-level immortal emperors or top-level immortal emperors, they will come down from the void, walk out of the carriages, and then walk into the Helen family to show respect. Those who come are either powerful people or people with strong backgrounds. Today, they have all been invited by the Helen family to come here. Jiutian stood outside the Helen clan and saw this magnificent place. He had a clearer feeling of the strength of the Helen clan. The birthday party of a young lady invited all the strong men to come. It must be that the Helen clan was showing their strength to the major forces that followed them in the North City District. Only in this way, they would follow them more sincerely. Master Jiutian, long time no see. Someone saw Jiutian coming to say hello. It was someone who attended the banquet on the day when the Emperor Pavilion opened. He looked at Jiutian with a meaningful smile. Master Jiutian, who was famous in Lihoro City, came to the North City District and still had to bow to the Helen clan. Unless you don't hang out in the North City District, otherwise the Helen clan will make you unable to stay. Long time no see. Jiutian responded with a smile. Master Jiutian, let's go in together. The host of this birthday party is the famous daughter of the Helen clan. Although she rarely shows up, she is a famous beauty. Master Jiutian confessed his eyes. The powerful immortal emperor said with a smile. Jiutian nodded slightly. In that case, I am quite curious, please come in. The two walked into the Helen clan together and handed over the invitation. A special maid came to lead the way. Each maid was dressed elegantly and sexy. They were all rare beauties, which was simply dazzling. Following the maid all the way inside, he witnessed the luxury and power of the Helen clan at every moment. He couldn't help but compare it with the Lihoro Palace. I have been to the Lihoro Palace many times, so he naturally understands it. Even compared with the Lihoro Palace, the Helen clan is not much worse. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.